That was great. Welcome and hello. Man, I'm actually surprised that I'm here. Just, yeah, not sick, nothing like that. Just went a little too long yesterday. I was on for 10 hours, dude. That was crazy. But I appreciate everybody that stopped by. That was cool. Let me get this up. We're going to do some more fire coverage here, so you guys are prepared for that, because guess what? It didn't get any better. Actually, I got to update the title of the stream, too. Okay. Cool. And then... Alright, let's pretty much go right into it here. What's going on here? Why is my volume off? Test. Oh, okay. Again, man, these it's all Streamlabs today. I don't know what the heck is going on. My computer updated, and now Streamlabs is just being a little finicky. So, also I started a new goal, so let's try and reach that. Welcome. Chat box is on, ready to go. As I said, man, I went way too long last night. I probably should have called it at 8 hours, but we had a really good discussion at the back end. It turned out one of our viewers is actually in the IDF doing his conscription, but he is a gay leftist that is in the IDF. So it was a very, very interesting conversation. And I'm looking forward to talking to them again. So that'll be fun. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the information in the chat, and then we're good to go for the rest of the stream. Also, let me turn this up. There we go. What's that? Okay. This is a live shot of the of what's going on right now. We're gonna get some here. Actually, I can just go to this one. Here we go.
Evacuation efforts. My department has moved quickly to host an insurance support workshop on January 18th and 19th at Santa Monica College, followed by another event the following weekend at Pasadena City College.
So some of these have been like way louder than others. So, all right.
Fade back up.
Sorry, guys, man. I still can't believe that I was able to make it, because yeah, I also woke up with like just a wee bit of a hangover. I did not drink any water before I went to bed, which was a major mistake. Support the stream.
Yeah. No buildings that we have observed, but there are now two major flare-ups. There's one in the foreground here, right there in the center of your screen, and if you tilt up just a little bit, look, as you can see, on the other side of the ridgeline, there's another flare-up on the backside, on the other side of that ridgeline. Those tall flames are what really create the most danger, because that is creating embers that are already flying at a higher altitude than lower shrubbery and things like that. So you have really tall flames starting to flare up as the fire encounters some thicker brush. Hopefully these people have some degree
everything works.
of brush
Cool.
clearance, but in these winds,
here, I did want to test this real quick. Wanted to see, because I also didn't, I screwed with the lighting in my room and the chat box, so I think everything should be more legible now. Which I also found out from a fun little shock that I might have a loose wire somewhere, because, oh boy, haven't had that happen in a while, where I just, I touched just the outer casing of the light, and I just went so that was fun. Oh yeah, did I say to join the chat? No, I didn't. Here. Like the stream, and also like the stream if you haven't already, and sub to the channel if you haven't already, and subscribe. That was actually one of the themes in the last hour yesterday.
Even with these devastating wildfires, I want to be clear. I am confident that these reforms will keep us on track to modernizing our insurance market, encourage insurers to return and expand in California, and protect the solvency of our market.
Crap right now.
We remain the largest insurance market in the nation, fourth in the world. Our goal is to ensure they remain financially solvent and can honor the claim that will stabilize our insurance market in the long run. Now, let me just quickly address issues surrounding the insurer of last resort, which we call the FAIR Plan. It has become clear that reforms are necessary, as the coverage maximums have not changed in 30 years. I recognize that for some Californians, the coverage limits, even the ones that we've already implemented, are still very low. Under my strategy, we have also ensured the creation of a stronger, more sustainable FAIR Plan with the long-term financial strategy to withstand the challenging fires we are experiencing today. Let me be clear. Once the fires are brought under control, we will get data directly from the insurance industry and the FAIR Plan about claims filed, as we have that we have on all the other fires that may or may not happen. We are focused on maintaining the FAIR Plan's financial health while getting people back to the regular market where they belong. In closing, our actions are focused on ensuring that the insurance companies meet their commitments to the consumers, that Californians and the Californians are
that's how I found out that one of our
not
viewers,
just in this crisis, but beyond.
Bloodstone by
we
Stars.
are here to help.
She watched it on her
Please
parents' fridge
call
and
us.
it popped up.
We speak multiple languages in whatever language you feel comfortable. Insurance can be complicated. We are here to help you decipher your policy and help you understand what your rights are as consumers.
I'm here listening, but
please call us at 1-800-927-4357, or you can use our live chat feature on our website at insurance.ca.gov. Together, we will get through this. I can assure you, and thank you.
Public's patience as you assess the response. As you well know, then
I'm not sure if you guys have been seeing or hearing about this, but the mayor is getting
that many may now be deactivating their alerts on their phones. I have heard from many people who are ignoring them altogether. We have red flag warnings still in effect. They will resume again next week. There is no rain in the forecast. What are you doing at this point to earn back people's trust,
at least
and
help
to make
provide
sure these
entertainment to
don't happen
make
again?
you write your best one?
Well, first of all, I think that was addressed at the beginning of the press conference by Kevin McGowan.
I would like that from you. I don't. You're the top official here.
So let me just be clear. I am going to spend every moment that I can making sure that I am in as many areas as possible, meeting and talking to residents to see what is needed in the recovery. But I also mentioned that we're moving into recovery mode at the same time, meaning that we want to see the city rebuilt. We want to see Los Angeles come together. Let me finish. We want to see Los Angeles come together.
I like that. Hold on.
What is your message to your constituents who are losing faith?
What happened?
Started this
I want the residents of Los Angeles region to have faith in what we are doing 24 hours a day. I can say on behalf of our first responders, from the fire department, the police department, we are doing everything we can to bring the situation under control, and success has been reported. We know that we're going to have a possible increase in the force of the winds at the beginning of next week, and getting Los Angeles prepared, doing everything we can to save lives. That is our number one job, to protect people's homes, to protect people's businesses, and to prepare to rebuild Los Angeles in a much better way. We're going to stand united, we're going to stand together, and we are not going to allow politics to interfere, and we're not going to allow people to divide us for political gain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. One over here.
Bob DeCastro from Good Day LA, Fox 11. Just to follow up on that, because even after yesterday, that errant message was sent out, overnight, people were still receiving many messages, and we were even fielding calls from our own newsroom from people as far as San Bernardino that were receiving calls.
I don't like this. You guys have microtransaction.
No idea why.
No, I know.
Go figure.
People are getting these alerts and being startled.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I mean, dude, the media has
and
just
you also ask that
one question
people verify and get onto a website. Not everybody has the ability to jump on a website when they're panicked and she's just like try and figure out whether or not this is
we didn't see this coming, and somebody even asked like why they
the thoughts you're sharing in this question,
but not
I would
why
take
they
a second to explain how the alert system works. There's an interface. And you activate that interface with what type of an alert you're going to send, an evacuation order, an evacuation warning, and you identify a geographical area. After you initiate
I think that I covered this at the very, very beginning of stream when like one person was popping in. I updated, well, my computer updated on its own, and Streamlabs decided to reset everything. So I've been running into these problems. I need to actually, Firefist, I might need to just have you come by at some point and check out what's going on with this, because it's really annoying. It resets everything. I mean, my Discord, all of it. What's up, Bloodstone? I just actually mentioned you. What's up? How you doing?
Phenomenon that there's
not a volume thing, but both of you talking. Oh, sorry.
A cell phone that may be in a different jurisdiction or a different area is receiving that message from a cellular tower that may be geographically in a different space. So right now, our number one priority is to establish how we can work with our, well, in coordination with our federal and state partners, how we can stop
unmute this.
The mess.
What'd you say, Lucas? It's spreading, right? Yeah.
Oh, do I have another one on? Oh, crap. I forgot. Oh, there we go.
Yep. I see that.
Yeah, I can't. You can barely. I'll be honest, I was not expecting to do this. Because when I was ending stream yesterday, it seemed like the winds were starting to die down, especially in LA proper. But then I woke up this morning and they're like, "Oh no."
Look at that flare up. Where is that? Where are you looking? Oh wow, that's on the. Man.
Bloodstone, I'm pretty sure is not. About to head out to the grocery store to stock up. Oh, it's gonna snow all day long tomorrow, but first, yes, nice. Nothing like taking a nice big rip to go to the grocery store and have yourself a nice proper anxiety attack. I don't know why I do that to myself, but I do it every time. Every time I go to the grocery store. The old woman in the wagon didn't see this in her crystal ball. Hey, what's up, Kirk? How you doing, dude? Man, you missed a hell of a discussion at the very end of stream yesterday. And it happened at damn near 4 in the morning Central Time, so, man, it was definitely late. But we ended up talking to an IDF conscript who is 18 or 20. Sorry, they're 20. They couldn't vote in the last election because they weren't 18, is what he said. But gay, leftist, but was kind of like, you could tell that they were definitely steeped in the IDF propaganda. So we were cracking through, and that it was a great discussion, despite the fact that I was deep into stream, and I was kind of like, I hope that I'm in the at least semi best mind to do this. Yeah, did you see that a bunch of people got arrested
why now?
for looting, and the mayor was just like, we're cracking down on this. All right, we're gonna
tilt down.
Meet this one. Go to this one. Back.
Chair Barger, we are at time. We're over time. Thank you. We will do one-on-ones. If you need assistance, please come see me or a member of the team. Thank you, speakers, again. Thank you all for attending.
In the Alpine area last night, and the common question was, how do I navigate the insurance process, and will I be able to get insured again? And so I felt it was important.
I always end up listening to the last bit of streams on this. I'll have to check it out after this one. Yeah, no, it was good.
I've been out and I've heard from my residents, and I think we've all had someone impacted by this fire.
Yeah, I'll be honest, man. I was gonna call it at 8 hours, but he kept falling asleep because he was like, it's 4 a.m. here, and he's like, but my sleep schedule's effed, and we kept talking. I actually played a video where I guess it piqued his interest, where he was just like, wait a minute. It was the Israel conflict oversimplified, and he was like, yeah, this is oversimplified. I'm like, they did that for a reason. I'll just go back to that one. This one we will unmute. There we go. Some dude tried to run a police barricade on his moped. What? For real? 4 a.m. Central, LOL. I was about to wake up in the... Yeah. No. Oh, damn. Yeah, so you were about to wake up. Crap. That would have actually been really funny, where you're just like, are you still here? You know what? Let's get some context on the new fires, because I actually saved this right before I started stream. Two things happened besides the technical difficulty with Streamlabs, but there was also a police chase that was happening live. So I ended up watching that, but they resolved it right before I started. So I was like, I mean, I'm glad they did, but nerds on the content. Could theoretically actually I could play it back, but it's not as interesting knowing what happens. But yeah, here.
Fire has broken out late today, and those ferocious winds that have been hampering the rescue efforts and the efforts by these firefighters to try to put out the fires you're looking at, they are picking up again tonight. That new fire, which officials are calling the Kenneth Fire this evening, it's near the border of the LA and Ventura counties. It grew quickly in just a few hours, and the governor just announced moments ago that they are deploying 900 more firefighters to go and address that fire. Now, this is coming as you are looking at live pictures right now of that fire this evening. That is what 900 firefighters are going to address just this evening. Governor Gavin Newsom announcing that a few moments ago. Now, put that on top.
Streamers are crazy going for an 8-hour work shift, LOL.
They're still 0% contained right now. Look at this mind-boggling destruction. I mean, it is.
I mean, I'll be honest. If I make it past the 420 fun half, it's all I'm not kidding when I say it's all fair game at that point. I could be there for, a few minutes, or I could be there for a few hours.
But
once I hit that 420 fun half, in my head, I'm like, did it.
Of course, each of those is someone's home, and each of those had people inside of them. Right now, we're still waiting to hear more from officials, but what we know now is that true death toll in LA tonight, it is still unknown as crews are digging through the ashes of what has been left of
the new estimates are,
CNN's Aaron Burnett is live in Pacific Palisades for us.
Pretty insane.
Obviously, you got on the ground today. You've been looking at that and talking to these officials on the ground, just trying to understand the scope of this, even as they are still battling the fires that existed.
Aaron Burnett always looks like she never wants to be where she's at, no matter where it is.
Yeah, Caitlin, you talk about that new fire, and you talk, it's mind-boggling. It is. There were people grabbing their suitcases. I was watching some stuff on this and noticed some people making this a political issue, find it disgusting. Saw Fox going on and on about budget cuts and another channel going on about climate change. Yep. Here in Pacific Palisades were able to do, but immediately rushing to try to... Well, immediately, it's just, yeah, it's becoming... it's becoming a political issue, but there's also like the conspiracy theories that started happening. And then I hate to say I got to walk one of them back because it turns out that one of those fires, I think it was the Palisades fire, they did arrest an arsonist. But also reigniting. People are just numbers to them. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, that seems to be too many people. Also, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here.
The new fire is located just outside Calabasas. Police nearby arrested a man on suspicion of arson, but they say...
Yeah, I should probably update this. What do we got? We don't have any Hasan today.
This morning, the wind threat about to pick back up as fire crews face new challenges. Overnight, an illegal drone collided with a crucial firefighting aircraft. That aircraft now grounded today. The number of dead has doubled so far to 10 people. More than 10,000 homes and businesses have been destroyed, and those numbers are sadly expected to rise. And new images of the unbelievable destruction. The LA County Sheriff says it looks like a bomb was dropped.
I have nothing. I can't even teach, and I'm a first responder. I teach people to save lives, and I couldn't even save my house. And I'm just shattered.
Do they know how many people lost everything? I'm confused on the scale of destruction. It's insane. This is they're talking about a mass migration event happening after this. Ironically, from California into the interstates.
Everyone needs help. Stephanie Elam is live in Altadena, one of the areas hardest hit by this, and unusual because normally these fires are often in the hills, and now you're seeing them down in the valleys. What are you witnessing there today?
Yeah, Sarah, it's difficult to see what these people have gone through. I mean, this whole block, it's still dark out here, looks like this behind me right now, which you can see here. You can see that this house has been just decimated. The chimney, the only thing standing there, and if you look back in the corner, you can see that there's a gas fire still back there. Another one of the dangers, why they don't want people here. Also because people have been out here looting. So there are now National Guard.
Well, sections of LA have been wiped off the map. Places that took 50 some odd years. Yeah, the Palisades are completely gone.
Personnel, including firefighters, battling not just this, the Eaton fire, which is now some 13,000 acres that have charred and burned and destroyed livelihoods, homes, the feeling of safety, and the Palisades fire, which is burning about burned through like 20,000 acres. It has a little bit of containment now, but the number of...
Well, the housing market is about to also see a major shift, so it depends on where you live. This could be very, I mean, if you're a homeowner, that could be technically good for you, I guess.
It is just astronomical.
Which is stupid to say, but...
$50 billion worth of losses here.
Yeah, I can.
And that number continues to go up. And then when you look at how people are trying to figure out how to put their lives together, you can see here, where do you start? Where do you begin? We cover wildfires that are massive, that are large, that have all this acreage. The difference is it's not in densely populated areas. That's the part that makes this so different. In the Palisades fire, walking around, there's entire blocks where the houses are all gone. And I can tell you, since I got here out to Altadena, you see some of the same thing here too, Sarah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you're rich, working class, poor. These fires have ripped through so many neighborhoods. Stephanie, what can you tell me about anything about those 10 people who ended up being killed in these fires?
It's devastating, and that number is expected to go up according to law enforcement.
I apologize for the technical difficulties. Streamlabs is being
just... Some people didn't want to leave people behind, and then others who maybe they just couldn't get out and they thought that they would be safe. Take a listen to this
well, I probably have to just
83-year-old Rodney
chalk it up to my computer.
In this fire here in Eden, the Eden fire.
Watch LA look like Berlin at the end of World War II.
This is where we've been our whole life, and my son tried to get him to leave, and my neighbors and myself.
How can you not?
And he said he'll be fine. I'll be here when you guys come back. And he said his house would be here. His house is here, and he was here too. He was in his bed when I found him.
Just the ultimate loss. There are a lot of people who are dealing with the fact that they've lost everything, they've lost their homes, but other people are also dealing with the fact that they've lost loved ones. It's just unbelievable the amount of loss that we've seen here. In January, we don't normally see fires like this in January. It is just unprecedented, the amount of loss at this time of the year. It just goes to show you that things are changing here. The climate is changing. We're very dry after 2 very wet winters where we have all this brush.
I don't live in the U.S., so maybe I just don't know. But in the UK, flame retardant coating, etc., is
ever on record.
Lawfully required. A lot of those houses have fully wood structures and roofs that are wild to me. Yep.
I can hear some of the sort of alerts going off right now on your phones there. And that hasn't ended because the fires are still raging. Thank you so much, Stephanie Elam. It was heartbreaking to hear. It was like made us all.
Yeah, that's insane to me. And honestly, that's part of the problem that's exacerbating this is the fact that a lot of these were like quick builds, and because again profits, they were using very flammable wood
from the fires. I know we'll be hearing more.
Like you were saying, not treated.
The loss of life expected to rise. Appreciate your time and your crew for being out there during this time, Stephanie.
You'd think though. Because in Florida, at least in Florida, you are like required to have some kind of like hurricane proofing. So
from over, but there has been some progress made in containing some of the fires. The biggest
firewalls are usually only required in commercial applications. Oh, really?
Progress still.
Man, that explains a lot.
Which could complicate this fight once again. CNN's Allison Chinchar.
Packing houses that close together doesn't help. Well, we kind of have to
now. And Allison, what are you seeing in terms of the wind?
I mean, at that point, where are we just going to say cities are impractical? Well,
in terms of what they're up against and what the next few hours look like.
Right, so they're going to have a very short window for the firefighters to really be able to make some huge advancements in those containment numbers, because while things will start to get better, they go right back to being worse on the back half of the weekend. So let's take a look. For today, you have an elevated risk around the LA area, slightly higher critical fire threat a little bit farther south. By Saturday, just a very small elevated risk area, but then Sunday, we start to see those winds pick back up, and especially on Tuesday, looking at those winds to really creep back up. So here's a look at all the fires. The white that you see here, those are the winds and the direction in which they're coming from. So for the bulk of the day,
so much worse than what they were saying yesterday.
North-based wind, but it will start to shift. It'll go to the east. It'll go to the west, and that's what's going to make it very difficult.
Guys, like it's literally just whipping these fires all over the state, and like they're saying, one ember can get carried up to like 4 miles.
Because that can change at a moment's notice.
And that's all it
set
takes.
Up a camp one spot to be able to fight a fire and have to move immediately once those winds begin to shift. Now the winds will start today
flame retardant
in about the 30 to 40 mile per hour range. As we go through the day, they'll start to creep
or
back down.
gypsum is very expensive and would be unreasonable to require in your homes. Now here's the thing though, like insulation and stuff like that. Isn't there flameproof like insulation stuff like that, or even siding? I'm legit asking. I don't know about this stuff.
We get back into Sunday and we start to see those numbers tick back up again. 30, 40, even 50 mile per hour gusts. So
I heard Sir Anthony Hopkins lost his home. Yeah, there's
go out and make advancements.
We'll find the list. I know that
come back up
they just released that today.
The weekend. Even in the short term, even with the improvement of winds, you're still going to likely have some very bad air quality, not just Friday, but through the weekend. You can see all of the dots here kind of showing what that air quality is. Several here.
Hurricane bracing, I think, is required for any home in every state. Is it?
Change as we go into Saturday.
In every state? Interesting. Okay. We're going back here. Here, let me get a new feed. Just give me 1 second. Also, I'm going to take this time just to say welcome. If you haven't already, please like the stream. It really helps me out in the algorithm. I always say this, but it does make you a better YouTube consumer too. It just makes it cool. So, make it part of your diet. Also, if you can, sub to the channel if you haven't already. That would also really help me out. It's all free. So, and then if you really want to support the channel, you guys can donate any way. You can do YouTube, Twitch, or do it directly through Streamlabs. So, I appreciate it. Doesn't matter if insulation is fireproof, if the wood isn't. Oh, well, yeah. Right. Yeah, okay. That kind of just clicked with me for some reason. I was like, yeah, fire in between. That wouldn't matter. It would just go. Just build a whole house out of the insulation then. I mean, if we're 3D printing houses, why don't we just use the material that's already, you know, flame retardant? Or what the hell? Seriously? They took one of the things down? That's not okay. Why would they do that?
Bona fide U.S. subsidiary operating in the United States.
I'm not watching frickin' Fox News for that. Come on. Yeah, no. Here we go. This is going through. I muted all? Oh, shit. Okay. This is just. Oh, really? Wow. So $18 versus $70. Okay, that makes a lot more sense then. 3D print homes, 3D homes are fireproof at this point. Yeah. Okay, cool. Fireproof. Well, fireproof really isn't really. It's fire resistance that is talked about, and there's methods to making wood significantly more resistant. Because they build for max profit, not safety. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, we know what's up. Come on. Okay. I'm gonna try and find some coverage with, you know, somebody actually saying something.
Needs updated information on either evacuation orders or warnings or road closures. They go to lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I am going to be introducing Assistant Chief Dominic Choi from the Los Angeles Police Department.
I love how we're like, how can we fireproof our homes instead of why don't we do something about climate change?
Police Department, I just want to extend our deepest sympathies to all those affected by
Thank you for that, actually. You know what? That was a nice little just smack, like, what's the matter with you? Come on!
In this fire, and they
we
continue
need to address the actual root causes. It's like, you brought me back to reality. Thank you for that,
I have a
Dave.
number of important updates for all of you today.
Build a concrete house with steel roof trusses and a metal roof that uses metal windows.
So yesterday afternoon, the Caddis Fire started at the border of West Hills in the city of Los Angeles and Ventura County. At 4:32 p.m., we received a 911 call that a suspect was attempting to light a fire in the community of Woodland Hills and was being detained by residents. Officers from LAPD's Topanga area responded and took that suspect into custody. And once we learned that this suspect was a possible arson suspect, our Major Crimes Division responded to Topanga Division along with Ventura County sheriffs, who was the lead in the Kenneth fire investigation. But they responded, they interviewed this suspect. After the interview and additional investigative steps, looking at some additional evidence that was present, they made the determination that there was not enough probable cause to arrest this person on arson or suspicion of arson, and therefore this person was arrested on a felony probation violation. This investigation is ongoing, however, and I'd like to thank those community members that were involved in this and helping us bring this person to our attention, and so we can have an ongoing investigation. The second point I want to talk about is for any of those people looking for loved ones or missing people related specifically to the Palisades fire. Now the county is also doing this for the Eaton fire, but for the city of Los Angeles, we've stood up a family assistance center. This center is located at Chevy Hills Recreation Center, and it's at 2551 Motor Avenue. It's going to be open today from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We will have 10 officers there ready to receive anyone who needs to report a missing person related to the Palisades fire. We will also have the American Red Cross, the mayor's
gym teacher coach of your team calls you out in front of the entire team. Hey, why don't everyone get a pep talk? That's what I actually used to be the captain of my hockey team, and that's what they called them.
And provide information as necessary.
I'm not even kidding, man.
Again, I just want to emphasize this is for missing people
I got proof
related
of that.
to Palisades fire. This is not for any other issues related to the fire. LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in the areas impacted by the fires. We're patrolling these areas to deter criminal activity and to continue to ensure public safety. Today, we're deploying 210 officers in these impacted areas. This deployment includes our partners from LA Port PD and LAWA PD, and I'm thankful for their support. Again, protecting our homes, businesses in evacuated and vulnerable zones are our priority, and we will continue to ensure that no one takes advantage of these situations. You've heard this message before, but I'm going to say it again because it's so important and so critical. Looting has zero tolerance. Looting or exploiting in the disaster areas will not be tolerated. Anybody caught looting or committing crimes in the affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We'll remain vigilant and patrol these areas and ensure that we can mitigate any activity like this. And again, if you haven't already done so, you will start seeing in the city of Los Angeles the National Guard being deployed at the Palisades fire. Their role is going to be traffic control, managing roadways to ensure access to affected areas is restricted to authorized personnel only. They're going to be manning critical infrastructure security, as well as doing checkpoints and verifying credentials for those for ingress and egress. And lastly, these measures, controlling access.
The fact that they even have to do that's wild.
They are necessary. I just want the communities to know they are necessary for public safety and for proper community recovery. They are inconvenience, but it's something that we have to do. Residents are encouraged to call 911 if they see any suspicious activity. Law enforcement, National Guard, and other first responders are here to support this community and ensure their safety in a difficult time. Our commitment remains steadfast to restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as possible. Your cooperation and resilience from the community are greatly appreciated. Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman.
Thank you and good morning. The District Attorney's Office will be considering up to now 5 different types of cases that will eventually be presented from law enforcement. Let's start with arson. If it is determined that there is a man-made and intentional setting of any of the fires involved in this situation, the people who committed this arson will be arrested, they will be prosecuted, and they will be punished to the full extent of the law. Right now, obviously, law enforcement and the firefighters are focused on containing these properties, saving lives, saving homes. But eventually we will get to the causes of those fires, and that part the DA's office will be working with law enforcement to go after anyone who is guilty of the crime of arson. Second types of crimes. If people are going to violate this curfew restriction and they get arrested, they will be prosecuted. Let me back up what the sheriff has said. In order to protect the homes of people who've been ordered to leave those homes, the sheriff, the Los Angeles Police Department, and local law enforcement is going to be working overtime to protect your home. In that way, if you violate the curfew, you will be arrested and then you will be prosecuted by the district attorney's office. Third issue, looting. Looting is a despicable crime. For the people who've already been arrested, please know that this is not going to end well. You will be punished to the full extent of the law, and I'm sending this warning message out again.
Well, there needs to be like more punishment for like in times like this. Like they can't do it just based on like normal looting law. Sorry.
We'll make sure you are arrested, you are prosecuted, and you are maximally punished
for being late.
Drones.
I just
if you're
appreciate
thinking that
you
it's
being here.
fun to send a drone up in the area for your own amusement, or you want to get information that nobody else can get, and you do it in one of these areas that for which drones are not permitted, I'll repeat one more time.
Oh, yeah. Did you guys hear about that? About how one of the planes hit a civilian drone and had to be grounded?
And you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the last type of crime that we'll be looking at are scams, and we're already seeing them. We're seeing people being...
we actually had one happen in my locality where one family was actually like legit doing a GoFundMe, and then somebody else tried it and they got they found out that one was a scam. So now they're just not letting any of them happen.
They can go ahead and give your money too if you want to help them. We're going to see that eventually with insurance scams. We'll see it with government benefit scams. And yes, they are going to target the people who have been tragically affected, and you cannot allow them to do it. I would suggest that if you want internet resources and who to give money to, go to recovery.lacounty.gov. It has a whole list of organizations that you can, if you want to, contribute to, and it does it in both English and Spanish. Also, you can go to the LAFD.gov's website as well. But my message to the public is beware. These scammers look at this as an opportunity. Do not let them take advantage of you. And one more message to the scammers: you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the maximum extent possible. I'd like now to introduce California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara.
Thank you. Before I begin, I want to publicly thank the insurance commissioners from across the nation and the international insurance supervisors who have offered assistance and support during this difficult time. My heart goes out to my fellow Angelinos and to the firefighters currently battling these blazes. Let me be clear, my top priority is to protect all affected people during this crisis and assist in their insurance recovery. My primary concern
insurance scams mean I had 28 Ducatis and I plan a bigger garage. Exactly. I'm so glad that you brought that one up. Do you realize how bothered I was about that? Where legit just randomly in my day, I was just, like thinking about that guy. I'm just like, screw that guy. He had the biggest freaking smile on his face because he probably already talked to his insurance agent, who's probably his friend. He had some blanket coverage policy, all this stuff. I just hope that they've when they do send an assessor over, that they find that he didn't cut his brush or something.
Making us, unfortunately,
and they deny it. Like, honestly,
experts.
When I saw that...
Now is the time for you to focus on your family and in your health. The last thing you should be worrying about is your insurance.
I felt bad for that
Here's
girl
what I've done
where she's just like...
our wildfire victims to date. I am using my moratorium power to stop
that guy was
all
kind of a douche
non-renewals
vibes.
and cancellations. Last night, I issued a bulletin to protect homeowners affected by the Palisades and Eaton fires from non-renewals and cancellations by your insurance companies for 1 year, under a moratorium law that I wrote while I was serving in the state Senate. This covers you even if your home wasn't destroyed or damaged in the wildfire. You can visit insurance.ca.gov
Such a lack of strong mustaches
to look up your zip
evening.
code
Yeah, there's
if
only
you are
two.
near these wildfires and obtain that protection. I'm also calling on insurance companies to suspend any pending non-renewals and cancellations that homeowners received before these fires
This interpreter
started.
looks like the wrestler Carlito.
Between
if you know
October
what, if you know,
9th
you know.
and January 7th, essentially 90 days, your insurance company should do the right thing and retain you as a valued policyholder.
There we go.
I call upon all property insurance companies to pause these non-renewals and cancellations and provide essential stability for our communities, allowing consumers to focus on what's important at the moment, their safety and recovery. In my notice, I also urged insurers to extend the payment grace period beyond the existing 60 days for policyholders in areas directly affected by the wildfires, enabling Angelenos to pay their home insurance premiums amidst these challenges that they are currently facing.
You know Carlito. Yeah.
And if your policy was not renewed, or if you don't have coverage, please call us at 1-800-927-4357. We can help you find additional solutions. I have also directed my department's enforcement team to protect Angelenos from fraudsters targeting wildfire survivors and to assist with the ongoing evacuation efforts. My department has moved quickly to host an insurance support workshop on January 18th and 19th at Santa Monica College, followed by another event the following weekend at Pasadena City College. We will have experts from our staff and representatives from insurance companies available so homeowners can obtain answers and take the action they need in one convenient location. Again, call us at 1-800-927-4357 to schedule a one-on-one appointment with our experts. Related to health, I've issued an additional notice to all California health insurers directing them to submit emergency plans to my department. These plans must detail how they're going to ensure that consumers can continue to access essential medical care and obtain their medications in the wake of these disasters. I've been in constant communication with our county leaders, governor, the legislative leaders, and our congressional delegation to identify best ways to expedite our recovery, reduce wildfire risk, and build a more climate resilient state and communities. Making homes and communities
recovery
safer
doesn't sound like profits, so yeah, they're not going to do anything.
Priority for our state. Looking forward, I'm going to ask the governor and the state legislature to support my proposal to provide consumers with home hardening grants. We need to put money in people's hands. This measure is critical to protecting homes and improving long-term resilience against wildfire risk. We are also going to be introducing legislation to include businesses in our moratorium law. Businesses are an important consumer of insurance and the financial backbone of many communities, and they also need this vital protection. Newly elected insurance reforms are now in effect
they are addressing
to make insurance rates more
lot,
stable and predictable. My sustainable insurance strategy mandates that insurance companies expand and maintain coverage in high wildfire areas if they are going to use forward-looking catastrophic models and incorporate the reinsurance cost in the rate making, which my department just finalized in December. Why is this important for our residents? It ensures that Californians in wildfire-prone areas retain access to insurance and brings competition back into the market and ultimately lowering the cost. Without these measures, insurance companies may continue non-renewals, leaving communities at greater risk of underinsurance and total loss of coverage. Even with these devastating wildfires, I want to be clear, I am confident that these reforms will keep us on track to modernizing our insurance market, encourage insurers to return and expand in California, and protect the solvency of our market. We remain the largest insurance market in the nation, fourth in the world. Our goal is to ensure they remain financially solvent and can honor the claim that will stabilize our insurance market in the long run. Now, let me just quickly address issues surrounding the insurer of last resort, which we call the FAIR Plan. It has become clear that reforms are necessary as the coverage maximums have not changed in 30 years. I recognize that for some Californians, the coverage limits, even the ones that we've already implemented, are still very low. Under my strategy, we have also ensured the creation of a stronger, more sustainable fair plan
thank you for the $10
with the
donation.
long-term financial strategy to withstand the challenging fires we are experiencing today.
Awesome.
Let me be clear. Once the fires are brought under control, we will
Sorry, I got
get
the
data
other alert set up.
directly from the insurance industry
But,
and the fair plan
Streamlabs,
about claims filed.
I'm not even going to go through it again, but
that we have all the
Streamlabs.
other fires that may or may not happen. We
Actually,
are focused on
Streamlabs is
maintaining the
very
fair plan's
good.
financial health while getting people
Have a bad
back
day.
to the regular market where they belong. In closing, our actions are focused on ensuring that the insurance companies meet their commitments to the consumers.
Thank you, Scott, for the $10
that
donation.
Californians are protected, not just in this crisis, but beyond. We are here to help. Please call us. We speak multiple languages in whatever language you feel
All right.
comfortable.
This is the important
Insurance
part.
can be complicated. We are here to help you decipher your policy and help you understand what your rights are as consumers. Please call us at 1-800-927-4357, or you can use our live chat feature on our website.
You got it twice, dude. Come on. This is Broadcasting 101.
.ca.gov. Together, we will get through this, I can assure you, and thank you.
Oh, there we go.
As you assess the response. As
Okay,
you well
so-
know, then millions of people receive false.
Got that one. Let's try this. This one's just going through all the damage. Okay, give me 1 second. I had another live feed I gotta find. Doesn't help that they keep changing the hyperlink. They did it again. What the hell? Because it's still live. I just don't understand it.
Well, let's take a closer look, shall we, at some of the consequences. We've just heard them, but we can see them as well through satellite imagery. Here on the left, buildings on Marathon Road, Altadena. You can see the swimming pools, people's ordinary homes, ordinary lives. All of that completely changed, completely decimated, completely burned. The swimming pools there, blackened. The homes blackened, the buildings destroyed. Here on the left, we can see Fair Oaks Avenue, also in Altadena, a very similar scene. Ordinary, typical homes. Wow. Here,
if you need me in chat, just holler. I'm at work trying to finish before the roads freeze.
But you can see these pockets
we just
of
had that happen.
That were people's houses in exactly
I don't know
the same
how the hell.
place. Let's move south, shall we?
People
to
who live in
Pacific
Chicago,
Palisades. We talked so much about
we just have
these
this really big
homes
problem
along
with the
Tuna Canyon. You can see the canyon
driving.
above. The homes and the cars along the highway there. All of these homes completely destroyed. One, possibly two, possibly still intact. One of them, definitely, still on fire. Let's show you the ground level situation. We heard from Patricia about her home, about her neighbours' homes. She knows that many of them were destroyed. It will be scenes like this for so many people in the region. This is the coastal highway. You can see here the flames of where this building was. You can see these light areas. This is the picket fence that is also in the front of that shot. The consequences of an ongoing natural disaster. And it's not just homes, it's businesses.
Did any of you guys kind of have like a delayed thing where after seeing all this devastation, like I kind of went to bed last night, I woke up and I read one story about this and then it all hit me at once where it just, my brain, I guess, finally caught up to it where I was like, holy crap, this is devastation unseen, like in America.
And stained
like
by smoke.
So, way to say you're live when you're not, dicks. It was actually a good update, though. Here. New blazes.
That interface with what type of an alert you're going to send, an evacuation order.
still trying to... Oh, here we go. Okay, yeah, let's not.
Flare-ups. There's one in the foreground here, right there in the center of your screen. And if you tilt
that was a hellscape. That was ridiculous.
On the other side of that ridge line.
So I just popped in there, and all I saw was somebody spamming in chat, Jesus is life, Jesus is life, Jesus is life. I was like, okay, no, I'm going to do that.
At a higher altitude than lower shrubbery and things like that. So you have really tall flames starting to flare up as the fire encounters some thicker brush. Hopefully these people have some degree of brush clearance, but
why is this so
these
dark?
winds, it really doesn't matter. I can only say that, again, thankfully, if this was 24 hours ago...
Give me 1 second. I don't understand why
just
these
this evening, Governor Gavin Newsom announcing that if...
Oh, God. You know what? Fine. You guys want to be that way? Fine. I'll find it myself.
Of people's homes, and this is what it looks like here on this busy corner with some businesses across the way and just home after home, and it just keeps going all the way back. There's nothing left here on this at this intersection.
From out of state for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Thanks to the increased number of resources assigned, the region is in a much better posture than we were earlier this week. And I have been advised that mutual aid resources from Canada are arriving now. The National Weather Service predicts that the red flag will continue through Friday or continue today through 6 p.m. However, our priority is also going to be...
In this video, we will take a closer look at how the California wildfires started, beginning from the Palisades region, extending through the Hollywood Hills, including the Sunset area, and progressing to the Eaton, Hearst, and Lydia fires. More than 7,500 dedicated personnel are actively involved in fighting the flames. The operation has deployed 1,162 fire engines, offering ground support to suppress and control the spread of the fire. Additionally, 31 helicopters are conducting aerial water drops supported by 6 large water tanker aircraft to tackle the more inaccessible and high-intensity hotspots. But most importantly, we'll look at how this all started all in the videos ahead. Let's take a closer look at the factors contributing to the fires. To be honest, even experts have been taken aback by how rapidly these extremely dangerous fires have spread. By Tuesday night, the 7th of January, 3 massive blazes had already erupted in northern Los Angeles, with more following on Wednesday. Let's examine the largest of these fires. The Palisades fire, as mentioned, began at 10:30 a.m. local time on Tuesday. This image, captured just 15 minutes after the fire was first reported, already shows its intensity from the sky. The fire quickly ballooned throughout the afternoon, raging between the beach towns of Santa Monica and Malibu. By midnight, it had consumed nearly 3,000 acres, destroying numerous buildings and homes, so many, in fact, that officials are still struggling to determine the full extent of the damage. The cause of the fires has not yet been identified. However, what we do know is that they have been supercharged by fierce, dry winds blowing in from the northeast. These winds, known as the Santa Ana winds, accelerate as they hit the mountainous terrain around Los Angeles. This can be seen in the striking bands of pink and purple on weather maps, indicating the areas affected by these devil winds. The Santa Ana winds also drastically reduce humidity levels, drying out the land and making it more flammable. With wind speeds reaching up to 60 miles per hour, these conditions are so extreme that firefighting planes have been unable to take off. Fire chiefs describe the combination of low humidity, dry soil, and strong winds as creating some of the worst fire conditions imaginable. Southern California recently experienced an exceptionally hot summer, with almost no rainfall during what should now be the wet season. This map illustrates the rainfall of the past 60 days compared to the average for this period. The brown areas around Los Angeles highlight regions that have received virtually no rain, leaving the land parched and highly flammable. This combination of factors has created a dire situation for thousands of Los Angeles residents, many of whom have been forced to flee their homes.
These homes, often belonging to the rich and famous, have been reduced to ashes in mere hours. This is the grim reality faced by Californians as they grapple with an increasingly severe and prolonged wildfire season. 7 fires are currently being tackled in California. The Palisades fire was first reported at 10:30 a.m. 1830 Greenwich Mean Time on Tuesday, January 7th. Within just 20 minutes, it grew from a 20-acre blaze to more than 200 acres. By Wednesday night, the fire had expanded to approximately 16,000 acres. At least 30,000 people have been ordered to evacuate their homes. The Eaton fire rapidly grew to cover 1,000 acres within the first 6 hours after breaking out. It started in Altadena in the hills above Pasadena at around 6:30 p.m. local time on Tuesday. By Wednesday night, the fire had spread to over 10,000 acres and 5 fatalities had been reported. The Hearst fire began burning just north of San Fernando at around 10:10 p.m. local time on Tuesday. It quickly grew to 850 acres, according to local officials, and has triggered evacuation orders in neighboring Santa Clarita. The Woodley fire broke out in Woodley Park at approximately 6:15 a.m. local time on Wednesday. According to the Los Angeles Fire Department, it has now been fully contained. The Olivas fire erupted in Ventura County, northwest of Los Angeles, and burned across about 11 acres. It has also been fully contained. The Lilia fire ignited around 2 o'clock p.m. on Wednesday in the mountainous Acton area north of Los Angeles.
I'll be honest, that was one of them I was worried about because I got a friend in Ventura.
Acres, and as of 9 o'clock p.m., had been 40% contained. The Sunset fire broke out at approximately 6 o'clock p.m. in the Hollywood Hills, a residential neighborhood overlooking the historic Hollywood area. It currently spans about 50 acres and is 0% contained. A mandatory evacuation order remains in place. But there were also significant funding issues that may have hampered the firefighting efforts. A potentially leaked letter from L.A. Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, dated December 17, 2024, warned Mayor Karen Bass about the repercussions of recent budget cuts. According to the letter, the $17 million reduction in the department's budget had severely limited the department's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies.
So realistically, it was totally her fault. Well, not totally, but it was definitely like...
This morning highlights the critical role that sufficient funding plays in maintaining readiness for natural disasters and other emergencies.
Political shit either. This is like, no, you made a really bad call.
Questions about the impact of financial decisions on public safety, especially in a state like California.
Both parties will probably agree on that one.
This is the actual footage of the firefighting plane, the C-415, also called Super Scooper. It has a big advantage compared to the other tankers since it does not have to land on airports stationed far away. The operation of the CL-415 begins with the aircraft's approach to a water source. The pilot skillfully maneuvers the plane toward a suitable body of water, such as a lake or river, ensuring that the location meets the necessary criteria for safety and efficiency. The approach requires careful navigation to align the aircraft with the water surface,
audio cut back again?
taking into account factors like wind direction, water depth, and surrounding terrain. Once aligned, the aircraft initiates the water scooping process. A specialized scoop integrated into the plane's underbelly is lowered onto the water surface as the
continue to have audio issues.
This precise action allows the scoop to collect a significant volume of water, filling the internal tank within seconds. The process is carefully monitored to ensure the tank is filled to its optimal capacity without compromising the aircraft's balance or performance. With the water tank filled, the pilot retracts the scoop and skillfully ascends, transitioning the aircraft into departure mode. The CL-415 then heads directly toward the fire, navigating challenging conditions such as thick smoke, high temperatures, and potentially turbulent air. The journey demands precise coordination and constant communication with ground crews to identify the most effective drop zone. As the aircraft approaches the target area, the water drop is executed. The pilot releases the water from the tank in a controlled manner, ensuring it directly targets the flames or the surrounding areas to suppress and contain the fire. The timing and accuracy of the drop are critical as they maximize the effectiveness of the operation while minimizing the risk of surrounding environments.
Interesting just to learn about the plane itself.
Following the drop, the aircraft returns to the designated water source to repeat the process. This cycle of scooping, departing, and dropping continues as needed, showcasing the CL-415's efficiency and reliability in aerial firefighting. The entire operation is a testament to the aircraft's specialized design and the expertise of its crew, working tirelessly to combat fires and protect communities. We make original videos from scratch, so please do subscribe and hit the notification bell for more videos.
Cool. We'll do that.
LA is on fire.
Apocalyptic scenes, tens of thousands on the run as homes and buildings burn to the ground.
I mean, this is what's so crazy. If you can't even see the sun, it is completely blacked out.
Flames are up about 30, 40 feet high. And, you know, you hear...
Now I kind of want to play Fire Plane Simulator.
Several wildfires struck in quick succession in the Pacific Palisades.
I hate to say there's probably been an increase in that.
Pasadena, the San Fernando Valley, Beverly Hills. What you see here
Careful,
is
if you're too good at it, they're going to try and recruit you.
Been burning. Now look at the evacuation zones. Thousands of people have had to flee for their lives.
At least 5 people have been killed and more than 100,000 are now under evacuation orders.
I mean, I was down to my knees when I got up to my parents' house, which was basically just a chimney stack and a pile of ash. I mean, it's something out of a movie.
At one point, more than 1 million people were without power. The air has become too poisonous to breathe. The water, unsafe to drink. And the biggest fires are still completely uncontained.
We're still looking at 10,600 acres out here in Altadena and in Pasadena and up in these hills. Who knows where that will go next?
But one fire, the first to break out, and still the biggest by far, is unprecedented. No one in LA has ever seen a fire there so big, growing so fast, and fighting that fire has been a nightmare.
Out of every fire hydrant you've seen, what have you found?
Right now, we're finding most of them are down or low pressure.
If you had a hydrant for this building,
if we had a hydrant for this building, we might have been able to save the back out.
I'm going to explain everything we know about the Palisades
I hate to say, like, that was a useful bit of information, even though I know that it's like that. It's like, dude, go away. We're kind of busy.
The National Weather Service issues a red flag warning when it's warm, windy, and dry. 3 things that can kick wildfires into overdrive. And Tuesday morning, those warnings became very real.
You can see the flames are burning in the hills.
This fire appears to have started in the foothills just north of the Pacific Palisades themselves. The Palisades, if you've never been there, is this sort of idyllic community, very secluded, well outside the hustle and bustle of downtown LA itself.
Yeah.
Nestled
It's literally a mountain. It's a mountain suburb.
Between the Pacific Ocean, the mountains to the north, Malibu is to the west, Santa Monica is to the east. A lot of celebrities live there. And one celebrity, actor James Woods, would be among the first to post video of the fire approaching his home.
Standing in my driveway, getting ready to evacuate. We've got a lot of planes going over, dropping water.
He posted that just before noon local time, within about an hour of the fire starting. Only a few hours later, with the caption, "2 houses from us," a short video of a neighbor's home being consumed.
Wow. Okay, so yeah, I didn't know that.
The first major problem almost everyone would have run into was figuring out how to escape.
Yeah, where are you going?
You got the call ordering you to. They
Yeah.
played this voicemail live on KTLA 5.
Evacuate now from the area of Palisades area. Those not in the evacuation area should shelter in place. Evacuation order for Palisades fire.
But this was what it looked like when you're not quite sure whether you're driving away from or into danger. Now, I've geolocated this video to exactly this stretch of Palisades Drive. Kelsey Traynor, the evacuee who shot the video, she's heading south along Palisades and heading towards Sunset Boulevard. But you can see the geography of the part of the Palisades that she was coming from. There are no options. You are literally surrounded by mountains, which are on fire. And Palisades Drive is the only way out. From her follow-up post, there is also only one road in and out of this area, and this was the road. Nowhere else to go. This is the emergency route.
Which is your house?
Yeah, this is
That's a piggy bank.
our house. Backyard's on fire. I'm out of here.
Oh my gosh. So what happened? Is there anything we can do to help you, sir?
You can take these paintings, I guess. I can't ride with these.
I've seen accounts of
That guy, we have a van.
Taking some people hours just to leave their neighborhoods because so many people were trying to leave all at once. Even if you had a car, you might have been tempted to ditch it and go on foot because of the gridlock. And this is what lots of people did. And that created a new problem. Permanent, unmoving gridlock, which makes responding to an emergency impossible.
Guys, this is literally, I mean, it's been overused a little bit in the media, but this is apocalyptic. This is nuts.
So this is what county crews had to spend their time doing, literally bulldozing dozens of cars out of the way, all of them left abandoned. But the evacuation was just one problem. The wind and the water were two others. Southern California has been facing incredibly dry conditions lately. In January, that's winter. It's supposed to rain a lot, but they've gotten almost nothing for months.
LAX has their driest start to the water here on record, and records date back to 1944.
So when the Palisades fire did spark and embers started to fly, dry brush provided fuel and the wind provided an unstoppable.
I mean, realistically, because God, the Republicans and MAGA are literally saying that they're going back to what Donald Trump said about the raking of the brush and all that. There's no way. There's just no way. You can do it with your homes, sure, and in the residential areas, but what are you supposed to do? Are we supposed to create this giant mountain rake? I don't understand how they were supposed to do that.
Low pressure is going to be part of this coast-to-coast storm system, and that's funneling in the Santa Ana winds.
According to Pasadena's fire chief, the wind was the #1 factor causing the fire to spread so quickly. And that happens in two ways. One, the burning hot embers from the wildfire.
Yeah.
The wind blows them far and wide, and they start new fires. According to the LA Fire Department, sometimes miles ahead of the flame front.
They're trying to throw the hose up on the roof so they can start to spray the palm tree itself, but as you see, pieces are falling down.
But the wind also made it impossible for water bombers to fly at all. By the evening, on the day the Palisades fire started, all firefighting aircraft were grounded. It was simply too dangerous to fly.
Hurricane-force winds are usually accompanied by rainstorms, but these are hurricane-force winds that are combined with extremely dry drought conditions.
But if the wind was what made the wildfires so deadly, it was the lack of water that made them impossible to fight.
We had a tremendous demand on our system in the Palisades. We pushed the system to the extreme. 4 times the normal demand was seen for 15 hours straight.
One of the biggest stories to come out of the Palisades wildfire is how the city's water supply failed to meet the moment. You see, there are 3 water tanks, these huge million-gallon tanks that firefighters in that area can draw upon. The hydrants are connected to those 3 tanks, and many of them sputtered dry within 15 hours.
We ran out of water in the first tank at about 4:45 p.m. yesterday. We ran out of water on the second tank about 8:30 p.m. and the third tank about 3 a.m. this morning.
I hate to be this guy, but at least their police was funded.
The reason this happened has a lot to do with the geography of the Palisades itself. So the Palisades are on slightly higher ground than the rest of LA. The reason you would position water tanks on high ground is so gravity can help push the water through the pipes down to where they're needed. But if those tanks run dry, you have to reload them from other tanks, and those reserve tanks are on lower ground. That's a more difficult process, and certainly slower than needed to keep those frontline water tanks full. And turns out, the immense drain on water causes the water pressure in the system to plunge, which makes the water that is flowing through the system unsafe to drink.
Because we're pushing the water system so hard, our water quality is decreasing. We have a lot of ash in the system, and so please, if you're gonna be drinking water, you need to boil the water.
Right now, the situation on the ground is moving so quickly, it's
They even said that boiling the water wouldn't do it, though.
hard to give firm details that'll hold up. But what we can tell you, the California National Guard has been deployed. The winds have died down somewhat, allowing water bombers to get back into the air. And the federal government is sending helicopters and dozens of other vehicles to join the fight. Other states, too, are sending manpower. Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, Washington, all
Idaho.
chipping in. But the fight is just
gonna leave Idaho out.
phase one. The recovery
I know
is
for a
expected
fact
to
they
be
sent a bunch
long
of people.
and hard. The epicenter of these fires, the Palisades, Malibu, Altadena, they've all been hollowed out. These communities have been burned to the ground. One insurance estimate put the damage at $10 billion US.
Oh.
And as I said at the start, the biggest of the fires, at the time I record this, still 0% contained.
Well, let's see what the world's richest man has to say about any of this.
We need to talk about the California wildfires, because I find both the speed and the scale of destruction to be both heartbreaking and terrifying, but I've also found
the chat box.
that this has brought out both the best and the worst in humanity. When it comes to the worst, we have people like Alex Jones and Elon Musk saying, destroyed by design, Los Angeles fires are a part of a larger globalist plot to wage.
Insurances are already taking natural disaster out of their coverage. Climate change and mismanagement of environment resources for profits and greed is going to destroy people in this country. Yep. Oh, I can tell you right now that even where I'm at, they started adjusting our policies. Mine specifically, like I'm currently dealing with that. Back in November, we had a severe windstorm that it was so severe that it just started ripping pieces of my siding off my house. Again, have homeowners insurance. We pay into it. It's like well into it. And then our deductible, like they came back and we're going to have to pay almost double like what our deductible is. So it's insane.
The entire United
It's absolutely
States.
insane. And it was because they came back and they were just like, oh, we had to adjust your policy.
And Elon Musk just says,
did they let us know that? No.
Alex Jones then responds, I know you are fighting the death cult on
But they will definitely call if you miss a payment in any way, shape, or form.
many fronts, but please bring your spotlight in to focus on the
When
critical
tyranny becomes
issue
law,
of
rebellion becomes duty.
administrative
Thomas Jefferson.
terrorism. So not use your resources to help the people suffering from this wildfire, not use your vast wealth to help rebuild these schools, these homes, but to focus light on some conspiracy theory about administrative terrorism and a large globalist plot. So that's the worst of humanity, and I'll give you more examples, but I'd also like to show you the best of humanity. Take a look at this clip of a news reporter helping a homeowner who's trying to get away from his house keep his belongings safe. Take a quick look.
Oh, did he actually take the paintings? There. You know what? Screw it. Sorry, Mock.
Is this your house? Yeah. Which is your house?
Yeah, this is our house. Backyard's on fire. I'm out of here.
Oh my gosh. So what happened? Is there anything we can do to help you, sir?
You can take these paintings, I guess. I can't ride with these.
Listen, I'll take them for you. I work at NBC.
Thank you.
I'll make sure you get them. What's your name?
My name's Francois Aru. 310.
Okay, so you don't want to give that number out, but we've got these from you. You come and find them for me at NBC. But again, so here you see.
Taking my bike out for you guys.
Okay, someone leaving. He just told me, this gentleman, that his home is on fire, his backyard's on fire. David's going to go right up here and show us right here.
2 thumbs up for that reporter. You know what? No, that was cool of
I mean,
him.
that is quite a beautiful moment
No,
right
that was
there.
yeah,
That
man.
homeowner was
I gotta
surprisingly
agree with
calm, and
Mockler.
I'm glad
Like
that he ended up dipping out of there.
that was
But
nice.
it's horrifying.
To at least
I
see
want to break
that.
down some more of the lies that are being told about this $17 million
God, here we go.
about raking. We're going to break all of these down thoroughly, but just for a quick update, at the time of recording this video, it says, fierce wildfires burning out of control in the greater Los Angeles area have killed at least 5 people and forced nearly 180,000 people from their homes. Authorities said the total number of deaths from the fires are unknown. At least 5 fires are burning, covering more than 45 square miles, sparked by dry conditions and powerful winds, causing unprecedented scenes in areas not known for fires. And again, what I found really striking are just the speed of these fires, and it makes sense due to the
paintings,
high winds due to some of the territories that are ripe to burn. But the Palisades fire, for example, has burned through more than 17,000 acres, almost 27 square miles. It has destroyed 1,000 structures and is entirely uncontained, making it the most destructive in LA history. And while people are going through that, what is the president-elect of the United States saying? He tweeted out multiple times, Governor Gavin Newsom should immediately go to Northern California and open up the
I'm trying so hard to be chill.
water main and let the water flow into his dry,
Hey, I appreciate
starving,
it.
burning state. He said, no more excuses from this incompetent governor. He then said, fire is spreading rapidly for 3 days. Zero containment. Nobody has ever seen such failed numbers before. Really? Bro, this is not the time for your salesman-like talk. Nobody has ever seen the biggest numbers ever. He then said, more salesman-like talk. One of the
Since this is LA, imagine all art and music and all the interesting things people collect that are just in the area that are just gone.
One of the best and most beautiful parts of the United States of America.
Oh, especially, those celebrities,
burning down to the ground. Really? Of course, we think California is beautiful, but when's the last
I feel sick seeing his tweets. It's insane. Here we are. We're right back to it, guys. I mean, every day is going to be this crap for the next 4 years at least.
And we also see.
And I say at least because he's going to try. He's at least going to try.
Incredibly unpresidential, but what else do we expect? I also want
to. The Supreme Court might not allow it though, because they did have that surprise where they were just like, yeah, we're not going to intervene. But then again, I think it's because they knew that they talked to Judge Merchan, and they were just like, yeah, he's not going to get any punishment. Really, he's going to get slapped on the wrist and just be told no.
That chose to
unconditional release.
Blame you for this.
One can't even respond to it. I mean, it's people are literally fleeing. People have lost their lives. Kids lost their schools. Families completely torn asunder. Churches burned down.
Asunder.
This guy wanted to politicize it. I have a lot of thoughts, and I know what I want to say.
Just say it. See, I was saying that's him. I've already gone through this because I've seen this clip already. This is him politicizing it because he can never be real. That's the part about the Democrats that nobody likes, is the fact that they're always just so coordinated and just like they can never just go, God, he's an asshole, isn't he?
United States of America today.
It's going to be worse than last time. Hell yeah, it is. Michael Hernandez, welcome to the channel.
The backs of every single person in this community. Didn't play politics. Didn't try.
You haven't liked the stream yet? Please do, and also sub the channel if you haven't.
Replies on X, which is a cesspool, says, "Why was there no water in the fire hydrants?"
Mel Gibson's house was burning down while he was on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Substantially cut in order to
Can we just take a moment of silence to actually enjoy that?
Subsidize woke policies. This is
I hate to say, with Gavin Newsom, it was very performative.
On MAGA right here. This is your brain on MAGA, talking about woke policies, but let's not get caught up on that. Let's get caught up on the actual facts. I want to show you this clip of Jesse Waters, and I want to explain what's wrong with what him and Donald Trump are claiming. So this clip is honestly beyond parody, because Jesse Waters is claiming that Trump called this, and then it cuts to a clip of Trump acting like a complete child, using a childlike vocabulary, a childlike understanding of how this works. But what else would you expect? Let's watch this.
Again, Trump warned him about this years ago.
Got to take care of the floors, the floors of the forests, very important. You look at other countries where they...
Gavin Newsom legit was just like, why does he stand like that? This is the second time I've seen him stand with his hands in his pockets, but he doesn't use his front pockets. He always uses his back pockets.
Do it differently, and it's a whole different story. I was with the president of Finland, and he said, we have a much different, we're a forest nation. He called it a forest nation.
At least he can't take legal weed away from us, right? I mean, even if they tried to do a federal mandate, there's nothing like, dude, that genie is already too far out of the bottle. And honestly, if they're going to start focusing on that while we have these dude, what? No matter what, this is going to seep into his presidency, and he's going to have to deal with this. And he's going to have to deal with the fact that there's so many displaced people. Now what? Now that the fact that we have Americans that are now displaced that are going to be migrating, I'm sure that there's, going to be bigger issues. And also, he's going to be working on those tax cuts. I think he's going to be too busy with that.
Spent a lot of time on raking and cleaning and doing things, and they don't have...
Raking and cleaning and doing things. I have a very smart windbreaker. That's one of the best parts about becoming the president of the United States, is just the unlimited closet of very smart windbreakers.
And when it is, it's a very small problem.
Newsom, after the election, called an emergency special session in California to Trump-proof the state. Not fireproof it, Trump-proof it.
Yeah, you do need to Trump-proof it when he withholds
Although Newsom standing in front of burning houses while his political future goes up in flames is quite the picture.
federal funds.
I didn't
from
think of it that
certain
way.
disasters. Yeah, you're going to need
Nice.
to have your own
Right.
help. Speaking of
Interesting.
that, President Biden just addressed the nation and announced that he had signed a fire management systems grant and signed a major disaster declaration in response to the fires. This means cost sharing will be waived, with the federal government covering 100% of the costs for 100
Lifting sanctions on Russia.
days.
Yeah.
Quote, spare no expense, Biden said. Biden also announced additional resources for California, including 400 federal firefighters.
Yeah, make sure Russian oligarchs have like first shot at, all that now burnt land,
30 helicopters and planes, 8 C-130s from the Defense Department, and 5...
Oh, can we just acknowledge that the fact that they're just like, we're going to rebuild. It's like, you really shouldn't.
500 ground clearing personnel from
I
the
think this
DoD.
was, all right, I don't even believe in God. But if you do believe in God, I'm pretty sure this was him telling you it's time to move.
So he's actually making substantial moves. You can only think about what would happen if Trump were the president. He would be ignoring this, or he would be milking it for more political gain like he is here. Now, what Trump claimed in this clip, and what a bunch of MAGA Republicans have been claiming...
OMG,
is that
Biden
they
did the
failed
John
to
Hammond
break
spare
the
no
grounds.
expense.
So they
He actually
failed to
said
break
it?
the floor of the forest.
Did he say
It's
spare no
completely,
expense?
Totally, utterly BS. And while I was doing research, I came
no
across
way.
this Reddit thread. This reads, "This is dangerous rhetoric and needs to be combated. I am an ISA certified arborist, which means I specialize in tree care. Part of this training is a general understanding of soil science, and continuing education for the certification is entrenched in ecoscience, municipal forest management, and something called the Wildlife Urban Interface, WUI for short. One of the mutually essential layers of soil is called the organic matter layer. There are countless benefits to this layer, and we cannot lose it and have healthy forests." Again, there are countless benefits to these essential layers of soil called the organic matter layer, and we cannot lose it and still have healthy forests. You might be thinking, quote, "That's mildly interesting, but why is the writer of this post freaking out about this?" Well, it's because the OM layer is made by life existing above the ground. Leaves, wood, poop, flesh, and bones from animals. Basically dead things that used to be alive. And if Donald Trump somehow convinces the country that it's a good idea to remove these layers of leaves, wood, flesh, bones, we will be destroying our forests faster than wildfires could dream.
Yeah.
If we destroy our forests and all of our soil, then we destroy everything. I also believe it could contribute massively to climate change through
Yep.
loss of water retention and loss of viable growing conditions. Not to mention, fires have been part of Earth for longer than people. All flora and fauna evolved to rely on the downstream benefits of fires, meaning they actually protect our ecosystems. Again, these
Newsom could have come back at Trump's comments, but chose not to jump in the mud with pigs.
layers that Trump wants
True.
to break have evolved to
But at the same time, he could just... This is where I was just saying it, though. This is why people perceive Democrats as being weak, is because they can't even just say, he's so full of shit. Like, these are the times to do that, too. And it's not even for political points. It's because you're trying... Like, at that point, just be real. This is why... I can't overstipulate this enough. This is why people don't trust them, is because they're always so calculated, even in a situation like that.
on the downstream.
This is why people even gravitate towards Trump, because they're just like, hey, say what you will. At least he speaks his mind.
Of fires. He said, "I know people want to sympathize with the concept of, quote, protecting people's homes from fire. Of course, we all do.
100-mile-per-hour winds caused by a warming climate. Next disaster happens in a blue state, and they're
But
screwed.
The science matters. Ecological disaster is not the appropriate response." And someone left another comment that I thought was true. It says, "Reminds me of the sparrow
is a blue
campaign
state.
in Maoist China." Have you guys ever heard of this? Sparrows eat seeds. So Mao decided to exterminate all of the sparrows in China to increase crop yields. Turns out sparrows also eat locusts. Somewhere between 15 and 55 million people starved to death in the resulting famine. Autocratic dictators are fun, they say.
See? Isn't history fun?
Sarcastically, meaning when you are a dictator who doesn't rely on science, you just rely on your own image and your own instinct over science, then you're going to end up killing many, many people. Now let's debunk another lie. Make sure you drop a like, drop some blue hearts to help boost this video, because I think these lies, and they're important to cover. Also, Let me know if you're in California. Are you affected? Anyone that you know? Are you guys affected? I was talking to Brian Tyler Cohen yesterday, and he seems to be doing fine, but it's scary for everybody. It's incredibly scary for everybody. Now, next we have thousands of Los Angeles homeowners were dropped by their insurers.
Are birds even real, though? It's one of my favorite, like, meme movements.
True, and it's incredibly
Birds aren't real.
Pacific Palisades, a Los Angeles neighborhood that's been devastated by the fire, is emblematic of the insurance nightmare increasingly facing homeowners residing in regions prone to climate disasters. About 1,600 policies in Pacific Palisades were dropped by State Farm in July. The California Department of Insurance spokesperson Michael Soller said in an email to CBS, an analysis of insurance data by CBS San Francisco last year found that State Farm also dropped more than 2,000 policies in 2 other Los Angeles zip codes, which include Brentwood, Calabasas, Hidden Hills, and a few more. And this reflects a broader trend of private insurers, including Allstate and Farmers Insurance, dropping California policies or halting underwriting, leaving homeowners with the choice of getting coverage from the insurer of last resort. I saw this heartbreaking video of a woman saying that her parents, her 90-year-old parents, had just lost their insurance and then they lost their house, meaning that they have nothing. They have no way to get it back. And this is incredibly heartbreaking. I'll make another video about this, and I hope that anybody who's being affected is able to recover. I hope anybody in the audience watching is staying safe. This is another big one. People have been claiming that the LA Fire Department's budget was cut by $17 million, and that is why this massive disaster was allowed to be out of control. First of all, the budget was worth over $800 million, so that $17 million wouldn't even matter in the grand scheme of things.
Stop
it! It was increased.
Stop it, because then no.
Increased by a total
I'm sorry,
of $50
man.
million,
That's BS. Even the fire chief said, no, that would have definitely helped us have some, way to do some preventative measures, but we didn't even have that.
$1 million was cut. Let's read this.
Come on.
Base also took heat from both far left.
Wow,
and far
he really
right
is just a
activists
mouthpiece
online,
for the establishment at this.
The fire department's budget in order to pay
Yeah,
for a costly
I like
new
Mockler,
contract
but
with the city's
he really,
police.
dude.
Also weighing in against her was
The center
Patrick
left got to him as quickly as they could because they're like, please don't develop into a leftist. We'll keep you right here in the corporate wing, right where you belong.
$23 million. Now listen. That assertion is wrong. The city was in the process of negotiating a new contract with the fire department at the time the budget was being crafted, so additional funding for the department was set aside in a separate fund until that deal was finalized in November. In fact, the city's fire budget increased by more than $50 million year over year compared to last budget cycle, according to Blumenfield's office, although overall concerns about the department's staffing level have persisted for a number of years. So it's fine to point out flaws in the way that California operates. When a disaster happens, that's the exact time where you want to rewire things, where you want to point out the flaws. For example, during COVID, all the conservatives were freaking out about the Great Reset. Oh no, they're going to restructure our institutions after COVID. But when something fails like that, that is exactly when you want to pinpoint the flaws. When a business goes bankrupt, you don't start a new business with the exact same model and just wait for it to go bankrupt again. You figure out the flaws and you fix it. So we can take that to COVID. COVID exposed a lot of flaws within our system, and we were able to help fix them. Well, we tried. And taking it to this, it's fine to point out
Just
the
seeing that
flaws
the
in
now
LA
Border
or in
Patrol is
California, but
doing
not if you're
arrests
just
at
lying.
Home
If you're
Depot
just
and
straight up
Walmart and other
lying
places
about
for
raking,
immigrants like they were doing in
lying about
Bakersfield
the budget being cut,
in Modesto,
then
Cali.
You're not helping. You're contributing to this disinformation sphere. Now, here's another video that may leave you with hope. I want to leave this video on a good note. In Hollywood, a palm tree caught on fire and embers were raining down at home. So Good Samaritans contacted the homeowners via a Ring camera, and the homeowner gave them access so they could take a hose up onto the roof. Look at those embers. Imagine if they hadn't stopped. Let's take a look at this insane clip.
We're in a dire situation right now because we are just about 10 homes north of Franklin at a home here on Vista where the palm tree above the home caught fire about 5 minutes ago. That itself is troubling and alarming. The concern is all these ashes are falling on top of this house and the house next door. To this point with this fire, we have not seen any houses go up in flames, but you know how it gets. One turns to two, turns to a dozen really quickly.
The criticism from MAGA is because of DEI and women's leadership. Yeah, exactly.
On their Ring
yeah, it's really
who evacuated already, who gave them access this to try to get up on the
Children.
roof. And you see the one guy right now
Literally
as they're trying
children.
to throw the hose up on the roof so they could start to spray the palm tree itself. But as you see, pieces are falling down right here in the driveway. And also, we'll come over here next door as well. I think the homeowners are home here. They've taken out their hose as well. But you see from this angle, some of the debris is coming off of the tree and down into the driveway here, which is fine at the moment. But obviously, there are trees here, there are bushes on this side, and homes on either side. The obvious concern here is the fact that if one of these homes catches fire and really goes up, and fire crews haven't made it here just yet, there's always a concern the next one and this entire block goes up. We are a half a block from Franklin, maybe 6 homes up the street, and the Runyon Canyon fire is up there. You can't see it now because of the smoke.
Shout out to these reporters who are on the streets. Shout out to the firemen who are on the street. Shout out to everybody who is out there helping people. And also, let's keep the people who are losing their homes or losing their family members or pets in our minds. If you're religious, you can pray for them.
Like, wait a minute.
I have a lot of respect for everybody involved,
like, wait a
except
minute, I
for
have
the
no
people
notifications.
who are using this for their own political gain. Why is Elon Musk donating millions and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars to the Republican Party, but he can't even help people in California? All he can do is spread conspiracy theories. I find it disgusting. So, drop a like.
Okay.
And look at that new fire, a new spot fire right there in the middle of your screen, a new spot fire getting closer to Runyon Canyon, where fire crews are now manning Runyon Canyon Road. There's a new fire right there that's grown pretty quickly and is now getting closer to Runyon Canyon.
That.
What I'm looking for, guys, is for that fire to jump Runyon Canyon Road based on the direction of the winds here. The winds are blowing that smoke and fire in this direction towards our shot here, and we will see if they can keep.
All right, cool. Well, let's
What's going on in Southern California right now is worse than we could have imagined, and it's getting even worse. With the quick numbers right now being tens of thousands of acres burned, over 2,000 structures destroyed, at least tens of billions of dollars in damage, and 5 dead. Also, the number of active blazes has expanded from 3 to 5, with new ones popping up near the Hollywood Hills and Antelope Valley. Now, the one in the Hollywood Hills, that drew a lot of attention in particular last night because it was threatening not only famous landmarks like the Hollywood sign and the Griffith Observatory, but also the densely populated areas of the famous Hollywood Strip as well. With that then leading to mandatory evacuations in these areas, although that was lifted as of 7:30 a.m. local time. And reportedly, while that fire hasn't been contained at all, it is slowing down, which could explain why the evacuation orders were lifted. But unfortunately, that is nowhere near the only fire that firefighters are struggling to stop. The Palisades fire and the Eaton fires continue to blaze and grow, and their destruction's just been fucking devastating. In the Palisades, we've
Keep
seen
it together,
entire
Dad, old
neighborhoods and
buddy.
historic shopping districts completely destroyed. In a lot of Altadena, where the Eaton fire has done most of its damage and where the most buildings have been lost so far, it's almost literally entirely gone, as we can see from satellite imagery. And neither the Palisades nor Eaton fires have been.
Yeah, it looks like they made an arrest, so they're determining whether it was because they literally caught somebody trying to start another fire.
Contained as of recording, and it's possible for a variety of reasons. Like, I know yesterday that we talked about there being hurricane force winds, but I don't think just saying it really conveyed just how crazy it is. I mean, this is what I mean. Those winds fling embers all over the place, and they send them flying, making it so that these fires move crazy fast. Which is also why, if you're in the areas affected, you should get the fuck out when they say get out. Or when one's closing in, not only is it moving fast, but an ember can be thrown way ahead of you and start a new fire that cuts you off. And also, because of everything that we're seeing, it's led to discussions about how these fires have gotten so crazy, and it's led to this 5-month-old Joe Rogan comment going viral.
I talked to a fireman once, and he goes, dude, one day, he goes, it's just going to be the right wind, and fire's going to start in the right place, and it's going to burn through LA all the way to the ocean, and there's not a fucking thing we can do about it. I go, really? He goes, yeah, we just get lucky. He goes, we get lucky with the wind. He goes, but if the wind hits the wrong way, it's just going to burn straight through LA, and there's not going to be a thing we can do about it. Because these fires are so big, dude. When they're talking about like thousands of acres that are burning simultaneously with like 40-mile-an-hour winds. And the wind's just blowing embers through the air, and those embers are landing on roofs, and those houses are going up, and they're landing on bushes, and those bushes are going up, and everything's dry. And once it happens in a way where it's so spread out that there's nothing they can do.
Although also with that, I will say anyone from or who has lived in SoCal will tell you that this is kind of an open secret. Like,
Yeah,
the state
this is
has
kind of something that you all knew.
Season. Like, it's fucking Armageddon. The climate is perfect for massive forest fires and the ecology is reliant on them. But also some, like the nonpartisan outlet Cal Matters, they've pointed out that these fires aren't during the normal fire season and they could be fueled by climate change, which has led to crazy swings in weather. And I mean, you only need to look at LA to see what they mean. Almost a year ago, this exact place was flooded under record rainfall. In just the span of a few days, it got a year's worth.
Yeah, I did see that this is going to somehow, like, this will be bigger than the Chicago fire if it continues.
It's dry, on fire, and there's no water to be found. Speaking of which, that's been a big question for everyone, because it quickly became apparent yesterday that firefighters in places like the Pacific Palisades were running out of water at even the fire hydrants. With that, then leading to a lot of speculation and accusations of incompetence. With, for example, Donald Trump saying on Truth Social, Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him.
This fucking child. Like, can we just...
That would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain.
He's such
snow
a
melt from the north to flow daily.
Bully kid that never got out of sixth
many
grade.
Parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in a virtually apocalyptic way.
He
He wanted to protect an essentially worthless fish called a smelt by giving it less water. It didn't work, but didn't care about the people of California. Now the ultimate price is being paid. I will demand that this incompetent governor allow beautiful, clean, fresh water to flow into California. He is the blame for this. On top of it all, no water for fire hydrants, no firefighting planes, a true disaster. Now with all that, there are a number of things to dive into, like regarding the smelt. That is a small fish native to the San Francisco estuary and is endangered both statewide and federally. It's also considered what's known as an indicator species, meaning that the health of its population is a good sign for how healthy that ecosystem is. And for years now, their population has been declining, so efforts backed by Newsom to help the species have included limiting how much
They should have run Gavin Newsom against Trump. I said that originally.
That area to other parts of the states, all of which has been the source of a ton of lawsuits and legal battles, as many parts of the state are feeling the effects of not having enough water. Though this also, as some people have tried to debunk this as the reason for a lack of water, saying things like,
back but not really.
There is no water available in fire hydrants in LA is because the water lines have been broken or burned by the fire, so there is no water pressure, in addition to low water pressure due to 8 months of drought. Resist politicized accusations and conspiracy theories. However, that appears to be a bit of misinformation, as even LA officials were saying that was not the reason.
I want to be very clear that the water continues to flow in the Palisades area through our main system. We haven't had any disruption into the water system, but because the winds were severely limited, the air operations, the number of fire hoses connected to the fire hydrants depleted our tanks in the area, specifically in higher elevations. We immediately implemented our contingency plans to provide water trucks to support our firefighters, and our crews are working on how to refill those tanks during this very moment.
You also had LADWP's CEO and chief engineer saying earlier in the conference that this was not a case of the LADWP being unprepared.
In preparation for the windstorm, LADWP activated its emergency preparation plans and filled all 114 available water reservoirs and storage facilities throughout the city, including the 3 1-million-gallon tanks in the Palisades area. We also fuel all our generators serving our pump stations to ensure water will flow out through the emergency.
And so the short version, according to LA's Department of Water and Power, is that the water was being used faster than it could be replaced since they couldn't rely on helicopters.
I wish we had well-funded public institutions to deal with natural disasters like this. Yeah, it's almost like, I don't know, we can see this stuff coming, and yet we just keep wasting money.
Plans to fight the fires. And in general, she also emphasized that they were searching for solutions to get even more.
Again, but military, we got to make sure that we're safe because, you know, we got to keep Americans safe from the enemy that isn't climate change that just did more damage than any, like, come on. Like, this is getting ridiculous at this point that we're all kind of just like running around like chickens with our heads cut off and just doing the, like, where do we go? Where do we go? Who do we look to? I don't even know what to do anymore.
Pointing fingers, you know, trying
Meanwhile,
to say
and they're just like, we just want number go up in bank account. Therefore, we don't care what happens.
Responsible for what's happening.
Michael Hernandez saw something about home fire suppression systems were destroyed and running full open in bunches of homes, sapping pressure.
Looking at LA Mayor Karen Bass. And as it turns out, Bass was in Ghana when the fire started. And almost literally the second she landed, she was asked questions about the situation. And at the press conference, she really didn't offer much.
Yeah, she's
new information and just reiterated what others said. You know, that the city was prepared and is working together to tackle the issue. We also saw a lot of people talking about her push to slash the cities and the LAFD's budget, which, you know, was something that we talked about yesterday.
Cosmic
So I won't
debris.
go
We need
fully
more
into it again, but
$10 billion
there are some new
aircraft
things.
carriers.
For example, a warning that LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley gave to Bass last
make
month
sure,
that
you
budget
know.
cuts would hurt the department's ability to respond to emergencies just like this. But still, you know, there are those who are defending Bass's decision and claim that conservatives are trying to play both sides of the issue. With essentially the main argument being that Bass had a lot of pressure to cut the city's budget in 2024 to close a
Meanwhile,
massive deficit.
drill,
But then
baby,
when a massive
drill.
disaster like this strikes, the city's asked, why was spending cut? But to be very clear here, right, it wasn't just conservatives who have been critical of the city and state's leadership. You had everyday people and folks like the Young Turks' Anna Kasparian, for example, being heavily critical of Democratic control of the state, saying with this, California and especially LA is controlled by Democrats. They are responsible. No more passing the buck. Our mayor, who was in Ghana as fires exploded in our city, cut the fire budget.
Look at that, though. Another opportunity to criticize Democrats to kind of ingratiate herself within the left or within the right-wing sphere that she's so desperately trying to get in with.
$17 million. Endless amounts of money funneled to bullshit scammer.
This is her mea culpa for everything that, like, they're making her mea culpa for everything that she said. Like, make no mistake, they're not just going to open their arms and just be like, yes, come into our
homeless
our space.
We're the highest taxed, yet we have encampments and squalor everywhere. Even worse, we don't have enough firefighters to respond to the absolute disaster we're experiencing right now. Rather than conserve the record rain we got last year, we just drained it into the ocean. We are a failing city run by a sick excuse for local government. You want to radicalize people against the modern Democratic Party? Send them to LA. Though that was not the only person or thing that was getting blamed for this disaster. With one of the big narratives being pushed around right now by accounts like Libs of TikTok being that LA Fire's leadership are DEI hires, and so with that also makes them incapable. They're saying, meet Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. She boasts about being the first female and LGBTQ fire chief in the LA Fire Department. Promoting a culture of DEI is her priority. Does this make you feel safer? Though with that, you had plenty of people countering that Crowley being solely a DEI hire, that doesn't match with her career. Or with it being noted that she is a 22-year firefighter vet, she's done essentially every job within the field, including leadership positions like captain, battalion chief, assistant chief, fire marshal, and deputy chief. And actually, when she took her first firefighter exam in the late 90s, she was in the top 50 out of 16,000 applicants, with former Mayor Eric Garcetti, who appointed her, explicitly stating that she was appointed because of her credentials. Now, also with this, similar claims have been made about the head of the LADWP.
And again, repeating right-wing talking points that are false. What the F is going on with her? Yep.
Pointing to her extensive resume, noting that she was.
This is why there's so many. This is why we are all making videos about this, and then TYT's. Guess what their response is? Oh, look at the left. They're scapegoating us. They're totally being bad faith, instead of looking at their actions going, no, you guys keep doing this thing that we're all recognizing where you're like, yeah, this pivot right is insane.
Commander for 15 years, including a 5-year stint working in incident management. And also just before getting to the LADWP, she was a senior vice president in Pacific Gas, an electric company. However, I will say, separate from the whole DEI narrative thing, I should note that even with all those credentials, it doesn't mean that the ball couldn't have been dropped. It's just that on that front, we really don't know that yet, and likely won't know until some kind of investigation's done, which I'm willing to bet will be coming after things calm down. But then finally, with this, to wrap up a few other details, we have seen a ton of conspiracy theories related to all this. Some just kind of funny, and some just weird. Like, there's one guy who was implying something was up because the streets weren't burning when everything else was, to which the community notes had to just say, concrete doesn't burn. But then this also, as others were going the full elites are up to something narrative, saying things like, rumors are circulating that the Pacific Palisades fire was started by a satanic ritual. Pay close attention to the location where the fire began. The address stems from behind this creepy red roof mansion that is straight out of a horror movie. I am launching a full investigation into the neighborhood and the owners of those compounds. The elites will never again be able to operate in the shadows. And with that, like every good conspiracy theory, there's just a dash of truth at least in there. Because yes, the fire was reportedly started in a backyard according to officials. Not to mention that the creepy red roof mansion is just kind of a way to say you're not from Southern California without saying you're not from Southern California. That's just a generic Spanish colonial style home. It's something that's very popular in SoCal. Like every house in that neighborhood has it, and not because they're secret Satanists. Also, as far as why this guy was saying this, you had community notes saying apparently that he makes these insane claims all the time to generate ad revenue on his post, which is a common criticism of X's blue checkmark program. But with all of that said, how I'll close this is just by saying everything just feels crazy and chaotic there. If you are out there, please listen to the authorities, please be safe. And for now, we're just gonna have to wait to see what happens in this just devastating situation. But from that, taking a quick break from the news, I'll say it's that time of year again, right? It's new beginnings and fresh.
Look, perfect timing for me to go, nope.
Virginia Hospital has now been criminally charged for enabling a doctor to perform.
All right. I just wanted the the updates on the fire. That was all I cared about. All right, let's take a little break here. Just kind of chill. How's everybody doing? We might need aircraft carriers. We might need aircraft carrier. We don't need Greenland, Canada, or Panama. Solidarity is required, like general strikes. But that's like 200 years away, literally. How good am I being right now? I'm proud of you. Look at you. Practicing optimism? Damn, dude. Inverted Mystic at Pep Talks. Joe Rogan told Trump to take over Mexico. I mean, you do know that Joe Rogan's a comedian, right? Like, that's kind of part of the problem. Like, he saw it as like just trying to be funny, but then shutting the water off. I know, right? Yeah, right, dude. 2025 is getting off to a really great start, dude. It's bad. It says DEI has become charged. What is going on with the world right now? All right, guys, we're going to do a real quick sponsored segment here with Ground News because I'm kind of shocked at just what's going on, so kind of forced my hand with this one. Wait, shutting the water off in Texas? Okay. Abortion bans linked to people moving out of state. Newsom calls for independent investigation of LA Department of Water and Power. Bass demanded $49 million in additional LAFD cuts 1 week before wildfires. Of course, 100% right-wing sources. All right, let's see what the blind spot's saying, because honestly, this is the most polarized I've actually seen Ground News as far as like all right, all left. Usually they have a whole bunch of like center publications, but yeah. Mark, can we just go back to calling Mark Zuckerberg the dork that he is? Like, again, dude, like now they're all of a sudden coming out and people are like, I've always kind of liked Zuckerberg. Like, what? Yeah, one Weather Channel says 20, the other says 28. Both are bad. Wait, oh, that's right. Are you talking about the snowstorms? Yeah, you know what? Here, let me look into that real quick. I actually have a channel that I watch with that.
We need to talk about the California wildfires because.
Sorry. Max, where are you? Is he live? No, he's not. Okay, good.
A huge winter storm will be impacting the United States today and tomorrow, and this is about to unleash a ton of snow across the Ohio Valley and as well as back through the East Coast, as we are expecting anywhere from just an inch or two of snow all the way up closer to a foot of snow in some places. In addition to
that's
that,
why it hit us.
Accumulation will be possible, and beyond this, we are expecting another winter storm.
Okay, this is kind of funny because like this little spot ended up hitting us.
Tail end of next week, and maybe even a big Arctic blast. So in today's
Man,
forecast,
we're
going to break down exactly what you need to know about the weather that'll be impacting the United States over the next several days, and we'll begin with what's happening across the country this morning.
I just wanted to see the system and where it was, and yes, it's all that explains it. I know that it hit Atlanta pretty hard this morning. I was laughing pretty hard at the fact that it's just like everybody's kind of just driving all over the place. It's like, yeah, that's not good. OMG, a foot of snow. Yeah. Yeah, in places that do not get snow. So, that's fun, you know, for everybody that's just like, yeah, but how could we blame global warming, you know, politics? Well, what's up with that? Yeah, gonna fun.
Got it. Thank you.
OMG, snow! Yeah, right. I mean, well, again, I try to be a little bit fair about this because, yeah, this is happening in places that don't usually get snow, so that's kind of a big deal. This is in the Hollywood Hills right now.
Missed. What'd you say, Lucas?
So
It's spreading, right? Yeah.
yeah, so all of this has to be so dark specifically because of like either the smoke or is the camera set that way. I'm still trying to figure that one out because this specific camera has been like this since they started the stream, which I think was like 2 days ago. I live in Whitefish, Montana. We are begging for a foot of snow. Oh, okay, yeah. I remember getting feet of snow as a kid in Chi-Town. We would dig tunnels through it. Yep. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm used to that, so.
Oh wow, that's.
It just sucks that it's coming like so much later in the season because you know white Christmases haven't been a thing for a couple of years now. Which I miss. I mean,
that looks like it's getting closer to the floor.
Because by the time that it snows, they take all the lights down. You can't really, you know, the magic is gone.
Yeah.
Then the Monster Food. Oh, hey, good to see you. Hey, good to see you. I'm glad that you're here. Welcome.
They did say that.
Also, here, let me update this. The right has already made this a die-hard conspiracy. Yeah. Or a DEI hired conspiracy. Sorry. I don't know why I just read Die Hard. My brain was like, ooh. Which we've already talked about how it's one of my favorite movies. McClane. John McClane. What is that? Is that a fire truck? Or is that a helicopter? Looks like it's moving like a helicopter.
Why now?
We've barely had snow. I miss it. We are having some tomorrow, but I feel like it's going to be nothing.
Down.
Well, I mean, the other part about that is like you just don't want it to be a nor'easter storm, right? Like, I think I said that right. Nor'easter, or is it nor'eastern? I think my favorite conspiracy was the one about the fish. Which one? I mean, are we going all the way back to the biblical times that, you know, there was some guy that survived? Oh, hello. Hold on. Let me fix that. Man. Trying to get better about this. Also, yeah, if you guys can help support the stream, that'd be awesome. It'd definitely help me out. All right, one presidential.
But if we start talking about houses again, just
yeah, man. I wanted to definitely be a little bit more lit when I got here today, but oh boy, I just couldn't. I'm not sure if you guys, I know that a few of you were there for it, but I was on for 10 hours yesterday, so it was kind of crazy. Twitter is a sad place. Nothing but racism and bigotry. It literally put me in a downer mood. Me too. I was following the story between Ethan and Hasan, and when I was doing that, I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole. I had to stop myself. I caught myself like just going back to Twitter where like I was doom scrolling a little bit. I have to stop that. I can't do that anymore, man. Like doom scrolling is really, it puts you in a really bad place. And I envy anybody that can do it like recreationally and they don't get sucked into it. I know a few people like that, and I'm so jealous. Like I wish, but I can't. I get, sucked into the stupid discussions with people, stupid fights, it's always the next door groups. It's always them. Or like the, your local groups. Man. Cosmic debris, yeah. Yup. Yeah, it sucked. It gets me depressed and doomer pilled. Yep. Yeah, just, trying not to. Also, if you guys ever feel that way and you see that on live, you can always come here to feel a little bit better. Yeah, the Vox article. Why does Trump hate the fish so much? Oh, Vox. Oh, Vox. Okay. He hates the fish. He hates the bird. Well, actually, I love the birds. I'm more concerned about the birds because the windmills they're totally killing the birds. I don't understand why we're not doing more about this. Desalination plants are killing the sharks. We need to definitely start taking care of the sharks. Man, there's nothing that guy could ever say. Well, like, if you said Donald Trump said this, I'd be like, yeah,
that fire is flaring up
tracks.
over there in Brentwood.
Ugh. Listen.
You're a firefighter. Yeah, David, we're just, I'm sorry, we're doing a couple things at once here. You got a whole bunch of fire trucks now making their way up Curson Avenue, a welcome sight for the residents who live in this neighborhood. Hopefully they have evacuated or we're not home, but now these firefighters can start protecting those structures if this fire continues to spread to the west. In the meantime, we're more focused at the moment to the south as the leading edge of this fire is continuing to create spot fires, albeit not at the same pace as it was about an hour ago. I'm losing track of time, but you can see that the forward progress is slowing. It has not stopped. There are new fires starting as we speak. In fact, that patch of trees right there to the bottom of your screen, that's a brand new fire, and it is even closer to Vista Street and closer to Franklin Avenue. However, if you look at this shot, the winds have slowed down ever so slightly. You can see the smoke blowing, but not exactly at the same clip
wildfire
as a
update.
little bit earlier. And maybe that is helping out the situation.
Do we want to see
quite a
Gavin
bit.
Newsom's
But in the
update?
meantime,
Yeah, I think
it
we
is
should.
still spotting. It is still blowing. They are still dropping water on this fire, trying to cut it off at the pass, essentially. But this entire neighborhood still should be leaving.
That's the same one. I appreciate that. Thank you, but sorry, somebody had sent me a link to pretty much the same one we were watching earlier. Yeah, we're not getting any new information there.
There's nothing, and even the homes that you could see standing will probably have to be bulldozed over because of the damage and the smoke and things like that.
So fortunately, you have relatives in the area. Your in-laws are in Thousand Oaks, so that's who you're staying with now. And no doubt you're checking in with your parishioners and wondering where they're all ending up.
Yeah, we're our family ministries director, Joey Hargrove. She's been doing a lot of the calling. As
When Texas had that big freeze, which might happen again, they are going to blame straight white males.
We've all tried to call members to see where they're
Are they going to blame straight white males? No.
And so everybody, and people are calling us too, and
because it doesn't work like that. They'll blame the Mexicans. They'll blame the fact that somehow, we had to divert, any resources to immigration or to the border patrol. Like, dude, it's just so fun. They're so fundamentally unserious. The fact that like
at the church.
the media,
until
the
he
fact that
retires.
we
He
even
also
sit here
touched on
going,
the fact
oh, they said
preschool at
this.
Community
It's so much
United
easier if we just go,
Methodist
yeah, they
Church,
said that, whatever.
nearly
Okay.
100 children. The preschool is
Do we
gone,
care?
and his church is a place that welcomes everyone.
Oh, man.
And there were AA meetings held at the church every week. Hundreds of people.
No
would attend those
flipping
meetings, and
way.
that was another important part of the nonprofit work that his church did.
right, I gotta
Unfortunately,
put my
he
headphones
also
on.
shared
Let's
that
get
one
this.
member, an elderly woman who is a member of his church, he has been told that she died in the fire here in Pacific Palisades. I'll send it back to you.
All right. Well, in Altadena, businesses near Lake Avenue
Say,
burned to
NBC
ash. A local
24/7
hardware
News has
store
been doing pretty good.
Serving the community for more than a century among the rubble.
And our Joy Benedict spoke with the owner. She's live in Altadena with more. Joy.
There we go.
Yes, we spoke to the owner of that hardware store. We have been speaking all day to homeowners who have come in here to look around their neighborhoods, and this is one of them. We're here on Mariposa right now. I mean, it's hard to even tell that this was once a neighborhood, as lot after lot, block after block has just been devastated and leveled by this fire. And as we come down this street, I want to show you a home over here to my right-hand side. This home belongs to a man by the name of Mark Rodriguez. We met him earlier on in the day in one of our live hits, and he was here looking for anything that was left behind after fire took away his home and all of the memories that he had in there. And he was, of course, looking for his wedding rings that he said he had left behind, and he was afraid that they had melted. And when he mentioned that after the live shot to us, we, of course, started helping him look.
Oh, pats on the back.
Maybe by luck. Did we find?
No, actually, sorry, that was
Already
no.
rings.
If they did,
there,
okay.
I didn't take
They were
them.
using fake looting videos already. Who?
I have them both now.
The media? Well, yeah, that's why we already determined that one guy that they had caught. Yeah.
Because your wife's not with us anymore.
Right. She passed away a few years ago. Here, in fact, in the house. Oh my God.
Okay.
Her ashes would be right here. This is the urn.
This is the
That's her ashes.
Oh.
That's her remains right there.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, that's it, Karen.
Let's see what
And
we
this is probably from it. The metal melted away from around. That's her remains.
Oh, honey, let's get as much of this pot as we can.
They're just going to bulldoze it and she'll just go back to the earth.
So maybe it's better that she lays here.
She'd love it, actually. Yeah, for real.
Guys, this is.
I mean, God is not so funny. Well, I guess all people do, you know, ashes to ashes. She's among the ashes now, and she would like that.
And that is exactly where he chose to leave her. Yvonne Rodriguez, his wife, passed away in 2018. She had an enlarged heart and suffered a heart attack, and he chose to leave her urn right where we found it here among the rubbles of the home and the memories that he shared with her for so very long. But he says he is staying with family and that he will rebuild his home right here where they shared all that time and where her ashes will be also buried.
Hate to say it, maybe not. Maybe you shouldn't.
Boy, thank you. That couldn't be more emotional. Thank
Like
you.
rebuilding there is.
Well, meteorologist Evelyn Taft is tracking the conditions at both fires in your next weather forecast. Hope we've got some better news.
Yeah, here we go. The wind forecast
a little bit
is
of
what
it,
I was
holding
looking
on
for.
to every little bit of good news, because there's just not a lot right now. But I will tell you that winds have calmed down, and that's good news. It is good news, because as we head to the weekend, it will certainly help firefighters with the firefight all across Southern California. And wind gusts right now calm, with the exception of Santa Clarita, Simi, and Malibu. These are our only spots looking at gusts, and they're still relatively low compared to where we've been, and we're out of advisory and even warning territory, so that's good news as well. We are expecting a little bit of an uptick in winds as we move through the weekend, and yes, there is another Santa Ana wind event next week. Not as significant as where we were, but still somewhat significant. So we're going to be breaking that down for you in your future cast in just a little bit. But I do want to tell you, as we move into the 9 o'clock hour, it will be relatively calm, and it's going to stay relatively calm as we move into your Saturday. Saturday afternoon, we're looking at just a little bit of wind picking up potentially by tomorrow evening, and then again on Sunday. But again, below advisory level winds, at least for now. We're all keeping eyes on air quality this weekend, trying to decide what to do, if we can go outside, if we need to stay inside. Well, this is where we're at right now. We're under 150. We don't want to be above 150. That's considered unhealthy. So we are below, but sensitive groups should still be mindful even when we're in the 140 range. So it's still not great for Hawthorne or Pacific Palisades right now. Downey 112 and downtown 89. So downtown's actually doing pretty okay as far as air quality goes. And we're going to talk more about air quality this weekend in just a little bit. Pat, back to you.
Alrighty, Evelyn, thank you. Well, thousands across Southern California mistakenly got
it's the moving camera guy.
yesterday and again early this morning.
Oh, got some problems.
Why does it do this? Like, what is this? Why does he have this? Like, this is
Yeah, literally just seconds ago, Pat and Juan, we got an update.
Very
from the
distracting.
county saying they're actually moving to a new system temporarily while they work all of this out. They're actually going to go as part of the Cal OES system
All right.
while their current vendor looks into exactly what happened here. But as we look at video live from SkyCal of the Palisades fire that is burning, you can see the large plume of smoke that is still pushing up as new evacuation orders, warnings rather, are issued for the northern flank of the fire. Now, as I mentioned moments ago, the county made an agreement with the Cal OES director, that's the Office of Emergency Services, to switch all local emergency notifications to their system until they can get assurances from their current vendor that the issues that we saw late last night, early this morning, will not be repeated. And forgive us for SkyCal, they are working to get into position there. They got to climb some altitude, which means we're doing some turns to be able to get to the altitude that we need to get to look at the fire. In the meantime, though, I want you to listen to what Supervisor Catherine Barger said today about that issue when people got the erroneous alert last night, and then some people got it very early this morning, and some people are still continuing to get it throughout the day. Take a listen.
We're drilling down right now in the waste.
Yeah, they're using fake. Yeah, no. So I'm seeing it right now. They're using videos that have also been doctored where they're like these people are helping people, but they're saying that they're looting because they're running away from a camera. Whoa. Okay, well, we're done with that. Oh, what happened there? Okay. Yeah. So, where's that? Vanetta Drive. We'll get one more video, and then we're gonna go to some of the topic videos that I have set up for us. This will be fun. Despite the fact that, like, yeah, I mean, how do you step away from this coverage right now? Because, man, like, it's just, oh, here we go.
Christine, I'll start with you. With
Oh,
the
I
insurance
hate Morning
industry,
Joe, but
Florida getting a taste of this, what's going to happen?
I mean, this was already an industry in crisis, and then you add on what is just a traumatic tragedy that is still happening. I mean, there were already insurance companies that were pulling out of some zip codes that a lot of folks who might not even have insurance this morning when they're waking up here. California coming in with a sort of an insurer of last resort that will be tested for sure. And then people around the rest of the country have noticed their own insurance premiums rising. This isn't just a California or a Florida story where we're talking about extreme weather. Everyone's insurance rates, premiums have been rising for a few years. So this is I would say, a tipping point for insurance, no question. This math is just impossible math. In California, over the past decade, insurers, for every dollar in premiums they collected, they paid out $1.08. That just doesn't work.
So, Andrew, let's get you in on this. As you talk to business leaders, industry leaders, how do they see this going? Because it does feel like we're entering a new era.
I think we're entering a new era where it's possible that parts of this country, if not the entirety of it, we'll see how long this goes, are quote unquote uninsurable. I mean, you just
what's going on with his eye?
Math that doesn't add up, and so you could be have huge premiums, but then the question is, are Americans going to pay those premiums? Are they worth it? What, by the way, is going to be the role of government in all of this to prevent these types of things from happening to the extent they even can be prevented?
You can't. Wow. So the government all of a sudden became this like godly entity that can totally shift the weather and also.
Given the climate.
What? No. You know how you prevent this? You don't rebuild where all of this devastation took place.
Change that we're seeing. So I think that there's sort of a massive dynamic here. This on the insurable losses, by the way, is now probably up to about $20 billion. But then in total, we're talking about maybe something on the order of $150 billion of losses. Now, part of that's because some of these homes obviously were super valuable, given that they were on the coast and the like. But you know, there's going to be a huge ramification from this. And then we haven't even talked about the business ramifications just of what's going to happen in California, whether people are going to stay in California, what the next even several weeks or months or years are going to look like. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of conversation, unfortunately, not just about the human toll, which obviously is so great, but the economic one for the whole country.
Absolutely. And in the days since the deadly wildfires in Southern California began, conspiracy theories have started to spread across social media.
They're all in the same room and they all had their own designated camera. That was weird.
About the origins of the fires and the California government's response to them. There are even AI-generated images of the famous Hollywood sign on fire, something that has not happened. This coming as Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced earlier this week that the company is getting rid of its independent fact-checkers. And Stephanie, I believe Elon Musk is on Instagram spreading conspiracy theories, and it's just out there for people to consume without any understanding about what's true or what's not true.
It is so problematic.
How can we say anything else? This is just a shit show.
It's so dangerous. Mark Zuckerberg clearly made a short-term business decision for himself this week. They're getting rid of third-party fact-checking, and they're actually taking that effort and moving it to Texas. The irony, as though Texas isn't political, it obviously is. But this is a crazy short-term decision. It works for him because, remember, in less than 3 weeks, Donald Trump is going to be the new president. So if Mark Zuckerberg no longer has, quote unquote, the onus on him to mark your tweets or your Instagram posts, your Facebook posts, to take them down if they are not true, to mark them. Now he doesn't have to do that because he would have to do that if he hadn't changed these rules, and that would put him at odds with the president. The question is going to be, though, Mika, for users, right? We have to remember at the end of the day, if Mark Zuckerberg and all these business leaders make business decisions to make money, remember, we're the ones who use the product. So no longer is there fact checking. And remember, they also rolled back the rules on hate speech. So if now anyone can say anything and there's no protections, then all the people that use these platforms need to decide, do I want to be here?
Yeah, just leave it. Just leave it.
Do I
admit that it's your cigarettes?
Drive in a car with
God, so many people are they're doing this thing where they constantly have to make excuses for why they need to stay on X.
No seat.
I'm sick of it.
Do I want to get on a roller coaster with no safety protections whatsoever? And if users suddenly say no, well, then advertisers will say no.
Just admit that you're addicted.
Will have a different business decision to make. But right now, they're making this short term. Well, let's just see how it works out, and how it's going to work out could be terrible.
Mika, though, I think there's two other calculations in this. One is the regulatory environment for Mark Zuckerberg, the FTC cases and other cases against them.
They're going to disappear.
And whether those cases disappear and how much value would be extracted for that. The other piece is you look at X. While there's a lot of folks who watch this network who may have stopped going on X, there's a lot of other folks who started going on X and other folks who may not love what's happening on X but stay on X in the same way that we hear about, privacy concerns at some site, or, you hear about information getting stolen on some site, and then we go back to that same store online the next day. And so there is a question, and I think that Mark Zuckerberg is recognizing that math.
But especially the FTC case coming up. Imagine, that is gargantuan. It could be hugely damaging to his business. That thing could disappear, and he could also now have Donald Trump in his pocket, helping him with other issues as he's facing governments on the other side of the world.
I've always had a crush on Stephanie. I can agree with that. I'm kind of glad that you said that because I didn't have to. All right. I'll turn this back on.
closer, a little tighter. Copy that.
Man, I'm surprised that they're just very comfortable with them essentially giving out the camera orders like over YouTube. All right, so they're starting on, like, obviously just starting on the end, cutting it off, and then just kind of trying to go inland. Man, I don't see how they're going to contain this. I really don't. I don't see how this is going to be contained. Even with the wind gusts coming too. Okay. Well, let's pivot a little bit. We will go back to the wildfire stuff in a little bit, but for now, where is it? Because Mehdi Hasan was on Piers Morgan, and I really want to cover that. Here we go.
Look at Elon Musk. He's now.
Okay, so we got. Okay. She's got a little tomboy thing going. I like her no BS approach. Like she's one of the few people in mainstream media, let alone like MSNBC, that really does just call it like she sees it. Love your stream, by the way. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you are enjoying yourself. I'm glad that all you guys are enjoying yourself. If you guys would like to support the stream, here is the link to do so. I am trying to get better about that. But also, you can support the stream just by liking it and subbing to the channel if you haven't already, so I really appreciate that. All right, here we go, guys. And I will put this up in a little bit. Okay. Let's start a new segment. So, first off, cheers to everybody that is here. Also, you know what? Here, I'm gonna chill for a minute. I want to just say thank you to everybody that hung out yesterday and last night. That was a lot of fun. That was probably one of my favorite streams that I've done yet. We ended it on a real high note with a great conversation. Even the fire coverage, you know, we did a lot of coverage of it and saw pretty much a lot of history just happening right in front of our face, which I know I always feel like that's one of the dumber things to say, like when we're witnessing this, but it is true. But somebody had literally said, they're like, think of all the history that was just so mundane that it was never brought up, you know, like one of your ancestors went to the store to pick up, you know, something like a glass of, or, you know, like the glass bottles of milk, or, wait, no, they had delivery men. I take that back. But yeah, just mundane shit like that. So, let's do a cheers. Cheers to you guys. Also, I just want to say that, yeah, I started the goal, finally. Getting a little bit more professional on this end. I was trying to keep everything kind of as bare bones as possible. I'm still going to. Not gonna go with like all the flashy crap. I was debating for the dono bar there, doing maybe like a mild to hot meter. I think that's the only thing I will kind of implement. But no, I appreciate everybody bearing with me and kind of growing with the channel, because yeah, I definitely can credit you guys with that. Thank you for helping grow the channel. Also, if you guys didn't know, I have a bunch of just videos that I sometimes clip from the stream, but I've been before I did this, I have a bunch of original content if you guys want to go check that out. But we're going to start a segment, so that means when I say for Gondor, that's the start of the segment, and that means that this one will be clipped for later. So I appreciate everybody understanding. So, for Gondor. All right, well, on this channel, one of my favorite people is Mehdi Hasan, and he has been so consistently good in his takes and his debates and pretty much every piece of content that he releases, that anytime that he pops up on Piers Morgan Uncensored, I kind of get a little giddy, where I'm just like, oh, this is going to be good. And the more he pops up on Piers Morgan, the more he starts calling him on his BS, and also like just stopping the Gish Gallop right before it starts. I love it. So let's take a look at Mehdi Hasan on Piers Morgan Uncensored. We'll let the intro go, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna go to the Gad Saad portion of it, but we'll see.
Look at Elon Musk. He's now posting about Islamophobia being fiction. This guy who once pretended to be a liberal has gone full hard far right.
How many white men involved in this rape gang scandal?
That's the Home Office research, Piers. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Hang on, just for the record.
Oh my God. In 2023 in Glasgow,
what percentage
I love
years
it.
of child sex crimes
prosecuted? We don't have the percentages. That's the whole point.
What you're doing is you're massively distorting. But you're massively distorting the story, aren't you?
No, you are. You are.
Sometimes Elon might be very blunt in the way he says what he says, but the content of what he's saying really is coming from a good place, right?
The vast majority of Muslims are peaceful.
That's not true.
Well, is it not true?
Does Islam contain endless edicts that are profoundly problematic to the kuffar? The answer is a resounding yes.
Does the Bible do that?
Wait, holy crap. You're telling me Piers Morgan is on the other side of this, and I might end up agreeing with him? What?
Well, the UK's rape gang scandal has now become a global scandal, which it always ought to have been.
Color me shocked.
Musk has amplified very grim details of a truly horrifying case and a horrifying cover-up to millions of new people. And whether you agree with him or not, or his methods or his rhetoric, there's no denying that he's raised some very difficult questions, which are now being properly asked. And there are questions, too, about Elon Musk. There are questions about Tommy Robinson. There are questions about Islam and about Islamophobia. Does it even exist? I'm going to tackle these questions with three influential and opinionated people with profoundly different insights. Mehdi Hasan, the CEO of Zeteo News, Professor Gad Saad, author of The Parasitic Mind, and Matthew Said, who's the author of Rebel Ideas and a Times columnist. So, Matthew, great to have you with me. I'm going to keep you sitting there listening to both of these, almost like you're going to hear the two views and get your reaction to what Mehdi has to say and then to what Gad has to say. Because I kind of think that you and I are probably somewhere in the same place in the middle here. It'd be interesting when you hear a very determined one-side view, what your take is on that. So if you don't mind being a little patient here, that'd be very useful. But let's go to Mehdi first. Mehdi, Happy New Year. Great to see you.
He already does not look happy.
Happy New Year, Piers.
So I was trying to think just how much your head must have been exploding since November the 5th. I imagine a lot. And particularly, I've noticed you're getting very exercised about what is happening with Elon Musk and with Trump and with this rape scandal obviously being brought back into the news and so on. How are you feeling, Jeremy? Just give me a general take on where you are with everything that's happened since the US election result.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I'm not happy about it. Obviously, why would I be? I'm not happy as you are, obviously. We're taping the day after Donald Trump did a, 90-minute press conference where we were back to You itch if you don't have the right heater. Windmills, sharks, whales, all the usual nonsense. Plus,
Look at that. Just immediately he goes, he knows that he now has to acknowledge how ridiculous Trump is.
dangerous lines. I don't know if you saw, Piers, yesterday. A reporter asked Donald Trump, do you think Mark Zuckerberg has rolled over for you because you threatened him? And he said, yeah, probably. He didn't say, no, I didn't threaten him. He said, yeah, probably. So that authoritarian streak is there. It's coming our way. We've got a lot of media companies. You're a big free speech champion, I know. Should be worried about a lot of media bosses just rolling over for an incoming government. It's not a healthy relationship in a democracy. I'm worried. And Elon Musk's role is a very interesting and scary role. We have the world's richest man, owner of the most influential messaging platform on the planet, probably. Now getting a government job, lots of conflicts of interest, but also got the ear of the president-elect, but writing pieces in German, in the German newspapers in favor of a party aligned with neo-Nazis, pushing Tommy Robinson, a man who you and I know who he really is, maybe Americans don't, pushing for Tommy Robinson's freedom, pushing for the right in Canada. You know, it's scary stuff, Piers.
Their argument would be that the left behaved so disgracefully towards Trump and indeed towards Elon Musk that this is...
Again, he says that all the time, but he never calls out Trump for being disgraceful to the left.
Deserved payback. That actually the boot's on the other
ridiculous.
foot now. That when it comes to authoritarian behaviour, the woke left really behaved, as you and I have debated how you could categorise it, but behaved like a bunch of fascists for a long time, and that actually it's all come back to bite them. They've lost power, almost all power in America. And that you do, and I feel, I'm interested in what you think, but I feel like the whole...
Hey, Bandit, welcome to the stream. Happy Friday.
If you like, is now being kicked firmly into touch. And Zuckerberg converting in the way that he's done so dramatically, pretty much to where Elon Musk is, maybe a recognition that some of the stuff that they got up to in the 2020 election, you know, censoring the New York Post over the Hunter Biden laptops. So, well, they're legitimate concerns. You know, you may laugh, but I think the tinderbox for all this was set. The tinderbox for this was set when big tech, which was liberal dominated, decided to censor a legitimate true story about Hunter Biden's laptop in the run up to that election, which could have affected the election. When you do that kind of thing, then eventually it's going to come back and bite you, isn't it?
Thank the metal gods for Twisted Tea and Lucky Strikes. Holy crap.
No, and by the way, Zuckerberg's comments are a reminder that it was never liberal dominated. People like me on the left never accepted that bullshit premise.
You going to see Slipknot? Damn.
Liberal Silicon Valley. Yeah, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and Peter Thiel are not liberals. And I just think, you know, the whole woke stuff, you and I have debated that many times before. On the Hunter Biden stuff, that was very exaggerated. But it's funny you should mention the Hunter Biden New York Post.
Are you smoking Lucky Strikes unfiltered or filtered? I need to know that.
Sorry, because that's what Musk is doing now, Piers. Surely, I know you like Elon Musk, but surely you've seen that he has been very repressive in his running of Twitter. Anyone he doesn't like, who goes against him, he nukes their accounts. He nuked a report the other day about whether or not he's Adrian Dittman or not. He has restricted access to pieces. He suspended journalists. You know this, right? There's data showing that Twitter has actually complied more with foreign government takedown requests on Musk's watch than on Jack Dorsey's watch. As for the comparison, the boots on the other foot, you'd have to point to me where Kamala Harris threatened the media when she was running for president. You'd have to point to me where Joe Biden was suing CBS News as Donald Trump is doing right now.
But, when it comes to threatening the media...
You're a journalist. You do not support... Do you support Donald Trump suing CBS? No.
Let me answer.
Hold on. You gave a very long question. I want to finish my answer.
Can I answer on my own show?
No, I'm answering your question first.
I can't answer.
Well, no, because you asked a question, so I'm answering it.
You just asked me a question.
Piers, let me answer, then you can come back. You gave... No, I didn't finish my point. My point is Joe Biden...
This is what he does. He tries to change the subject.
Joe Biden is suing CBS News. Do you support that?
Who was the... In recent times...
Sorry, Donald Trump.
Hang on.
Donald Trump is suing CBS News.
I'm answering your question. If you let me, I'll answer your question. Which president of modern times was the biggest and most draconian threat in terms of his actions to journalists in America? Do you know? Barack Obama.
You're going to say Barack Obama?
Yes, because I'm right.
I think Barack Obama was bad on those issues.
He was the worst.
No, I think Donald Trump was worse, but I think Barack Obama was right.
You know why Trump's suing people?
Notice how he does that, though.
Because actually, people like George Stephanopoulos lied about him. They exaggerated what he'd been found guilty of. And guess what? When you lie...
You and I both know ABC... You and I both know ABC would have won in court.
ABC didn't go to court. They gave him $15 million. Now, you might say...
Why do you think that is, Piers?
Because
of the
they knew they
legal
were going to
arguments?
lose.
Or because they're sucking up to an authoritarian?
Or because they knew they were going to lose.
Bullshit. No legal expert agrees with you on that.
No.
Piers, legal experts don't agree with you on that.
No, they
Most
don't.
lawyers don't agree with you on that. You're wrong.
Mehdi, you'll never agree with me
It's
about
the
things
opposite.
like that.
It's because they're scared.
It doesn't
It's because everyone's
it doesn't
bending the
suit
knee.
your agenda
Well,
to accept
it's
what
not
may
an
have been a
opinion,
simple
Piers.
case.
It's
George
not an opinion.
Stephanopoulos lied about him.
Do you support Donald Trump suing a pollster because he doesn't like a poll result?
I think Donald
this
Trump...
is insane, Piers. I thought you were a free speech champion.
Who he
but now
likes.
you're rolling over for Trump as well.
Donald Trump can sue who he likes.
Do you support it, is my question.
Do you
support a president of the United States suing media organizations he doesn't like?
Do you
support that, do you? Free speech champion Piers Morgan.
Do you believe he has a right
wow,
to?
You're so you're rolling over like Mark Zuckerberg as well. Wow,
do you believe he has a right to sue people?
For Donald Trump.
Does he have a right
Morgan.
to sue people?
Of course he has a right to. But
Thank
is
you.
he right
okay,
to?
Then we're agreed.
Is he right to? Is the
then we're
question which
agreed.
you're dodging.
Then we're agreed.
No, it doesn't. No, we're not agreed. Do you support his lawsuit? Yes or no?
Doesn't matter.
Wrong? It's a very simple question.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, you're too scared to answer. Got it.
No, Donald Trump sues people all the time.
Do you think he's right to sue the pollster? And do you agree with it? You have strong views, Piers, but you're not telling me today.
Let's get to your strong. Let's get
I guess
to your.
You're like Mark Zuckerberg.
Let's
scared
get
of
to
Donald
your
Trump.
strong views, Mehdi.
Oh yeah, let's change the subject.
No,
so I don't
I
have
think
to
you've
answer the
forgotten whose
question.
show
It's a simple
it is.
question. Do you support Donald Trump's lawsuit?
It's not your
Do
show.
you support Donald Trump's lawsuit?
It's not your
against
show.
The pollster?
I'm asking you the questions.
All right. Well, everyone can see that you don't want to answer the question.
They can. They can see that I want to ask you questions, not have you pepper me with questions. Now, let me ask you a question.
What's the point of this? What's the point? Like,
this gang rape scandal in the UK is horrific, has always been horrific. I think it was despicable in terms of the details. I think it was despicable it took so long.
Saw a funny comment that Piers Morgan is the Wario of Piers Bronson.
To get properly exposed. I still don't think it has been. I think it was utterly despicable. The scale of the cover-up, whether it was the police, whether it was council officials, whether it was social workers, everyone whose job it was to protect these young girls failed them spectacularly. I think on that we're probably completely in agreement.
Yes.
The issue that is raging now is whether there should be a new national inquiry and whether someone like Elon Musk, in his very blunt, often very abusive manner, as we've seen with the rhetoric he's used against Keir Starmer and Jess Phillips and others.
Dishonest.
Which I don't agree with, the way he's phrased himself with some of these.
What's the point sums up my opinion of this guy pretty well.
Jess Phillips after the murder of 2 MPs in the UK. So I think...
But it's Mehdi, so I'm going to definitely listen.
Again, we'd agree on that. But I've also taken the sort of...
I'm just glad that Mehdi's finally had it, and you can tell that this, like, each time that he comes on Piers Morgan, he's just, like, progressively getting more and more pissed off, and he's starting to call Piers out on the carpet more and more and more. So at some point he's just going to be like, I'm not coming on the show unless you actually want to have a good faith debate instead of just use me for clips.
Backstep and gone, actually I do think there should be another national inquiry. I do think the first one, they didn't act on any of the findings anyway, but actually the first one was very wide-ranging. And actually what it needs, it seems to me, from all I've read and seen this week, it needs a more specific national inquiry that focuses specifically on this northern rape gang scandal in all the 50 towns and villages that was happening. So we
No, I got you. I got who you were talking about. I'm just saying, like, that's the only reason I'm even watching this.
Of exactly who got abused and raped, who did it, what happened to them, have the perpetrators properly been brought to account, have the ones who were here on, maybe dual passports being deported, whatever it may be. In other words, proper accountability right from bottom to the top. And potentially people going to prison over this are not just the perpetrators of the rape, but perpetrators of the cover-up. Now, A, do you agree with that? And B, Elon Musk pushing this, is that actually a big problem, notwithstanding you and I agree about the rhetoric being wrong?
So, okay, 2 questions. Let me deal with both of them. On number 1, I'm glad you asked that question. It's the first time I've been on your show, and we actually don't have to argue along left-right lines, where I'm the lefty and you pretend not to be a right-winger. This isn't a left-right issue. It's actually an issue of what do you think is the right way forward, right? This is a horrific scandal. What happened to children in the UK is disgusting. It is one of the great crimes of our time, no doubt about that. And I can't even read the details. It's sickening, horrific, it's disgusting. And by the way,
hey, Elias.
this happened. A lot of this, it's ongoing, obviously. It's an ongoing problem in every country. But, you know, the real scandals happened 10, 15 years ago, and that's what's tragic that we're talking about it now. But I would say to you, look, on the national inquiry point, I don't know. It's not a left-right issue. So I did sit down this week to kind of get my thoughts together. What do I think about this? I'm not an expert on this stuff, nor are you. So kind of I looked at what the experts are saying, and two people I respect very much in this field. One is Professor Alexis Jay, who ran the independent inquiry on child sexual abuse. It was a 7-year investigation from 2015 to 2022, cost over £100 million. I think it was 468 pages long. I haven't been able to read all of it, but I read the 20 recommendations she made, Piers, and I think it's a scandal that the Conservative government, people like Liz Truss and Suella Braverman and Robert Jen.
What was Piers Morgan before he was on The Apprentice? He worked for the Daily Caller, I think, and then I think he actually might have been one of the founders.
Who were jumping on this far-right bandwagon to quote.
And then he was on CNN for a while after, what's his name? Larry King.
Keir Starmer
retired.
Outrageously did nothing, Piers.
Well, he's actually reined back. To be fair, he's actually reined back on that phrase today in Parliament in PMQs, and he's said he understands
good,
that. You know,
good for him.
He basically has made it clear you're not necessarily far right if you think there should be a national inquiry, which I'm glad he's done.
No, of course not, and that wasn't the point.
I'm not far right.
That wasn't the
I'm doing good, thank you.
It's not. No.
I'm actually recovering from last night's 10-hour marathon stream.
No, but that wasn't the point. His words were
wasn't 100% that I was going to make it.
The Conservative politicians who are using this for political gain are jumping on a far right back. That's a separate point. Obviously, calling for an inquiry is not far right. As I just said to you, I was about to call for an inquiry till I did some reading and said, "Here's what Alexis Jay says." She says, "I did this report, 460."
But there's a big problem with that report.
Recommendations. The Conservative.
Yeah, but you mentioned. but Mehdi, you mentioned how many. Okay, but look, you mentioned how many pages are in the report. Do you know how many times Rotherham got mentioned?
Yeah. No, but she did a separate report on Rotherham as well.
No, but do you know how many times it got mentioned in the national report?
But she did a report on Rotherham.
No.
Because she did a specific. You know, there's an independent report on Rotherham.
I'm talking about
as well.
the national report. Do you know how many times it got mentioned, Rotherham?
No.
Very small.
Once.
Ah, you farted.
She also did a separate.
My point.
She also did a separate.
No, my point though is that the epicenter of this scandal was Rotherham. And yet it merited one mention in her national report. And that's the point that people are making, which is actually that national report was so...
That was something quite an introduction on your part. Oh, thank you.
Wide-ranging, taking in all sorts of different kinds of abuse, that it couldn't properly focus on this actual specific scandal of predominantly British Pakistani men abusing young white girls. That's the scandal that needs a proper laser-like focus, I think.
Cosmic Debris, thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate it. Oh my God. I'm telling you guys, my eyes are watering right now. He just dropped one on me.
I think that we can debate about the Pakistani man angle. There's a big debate about
so
this
bad.
As you know. But just one last point.
Not really.
And the fans not helping.
The vast majority were British Pakistani.
Can I finish a sentence?
Well, they were.
That's not true.
Whatever, that was you.
In those specific towns, yes, but as a phenomenon.
Listen, I will own my own.
In the UK.
What do you mean it's not true?
As a national phenomenon, the Home Office. Can I finish a sentence, Piers? Or are we going to get through this interview?
He keeps doing this.
Go on.
The Home Office, under a Conservative government in 2020, put out a report, not sure if you've seen it, got a lot of coverage, saying that the majority of men in grooming gangs, which is not a great phrase, are white men under the age of 30. That was the survey data that they found. They said we need more research. It's not a hard and fast result. We don't have enough ethnicity data. Do you know a lot of police forces, Piers, 30, 40, 50% of victims and perpetrators, they just don't register the ethnicity.
How many white
That's
men?
Not to say
how many white men?
Gangs,
okay. How many white
That's
men?
not to say specific gangs in
Rotherham
Rotherham and Rochdale and Telford were brown.
Okay. So let's just focus
but Piers, here's what bothers me. And you asked me about Elon Musk.
I'm sorry.
No, hold on. No.
Cut me off.
Hey, no, I'm allowed to respond to what you just said.
No, you're not, because you're here to ask the questions. You're not going to let him answer? That's really weird. It's almost like you want to have a debate. Wait a minute. Because Piers, then what is the structure of this show?
Is what you're doing is you're massively distorting. You're massively distorting the story, aren't you? Because
no, you are. You are. I started telling you about Alexis J.
Men?
You jumped in with your gotcha about Rotherham. Have you read the 20 recommendations of Alexis J's report? Can you tell your viewers what the 20 recommendations are?
It's not a gotcha.
Yeah,
And by the way,
how many times is Rotherham mentioned in the report?
Mehdi,
it is. Have you read the 468-page report?
Mehdi, when I went on your show recently, I let you ask me all sorts of questions because it was your show. Okay, I'm asking
and I let you
questions
answer them. You haven't let me finish a sentence.
I have.
A strategic retreat is respected by the greatest leaders. It's weird because, yeah. No, but what I was just about to say is Piers gets called on this by Cenk Uygur, Mehdi Hasan, Brian Tyler Cohen, pretty much anybody that goes on his show that's a leftist. They all say the same thing about Piers, where he's totally bad faith about this and he's using them for clips. But here's the thing. They need to stop taking the bookings then.
You keep saying things which I want to challenge. You keep saying things I want to challenge.
Yeah, so let me say them, and then you challenge them. So let me just say them, and I promise, I say them, and then you challenge me.
Let me ask you a
I'll
question.
say them really fast. I speak really fast. Let me just say them. Alexis J says no need for a new inquiry because her 20 recommendations,
I don't agree with her.
You don't know what they are, haven't been implemented yet.
I know.
But that's fine. I do agree with her. David Greenwood, who was this lawyer for the victims in Rotherham. You mentioned Rotherham as a gotcha, I think. David Greenwood, who was the lawyer in Rotherham of the girls. He was that's my opinion. I have a right to opinion. David Greenwood, the lawyer in Rotherham, of the dozens of girls, he's the guy who represented the girls in Rotherham. He says, I don't think we should have another inquiry. There's too many inquiries. We need action. We need to get the recommendations done. Another inquiry, he says, would be a distraction. Now, that's not a gotcha on my end either. Maybe we should have another action inquiry. I don't feel that strongly about it. I'm just telling you, Piers, for your viewers who are following Elon Musk's nonsense, a man who knows nothing about this stuff, that David Greenwood, a lawyer involved in this, and Alexis J, who did an inquiry in Rotherham and then did a national inquiry, says we shouldn't have another inquiry.
Yeah, and I'm making the point that in her national inquiry, she mentioned...
You and I are not experts.
I'm making the point in her national inquiry, she mentioned Rotherham once, and they're to me...
He interrupts Mehdi every single time he starts to actually answer the question. Piers is a pro at this. Yeah. And then he goes, let me answer. Yeah.
It's the problem. But the other problem...
And in her Rotherham inquiry, she...
No.
In detail.
Mehdi.
She also said, don't make a link between Pakistani men and this problem.
Weird, Piers. You don't like it when you get talked over and then you lose your thought process. It's kind of funny watching you have your whole tactic thrown right back on you. This is why Mehdi's a pro.
Yeah, let me tell you, this rape gang scandal in the 50 towns and villages involved in this rape gang scandal. Tell me this. You've just tried to suggest that more white men were doing it than British Pakistani men. Bit of a surprise.
The Home Office
bit of a surprise, I would think, to everyone you've just named.
That's the Home Office report.
Who've done the report. Okay, so how many white men involved in this rape gang scandal?
That's the Home Office research, Piers. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Hang on. How many white men have been taken to court, charged and or convicted of raping these white girls in these 50 towns and villages? Just for the record.
Okay. All right, I don't have the full numbers, but let me give you some examples. In 2023 in Glasgow, there were 7 years of child sex crimes prosecuted. Piers, we don't have the percentages. That's the whole point.
We know that the very vast majority are actually British Pakistanis.
So hold on.
You're trying to deflect it into thinking it's somehow white men doing all this.
Oh, my God. So in Glasgow, there were white men. So 11 people abused 3 children, one of them in a nappy diaper.
I'm not talking about Glasgow.
You're not talking about that, nor is Elon Musk. In the West Midlands, in West Midlands, a decade of child sex crimes. 21 white people abused 7 children, all of them under the age of 12.
Right.
In Cornwall, in 2010,
these
3
aren't
years
the
of sex
scandal
crimes.
we're talking about,
when I talk about sex crime. 6 men. Well, I'll get to that in a moment. 6 men abused 30 girls, the youngest of whom was 5 years old. And
I'm so glad they just caught that in the wide shot where he was just like, this mother. He just got me. Because like that right there is the face of a guy that's been defeated using his own tactics. I love this. This is one of the best episodes of Piers Morgan yet because look at it. Look at it.
Point for me.
And they didn't even edit it out.
The scandals we're not talking about. Why? Why are we defining...
Thank you for this gift, Mehdi. Thank you.
...child sex crimes and grooming gangs by race, unless you're a racist or trying to make political hay out of this. I care about the victims of all crimes. I don't give a damn whether the perpetrator was brown, black, white, blue, or
you do.
yellow.
Yeah.
I think we should support the
Piers
victims
does.
of those crimes. And if you're only obsessed with the perpetrators, as Elon Musk is, as Robert Jenry is, then you don't actually care about these girls. That's what Alexis J said.
But the argument, as you know,
victims.
Let him finish.
The argument, as you know, from those who do want a big further inquiry, is that actually it was a very specific section of the community, a very specific section of the Muslim community, and it was British Pakistani men who they believe were operating under some warped cultural thing, which they felt entitled them to behave this way.
Well, that's not proven, right? That's what we need. That's what we need. Obviously, more studying on, more research on. I agree with that, because these guys in places like Rochdale, Rotherham, were British Pakistani men overwhelmingly in those cases.
Yes.
But it's very interesting that you pick a sample and then say, these are the towns we're talking about, they're all brown. Well, why can't we talk about Cornwall or Glasgow or the West Midlands? I'm saying this is a phenomenon that happens nationwide. There are multiple, Piers, surely you'd accept, there are multiple factors. There are experts on child sex abuse who you should invite on the show, I'm not one, who will tell you there are multiple factors that cause this stuff. I mean, this happens in every country in the world. In these towns, clearly there were a lot of things going on. We know about police corruption. We should be talking about police corruption in places like Rotherham, where the police knew what was going on, and there are Exactly, and there are allegations of like money and drugs going between the perpetrators and the police.
All sickening,
These girls were treated badly, not just because they were white. Not just because they were white, Piers. Let's talk about the class issue. Because they were seen as worthless. They were seen as poor, working class, not having any value or credibility. So there's a lot of things to talk about here. And yes, we can talk about culture, but you know what? It's interesting you bring religion in. Religion is the most absurd thing of all. Do you think Islam sanctions any of this? These people were plying girls with alcohol and drugs. Last time I checked, alcohol is forbidden in Islam. Even an ignorant person knows that. So any idea that this has anything to do with religion is absolutely absurd and laughable. And again, we don't define white people crimes by Christianity or Judaism. We don't.
Weird. It's almost like he's saying something about you that you might be a what's that word? It starts with an R.
Don't talk about Hindu bankers or Jewish.
Bandit Mehdi is cooking. Yep.
Carjackers. I'm not sure why we're bringing.
The fact that they're not focusing on him, I have to say, this might be a producer that is like, that I'm not sure if he either doesn't like Piers or he just knows, where he's just like, focus on Piers, focus on his reaction, because he's not happy.
Bringing religion into this, it's absolutely absurd. And last point on the victims, Piers, I just want to say this, and I'm sure you'll appreciate this point. The victims were overwhelmingly white, right? But they weren't only white.
Oh, they're losing video.
There's this new thing going on that these brown men decided to target white.
Damn it! I was hoping it was. I was hoping it was a rogue producer.
Girls seen as, outside.
We could just go with it.
And fair game. Not true. If you read Alexis Jay's report on Rotherham, then you'll see that she points out that there were a lot of young Asian girls who were also abused by these men, but who didn't come forward because of quote unquote the shame in their community, their parents saying they'll never get married. So there are actually a lot going on here that we've just glossed over. And Elon Musk coming in with his disinformation, his racism, his Islamophobia, championing Tommy Robinson. Surely.
Yeah, Piers. All of a sudden, Piers forgot how to talk.
He condemned the championing of an Islamophobic, violent bigot like Robinson, and lying that he's in prison because he uncovered this. Robinson had nothing to do with this. In fact, Piers,
I literally have been doing that
you
for
know,
the last
Piers,
week.
you know, Piers, good, and Piers, you know.
Well, then that means call out Elon for it now, instead of doing this thing where you're just like, yeah, I mean, I've called out Tommy Robinson, but
Tommy Robinson almost jeopardized a trial against a bunch of brown guys in Huddersfield.
Twice.
With his contempt of court antics.
Twice. He nearly wrecked 2 trials.
He's not a champion of
headcanon, the floor director, hates Piers as much as the rest of us.
victims of gangs.
No, he's not. What do you say?
agree.
Generally,
it's canon now.
I'm curious what you think of this. You know, I said on X yesterday,
I love it.
that Tommy Robinson is, to me, is the embodiment of an Islamophobe. He's Islamophobic. And there's plenty of examples of where his rhetoric, I think, stacks it up. To which a lot of people, including Gad Saad, who's coming after you, say there's no such thing as Islamophobia. That's the argument that they come up with, which is there is no such thing as Islamophobia, that you're allowed to be as critical as you want of Islam.
All right, guys, we're going to listen to Gad Saad and get mad.
What do you say to that?
Can you imagine if I came on your show and said there's no such thing as anti-Semitism, you should be able to be as critical of Judaism as you want? That's an absurd position to take. It's a de facto bigoted position. People say nonsense stuff. You've heard it all, Piers. Oh, it can't be a phobia. That's an irrational fear. That's not what it's like. Well, we have homophobia. We don't say we don't use it. Am I a fan of the term Islamophobia? No, but anti-Semitism, homophobia, Islamophobia, all these are made up words to try and describe very real phenomenon, which is anti-Muslim bigotry,
that's exactly
hate,
what's happening.
discrimination, whatever you want to call it, right? The idea, look at Elon Musk, for example. He's now posting about Islamophobia being fiction. This guy who once pretended to be a liberal has gone full hard far right. He's backing a party in Germany,
idiotsophobia,
which is aligned with neo-Nazis who've said outrageous things about Muslims and immigrants and minorities. The German intelligence community believes it's an extremist party. The German courts believe it's an extremist party. Musk is writing articles in German backing them. So
do you sneeze every time that you get passed by like a really big truck?
this is where we are right now, where the normalization of bigotry and hate against minorities continues apace. And I think, Donald Trump winning is great to fight the woke. It's actually very worrying. We have a global far right. We have Orban. We have Trump. We have in the UK now, I was going to say Farage, but actually it's Tommy Robinson, apparently, that Elon Musk favors, who are being propped up. And they take very, very disturbing views of all this. And Piers, I just want to say this. People think, Islamophobia blown out of proportion, exaggerated by Muslims. Let me just tell you this. In New Zealand, in Christchurch, you remember the 2 mosque attacks in the last Trump presidency, when a far-right attacker in New Zealand went and killed more than 50 Muslims as they prayed. Do you know what he had written on his ammunition, on his bullets? He had "For Rotherham" written on his bullets, right? That is what happens when you politicize scandals, politicize controversies, turn
Weird. It's almost like you're culpable. Weird.
very real problems into,
I give up for the night. MS1.
in your political game, into
MS Word 1.
weapons to attack minorities. What happens is extremists then jump on that. That's what Keir Starmer was talking about. There is a far-right bandwagon. In Rotherham, an 81-year-old grandfather...
MAGA will claim people are being MAGA-phobic. Don't give them any ideas, please.
15 was beaten to death by a gang who shouted "groomer" at him. Right? So I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about this stuff. I'm on your show talking about it. I'm just saying how we talk about it is so important.
Is there also, okay, fair enough. Listen, fair enough. Is there also a problem, as the likes of Tommy Robinson have been screaming about now for a long period of time, albeit in my estimation purely for his own self-gain, but is there also a genuine problem in the way that Muslims in Britain who've come into the country have assimilated into communities? We have as many Muslims in Britain, I think, as America has, even though they're 5 times the size. Are there legitimate concerns that you might have about the way Muslims have assimilated or not? Is it fair to even ask the question?
Of course it's fair to ask the question, and I've asked the question myself. I've written about multiculturalism and integration and all of these issues for over 20 years, back when I was in the UK for The Guardian, for The New Statesman. Again, it's how you do it, right? It's not... My problem with The Telegraph and parts of The Times, and of course the Daily Mail and the Daily Express, is they do it in a jingoistic...
Mehdi's too good for MSNBC. Honestly, it's one of the better things that happened. As much as, I'm mad about it, it worked out for him. I like him at Sateo a lot more. I mean, I'm glad that he owns it and runs it. It definitely is a much better place to get, his takes and his reporting. I just wish that it was that he had a daily show. He doesn't have that yet.
One-sided manner. I just gave you the example earlier. We talk about rape gangs. Let's talk about rape gangs. You only talk about Pakistani men. Why aren't you talking about the people in Cornwall or the West Midlands or Glasgow? That becomes a problem. I want us to be able to talk about this in a way that is fair and not discriminatory.
Yeah, he's not going to talk about the teen mod gangs that are making a comeback. Come on,
tropes about, brown men are coming here to rape our daughters. That kind of stuff, Piers, I think you would agree is not helpful. Are there issues with integration in places like in some northern towns? Yes. By the way, integration is a two-way street. There's been a lot of white flight from some of those areas. There's been a lot of issues with white working class communities, as you know, with those areas, with deindustrialization, with globalization. There's a lot to get through here. It's not an easy topic. And if we're going to make sweeping generalizations about Pakistani men, well, the mayor of London, just elected for a 3rd time, is the child of Pakistani immigrants. Why are we not talking about the success story that is the UK, which has a Muslim man as the first mayor of a major European city? Or in Scotland, where they elected a Muslim man to be the first Muslim British Pakistani descent, Hamza Yusuf.
Scotland, I'm not surprised by, though. Scotland's, pretty progressive.
Who was last year the first Muslim leader of a Western nation, right? There have been huge success stories.
Mehdi on Jon Stewart's podcast would be very interesting. Oh, yeah. Has he done that?
Mehdi Hasan, good to talk to you, as always. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Somebody you were watching
that
very carefully there, very intently. What do you make of what he said?
He knew it's coming.
Well, I agreed with about 60%. You started on woke ideology, and Mehdi seemed to deny that this had overridden and marched through our institutions. I think that's somebody in complete denial.
Yes, I do
Seems
too.
to me very obvious that in the...
Oh, of course. The two British white dudes are...
The grooming gang scandal, the child rape scandal, there was a...
They're more than happy to just be like, I feel like he was all out of place on that one.
About prosecuting mainly Pakistani men out of fear of cultural sensitivity. That is a catastrophe for us. I think of academia, where 30 years ago, the number of academics, I think this is a poll in American university, who identified as conservatives in relation to those who identified as liberal, it was 2 to 1 in favour of liberal. Now it's gone to 10 to 1. There are some humanities subjects where it's over 100 to 1. I mean, I took a sabbatical from the Times and Sunday Times to do some research on cousin marriage. I think this is a scandal in this country.
I read your piece on it.
This is pissing me off. I need a snack, and at least Spellcheck didn't ream me.
High proportion of people having cousin marriage. There are problems with cultural integration, because when you marry cousins, you stay within a sequestered group and you don't integrate effectively. Also, congenital difficulties.
My man knows all about that.
Because of genetic recessive disorders. I would phone scientists who had written papers.
Don't be mean. Yeah, screw that. Like, are you actually hearing the substance behind this guy?
I'm going to call back. They were worried about talking about
what?
Because it's predominantly Pakistani community. And there was a piece of evidence in a paper that I found out off the record that showed very high rates of incest from the UK Biobank in the Pakistani community. Tremendously important information.
Really? You guys want to go there? You guys want to go there as Brits? You want to go there? Seriously? You guys still have a bunch of incestuous MFers in your or not in your parliament, but as royalty, as figureheads in your freaking country. I would definitely watch this one, guys.
Social services and beyond. But it was not published because the ethics.
When that dude just popped on my screen, I said, "What the f?" Yep. Look.
That it might inflame racial tension, unless people on the left, so-called, are willing to accept woke overreach. They're going to continue to inflame.
Oh my God! These people decided to discuss Pakistani stuff after they hung up on Mehdi. So weak. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then they're going right to Gad Saad. Like they're gonna end it with Gad Saad just being like, I don't think anything that Mehdi said has any merit.
Right. And I think
Trust me.
To the detriment of us all.
Do you feel that Trump's big win, and particularly the role that Elon Musk played in helping him get that big win, which I think is indisputable, do you think that has led, as Trump said, I mean, he used that phrase that was very interesting in his victory speech, about he felt that people came from all parts of every community to vote for him. He won the Latino vote, incredible. Massively higher numbers in African-American vote and so on. Jews, Muslims, everyone voted for Trump, more than they had done in 2016 or 2020. Do you think that was a signal that, yes, they were fed up with the cost of living crisis, yes, they were fed up with illegal immigration and all the issues of that, but that also they're fed up with the woke, as Musk calls it, the woke mind virus? Because I do think that played a big part. When I read about that advert they did,
that for me,
the they them against, and Trump's for you,
right? And Kamala's for they, them.
Yeah.
Trump is for you.
Yeah.
And if you look at the ads that were pumped out in the key battleground states in the build-up to the election, that was dominating.
Yes.
Now, you think of any previous election, and people campaign and typically win on economics. And I think it would be ridiculous for us not to accept that inflation was a very significant factor in how people turned against the Biden administration. But there is no doubt that on the margins, where presidential elections are won and lost, woke ideology repelled and repulsed many people in middle America. So, and it seems to me the Democrats and the left, the liberal establishment, have to understand and learn these lessons. And one of the things about the grooming gang scandal, the child rape scandal, is to the extent that we have a massive hyper-liberal, ultra-progressive bias in some of our leading institutions, including the universities, not just humanities subjects. There's one that I was talking about. This was genetics. We've got to roll that back, and we have to think very carefully. I think that's a big strategic issue for us, and then we can move forward.
The role of Elon Musk in this scandal, you know, he's a blunt instrument. He said some pretty offensive things, outrageous things about some of these politicians, jailing Keir Starmer, you know, calling Jess Phillips a genocidal rape apologist and so on. Obviously, that is unacceptable. I think most people agree with that. But has he done something powerfully constructive in making this now a national debate that I suspect is more likely than not to lead to another national inquiry into this that is more specific, less wide-ranging, and means you don't end up with a 400-page report with Rotherham mentioned once?
I think Elon Musk, taking a step back, is going to be regarded as one of the most consequential humans ever to have lived. I've listened to all of his interviews, read as much of what I can about what he's done and why he's done it. When I look at SpaceX, Tesla, Neuralink, his move in AI, I am completely amazed by his creative audacity.
Sorry, my dog had to go out too.
His entrepreneurial will to get these things done. He actually operationalizes his ideas. A remarkable person. But because he's
No, I got one better. He looks like the principal from Community.
a great entrepreneur, he has a huge amount of collateral that he can bring to any political debate. He has 200 million plus for that's even more than you on X.
Huge.
And therefore, when he opines on politics, however, it seems to me he's all over the place. He doesn't have the intent. Now, there are some issues on politics that I'm completely with him on. This is the biggest issue facing the Western world today, in my view, much more important than woke ideology, is the level of public debt. It's enormous in the United States.
And he knows that America will go bankrupt.
Absolutely, and that's why he's going to be working with the Trump administration to try and roll off
the
Doge. This is a very significant movement in the whole evolution of Western civilization because public debt is very high across the Western world. But when he talks about some political issues, he's all over the place. So do I commend him for bringing that collateral to the child rape gangs? Absolutely, even if I disapprove of the way he did it. But I absolutely condemn him, in particular for trying to rehabilitate Tommy Robinson.
Yeah.
That, I think...
I just don't think he knows enough about Robinson.
I agree.
I do think it comes down to...
Tell me this, then.
White see-through shirt with a pink body.
I think it's very interesting
and studio lighting.
Psychologically. Engineers, like Musk, scientists, they have to have empirical rigour. Their ideas have to confront reality in order to work. You can't land a spaceship, reverse park it on a... whatever it was, a gantry, without incredible precision and mathematical rigour. How is it that this person who can do that in the end...
He's not. You're one of the biggest idiots on the planet. When you... See? He's one of them. Right there. He thinks Elon Musk actually developed that technology. He thinks that he sat there and coded all of that. Like, they have this myth that Elon Musk is like the brilliant mind writing all his math equations on his bathroom floor, you know, at all hours of the night without realizing that he's a man-child who has bought into a bunch of profitable things and got lucky.
Engineering space is willing to send out tweets without having done any research.
I think what happened is that he watched Robinson on a big interview he did with Jordan Peterson, who Elon really likes and respects. And Jordan just let him talk, right? And gave him a very, very fair hearing, Robinson, without too much pushback.
They literally think he's Tony Stark.
If Elon watched my interview last night with Jordan Peterson about Tommy Robinson, he might come away with a very different view, certainly a much more balanced view of what he's like. Notwithstanding the fact that, as Jordan Peterson said, and I got a lot of time for Jordan, but he said, whatever we think of Robinson, so you may be right about everything you're saying, he can be an undesirable human being, but it doesn't make him wrong about the rape gangs. And I think that's a fair argument, is that you don't have to be the squeakiest, cleanest of messengers if your message is important enough and you've banged that drum as Robinson has for a long time. It is complicated. It's more nuanced than people who take a visceral position either side would take, I think. Stay with us, Matthew. Fascinating to get your response to Mehdi. Might be even more fascinating to get your response to Gad Saad, who joins me now. He's visiting professor, global ambassador at Northwood University. Gad, great to have you back on
Jordan Peterson is a joke.
Uncensored. Yep. And you and I have been having a little...
What do you mean? All I did was tell people that they needed to clean their rooms to be better people. I don't know why everybody hates me so much.
Very friendly ding-dong on X the last few days. I want to start just by what Mehdi Hasan told me about Islamophobia? Because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you're kind of the view it doesn't really exist, and that you shouldn't be silenced from criticising Islam by people shouting you're Islamophobic. Now, Mehdi Hasan, and I subscribe to this as well, I think if you launch the kind of ferocious, relentless attacks that someone like Tommy Robinson has done on Islam and Muslims in the way that he's done so many times, it's eventually...
Oh, you're off work. Hell yeah.
...pretty painfully obvious to people that you're...
You know what? That deserves a celebration.
Coming at this from a bigoted position, and therefore, by the dictionary definition of Islamophobia, if it comes from a place of hate, that actually is Islamophobia, isn't it?
Thank you so much for having me back, Piers. The devil is in the details, right? So if I were to say that Jews are inherently diseased, they are degenerates, they are evil, they're parasites, that would be anti-Semitic. If I say there are teachings in the Torah that are abhorrent given today's moral codes, that wouldn't be anti-Semitic. So if you were to make dispositional statements about individual Muslims, that would be Muslim bigotry. But if you say anything you want about the codified content of Islam, then by definition, that cannot be Islamophobic.
Okay, so let me play you a little mashup of examples, I would say, where
that came out too
Tommy
easily.
Robinson has displayed Islamophobia by the criteria in the dictionary. Let's take a look.
We will unify every community against the hostility and barbarianism of Islam. I'm not racist. I despise racism. Islam is not a race. Islam is a fascist, violent ideology which masquerades as a religion.
Every single Muslim watching this video on YouTube, on 7/7, you got away with killing and maiming.
How do the biggest and just like the whitest dudes, how do they always get away with this?
British citizens.
We embrace migrants that come to this country and love it. The problem is Islamic migrants come to this country and declare war on it.
Now, when you hear all that, and in particular, it felt to me that what he said about 7/7, which was a bunch of extremist terrorists who happened to be Muslim committing terrorism, when you basically, at a crowd with a loud hailer in your mouth, embrace every single Muslim in the country and say you're all to blame for killing and maiming Brits, that is Islamophobic, isn't it? I mean, it has to be. Otherwise,
So
what is?
let me address this in using two examples.
Again, didn't expect to all of a sudden pivot and go, now I agree with Piers. Interesting.
Number one predictor of child abuse is if there is a step-parent in the house. It is 100 times greater predictor than all other predictors. And yet, most step-parents are perfectly lovely and kind and don't commit abuse. So understanding statistical reasoning and causal inferencing is important. So let me give a second example. Since 9/11 alone, there have been 46,000 plus terror attacks committed in roughly 70 countries by Islamic terrorists. That is an absolute fact, notwithstanding the fact that out of 2 billion Muslims, most did not commit terrorist acts. So we can point to 7/7 and say that was driven by Islamic ideology, while also speaking from the other side of our mouths that most Muslims that we'll ever meet are peaceful. Both of those two statements are true.
But what the peaceful Muslims would say is that actually it's the twisting of the Islam ideology by extremists that is the problem. It's not a genuine interpretation of Islam because the vast majority of Muslims are peaceful.
Well, this is never applied to Christianity in the same way. That's why I hate the double standard.
So they say,
that's
look,
not true.
Well, is it not true?
No, it isn't.
If that wasn't true, then wouldn't de facto most Muslims commit acts of terrorism?
Most Jews eat prosciutto and also eat shrimps, but they're not practicing a more gentle form of kosher law. They simply ignore the fact that kosher laws dictate that you don't eat shrimps and that you don't eat prosciutto, right? I eat prosciutto. I'm Jewish. I'm not practicing a more peaceful version of Judaism. I just ignore.
No, you're technically not practicing your religion. That's the. I love how these guys, especially these academics, can like do these little mental gymnastics to make it seem like what they're doing is totally within the line of their religion.
That which
like it's totally in line with our religion to go against what our religion says to do. But when they say to hate gay people, oh boy, will I be on that one.
I don't wish to apply. Most Muslims don't commit those acts because they are kind and decent people who choose to ignore whichever they don't wish to follow in their texts. But does Islam contain endless quotes, endless edicts that are profoundly problematic to the kuffar?
Bible
the
too.
answer is a resounding yes.
Does the Bible do that?
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course, the Bible does that.
Okay.
But
So the same.
as far as
you're saying you would have the same view of Christianity, for example, would you?
Right. Well, if Christians were going around right now quoting passages from the New Testament and committing 46,000 plus terror attacks in nearly 70 countries since 9/11 alone, then I would say we need to worry about those texts. If they were Talmudic extremists doing that, then we would worry about that. Look, Deuteronomy has a lot of nasty things. Find the Elamites and kill them.
Yep.
But I don't know many guys called Mordechai Rubenstein looking for Amalekites to kill them. So, common sense.
Yeah, Piers is doing good. What's happening?
Right?
What's going on?
Muslims are lovely. I know more Muslims than most people will ever meet in their lives. None of them have ever been terrorists. This doesn't take away from the fact that there is a astounding problem with Islamic terrorism. Both those statements.
Cosmic Debris. Good night, y'all. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it.
True.
It is, but I would say that to give you two parallels, very different things. One, as somebody put to me on X today, during the years when the IRA were committing appalling acts of terrorism, it would be like saying, well, then according to Tommy Robinson, his logic would say all Irish people are to blame for the maiming and killing, right? Which clearly would have been an outrageous thing to say. Secondly, and I raised this with someone the other day on the show who was incensed that I would even draw this parallel, but I said, why not? If you look at the number of mass shootings in America in the last 30 years, they're almost exclusively perpetrated by deranged young white men. So does that mean that we should, by the same logic, say, well, there's all these terrible mass shootings going on, they're all being committed by the same type of profile of person, therefore all young white men in America have to be treated with deep suspicion, which is what Tommy Robinson that's where his logic takes you. That's why I have a problem with the Tommy Robinsons of this world. It's not his message and banging
my
the
brain
drum about the rape gang
What
scandal.
happened?
He's been absolutely right about that. It's just he's such a flawed messenger for all sorts of other reasons. And the reason that's problematic is because he gets used.
I think Piers plays devil's advocate for whoever he's interviewing. Yeah, it really, because like this was in line with what like Mehdi would be saying in this exact situation. So that's why I'm also kind of like,
people who are trying to avoid accountability because they say, well, look at this guy, the one who's shouting loudest about us. Look at him. He's a convicted football thug. He beats up policemen and gets convicted for it. He's a mortgage fraudster. He's a passport faker. He's committed contempt of court 3 times. He's nearly wrecked trials involving the rape gang scandals. He's made a serious...
And yet he somehow has a following of a bunch of, dudes. Go figure.
His life, utter hell.
I'm going to go out on a limb and just posit how many of those dudes are divorced.
With his lies, that's why he's now in prison, and so on. In other words, by demonizing the messenger, those who should be held to account are able to hide behind Tommy Robinson being the flag bearer for all this. I think that is a problem.
Look, Tommy Robinson has some issues in his past. I don't know all of them, although I've had a chance to have long conversations with him. He's even come to visit me in Montreal. He never, in my presence, said anything that struck me as bigoted or racist. So I'm not here to defend Tommy Robinson. Christopher Hitchens, whom I'm sure you know well, he's a compatriot British. Excuse me?
I employed him when I was editor of the Daily Mirror.
Oh, Daily Mirror, not Caller.
And when I employed him, I know what you're about to say to me about what he said about Islamophobia. Before you say it, and you're right to say it, I would point out I hired him during the Iraq War because he supported that war, and the paper opposed it before, during, and after. And I thought it was important to have a voice in the paper up against John Pilger, actually, quite often, who was obviously viscerally against the war. But I let Hitchens run riot, even though I thought he was completely wrong. And even though I look back on it now and I'm convinced he was completely wrong. So Hitchens wasn't always right before you say to me what he said about Islamophobia, which you're about to do.
Well, I mean, yes, I can make the point about what he said about Islamophobia, but the point that I was going to make is that Christopher Hitchens is, and I think you'll probably agree with this, one of the most eloquent speakers that we will have ever seen, right? He has a beautiful British accent. He speaks with a beautiful vocabulary, as does Douglas Murray. So they may say things that are, in terms of their content, absolutely indistinguishable from anything that Tommy Robinson says. But Tommy Robinson's style, his accent, is one that serves as an aesthetic injury to the people.
Oh my God! Really? It's his accent and like his affectation that really does it. It's not. It has nothing to do with the actual context of what he's saying. Come on, or the content. That's insane.
Tommy Robinson,
dude, this guy sucks
because of his style of delivery. Elon Musk, who's, as you know, is a good friend of mine, has a direct way.
Oh, well, that also explains a lot now.
Of speaking that is not as eloquent as Christopher Hitchens. That doesn't in any way imply that what he is saying is not veridical. So we have to differentiate between the substance and the content.
I don't disagree.
Tommy Robinson.
I've always said that actually about Donald Trump. Same thing, that the rhetoric often bears little relation to what he actually does. I also think it's important to focus on what people actually do. My problem with Elon, who I think is a complete genius, my problem over this week has been the way he's targeted Jess Phillips, a female MP, in my view, wrongly and inaccurately, but that's neither here nor there. By calling her a genocidal rape apologist, he's put a massive target on her head where people have now been arrested for threatening her life. And we've had 2 members of parliament, including a young woman, who've been murdered in the last 10 years in this country. I just think that kind of language crosses a line. I mean, would you agree?
Look, I hear you. I get that.
No, just say no at that point, Gad.
I've been accused of being the orchestrator of the killing of Gazan children. I sit as a professor who's 60 years old in Montreal doing evolutionary psychology research. I have nothing to do with the killing of anyone in Gaza, yet I am the baby genocidal killer. So, of course, I empathize with the point that you're making. And that's why
Or are they saying that you support it?
said that sometimes Elon might be very blunt in the way he says what he says, but the content of what he's saying, the ire that he has, really is coming from a good place, right? Britain does suffer from an orgiastic form of suicidal empathy, the topic of my forthcoming book, because they're much more desirous of protecting the sensibilities of their Muslim population than to worry about the integrity of the bodily and the integrity of children. That's not a good calculus to have. I think that's what triggered the ire of Elon. The fact that he went after this person is regrettable. I share your concern there. But again, I think the fact that you and I and others are having these important
I
conversations.
share your concern, but you're never going to actually do anything about it while you're admitting that you have his ear. Like, dude.
Only good things can come from
No,
that.
I completely agree. And actually having Mehdi first, you now, having Matthew here who has his views about it. I mean, it's interesting what you just said. It's not a million miles away from what Matthew said about the woke ideology getting a grip of our country in a way that so many people in officialdom felt incapable or too terrified to do the right thing because they were fearful of retribution and being accused of, being anti-Muslim or whatever it may be. And I completely get that. That's why, I was interested in what you were saying to me, and you said it on the Will Kane show. I love Will. I listened to that interview. It just slightly misinterpreted me. I'm not saying that any criticism of Muslims or Islam is wrong or unacceptable by any means. I think every group of people, whoever they are, I'm a Catholic. The Catholic Church sex scandal, abuse scandal was utterly horrific. It's just one of the most
still going on
things imaginable, that people purporting to be priests were out there abusing children for decades. And it is still going on, I'm sure. And I, as a Catholic, feel totally ashamed about the total lack of accountability, the cover-ups that went on, and the abuse. So I feel exactly the same way about my own church as I do about what's happened here with these British Pakistani Muslims towards, predominantly British Pakistani Muslims towards young girls. But this, I think you and I talked about this before, Gad. The woke ideology was definitely a contributing factor here. People did not want to put their head over the parapet because they were terrified of getting shot.
Exactly right. Look, cultural
No, dude, it's the fact that you had to go and just make it about the fact that they were Pakistani and Muslims in the first place instead of just being like, yeah, it's reprehensible what they're doing and it's absolutely abhorrent. You're the one who made it about color and race,
relativism,
like, and even religion. Like,
is a
what
pathogenic idea that I discuss in the parasitic mind, because it purports that who are we to judge the cultural practices, the religious practices of another culture? So if another culture wants to cut off the clitorises of 5-year-old girls, who are you to judge, you cultural imperialist? No, I am here to judge. There are absolutist, deontological, moral principles that any decent person should abide by. Cutting off the clitorises of little girls is never okay. And so you're exactly right that the coupling of these parasitic woke ideas with the reflex of suicidal empathy, put them together, you end up with a cocktail that leads us to the abyss of infinite lunacy.
Do you feel, notwithstanding that, the way that I feel, which is I do think the Trump victory and the scale of it and Elon Musk's contributing factor to that, which was, I think, enormous, by going all in with Trump. I think he had a very persuasive effect, particularly on young men. But do you feel, as I do, that the woke worm is really turning hard?
Guys, let's do the woke worm.
That people
what the
are sick of it. They're sick of what they see as a
Soviet mind. What about circumcision? Actually, yeah, that's a good one.
They are sick of what they see as Musk calls it, the woke mind virus, and that the ad we were talking about earlier of Kamala's for they, them, Trump's for you.
So what do we call the other side of that? Do we call it like conservative heart stoning or the cementing of a heart? Like, because that's kind of what they're doing.
Pronoun
if there's
bullshit.
This woke mind virus.
The gender ideology bullshit, which was manifested so spectacularly badly with the trans women in women's sport, destroying the integrity of women's
He's
sport.
Such an asshole.
And so on. That it's
He's
all on
such
the
an
retreat.
asshole.
And the reason I think we could say that with some authority now is the incredible statement from Mark Zuckerberg, which is 6
I'd rather do the woke sprinkler.
minutes long and is one of the most extraordinary U-turns I can ever remember a serious public figure like him coming out with, where he basically has just thrown the towel in on this stuff, even down to saying that the Facebook fact checkers were the problem because they were coming at the fact checking from a sort of woke ideology point of view, which is not fact checking, and so on. But also saying from now on, you will be allowed to have what have been deemed unacceptable views about gender, about all these issues. And I would say, hurrah! It doesn't give you an excuse to be a vicious bigot, but it should give you the excuse, in fact, the right and the freedom to express yourself about these issues.
Yeah, so I do think that, of course, thank God that Trump won. He will serve as a doorstop against the woke insanity. But I keep trying to remind people not to be complacent in the following sense, Piers. It took about 50 to 100 years for many of these parasitic ideas to develop into the big woke monster that we eventually saw, right? So some of these ideas were spawned on university campuses close to 100 years ago.
The big woke monster. I picture it looking like the abominable snowman from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
For example, cultural relativism. Postmodernism developed on university campuses, about 50, 60 years ago. So these ideas have not been completely extinguished. Yes, Donald Trump coming in, he'll be able to clean house very quickly, but the battle will be much longer. So we can't be complacent. Hopefully it won't take 50 to 100 years to eradicate all those bad ideas, but it doesn't start and end with Trump. It's a good first step, but let's keep fighting for truth.
Yeah. Gadsak, great to have you back on Uncensored. Let's not leave it so long next time. It's been very civilized. Very civil.
Thank
A
you, sir.
template in civilized, reasonable debate. Great to see you.
Thank you. You too.
Shot at Mehdi.
Cheers.
Matthew, what did you make of that?
Well, I agreed with most of it.
Yes, that's what I thought.
I agree with most of it. I mean, I think it's right to point out that Islamic terrorism is a problem, but it is.
We don't need to hear what this
try and
freaking bald Big Bird has to say about this. This. Oh God, he's just ridiculous. Actually, that's a good summary of him as a bald Big Bird. Like just a little bit. Alrighty, well, that was a roller coaster of a video for me because I was just like 100% in agreement with Mehdi. I was getting angry about the fact that Piers was kind of doing the Piers Morgan, and then on top of it, like, dude, you want to talk about taking advantage of that 3-second delay? Mehdi was definitely at a disadvantage on that one. Give me 1 second. So, I gotta say, man, I really, I got Mehdi Hasan is the best at this, and I just thought about it. Like, he does have a good chance at helping us establish like a new party or something. I don't know. We'll see. But gotta love how Piers just. He had to make it about trans rights. He cannot go one episode without mentioning it, where he's just like, it's this woke ideology and this gender this gender stuff. Wah! What a putz. All right, well, I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. That was fun. Ish.
Oh, goody, he had Jordan Peterson on too.
Alright, give me 1 second, guys. Okay. Let's see. What else we got? Palestine. Here we go. This is going to be a nice little quick one. I gotta get this one out of the way because it is interesting, and I hate the fact that Pac-Man did it, but
lesbians are to blame for California fires.
I should have just paused it right there. Lesbians,
female firefighters, and DEI, and
that isn't.
And non-white
bold sweater.
I know. David, what the hell are you talking about? Lesbians, once again. Listen, at least they're not blaming trans people, right? They're taking a break from that. Due to a combination of homophobia. It's a combination of a bunch of different things. Due to a combination of homophobia, a complete disregard for the facts, and desperate attempts to criticize their political adversaries, Fox News, MAGA people, etc., are blaming DEI and women believed to be lesbians by them that are part of the Los Angeles Fire Department for what's happening in Los Angeles with the fires. I'm going to give you a few examples. And of course, as is always the case, you've got to read between the lines a little bit to really get at what they're saying. Here is Fox host Jesse Waters, who puts up a picture of the leadership of the LAFD. And, you know,
Pac-Man is very NPR sounding. Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know.
I still can't
pictured are lesbians. I don't really care about speculating, but what's circulating from the right is that they are lesbians. Okay, let's imagine that they are. Here is Jesse Waters pulling the same stuff they did with Kamala Harris. This is the sort of like DEI thing. And Waters implies, just based on their appearance, we should be questioning whether they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
So who else is running things? This right here, ladies and gentlemen, this is the leadership of the LA Fire Department. I sure hope they know what they're doing.
Yes. Laura Ingraham with much of the same stuff, saying it is DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies in the LAFD, meaning they have.
So what happens when it is just a bunch of white dudes failing at these same positions? Then what?
Haven't just hired
like, seriously
white men. That is responsible for what is going on.
Yeah, thank you.
We haven't even
This is
mentioned the
ridiculous.
idiotic DEI priorities that have infected the hiring of senior personnel throughout the state. The fire chief of LA, I'm sure, is doing her best, but of all the challenges facing California, she has made a point of focusing on diversity and inclusion because fires care about the color of your skin.
Okay. Then we have Matt Walsh excreting on X, quote, Los Angeles.
All right. Since we're getting rid of DEI, we need to put a white man into the position since she's just, a lowly woman.
Deliberately set out to exclude white men.
No. I'm so sick of these entitled white, conservative women that are all of a sudden doing that without recognizing the fact that they didn't have rights, throughout the 70s, like the credit card thing, or even have the right to vote. Like, no. If you're going to be that way, then you get treated like a second-class citizen, too.
Men from becoming
Absolutely
firefighters.
ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
And now they don't have enough firefighters to prevent their city from burning.
And then on top of it, they go and they're just like, yes, we are just incubators that are here to please our husbands. That's exactly what we are.
The ground. DEI is a cancer
Holy
that
crap.
destroys
the cognitive dissonance that it takes to live that kind of life.
Everything it touches. Now, of course, it may well be the case that Los Angeles doesn't have enough firefighters, but that's like a funding issue. What's the total number of firefighters?
DEI initiatives that benefited women the most. Don't tell Laura Ingraham that. What are you talking about? She did it by her merits.
The idea that there are funded firefighter jobs remaining open.
Oh, wait a minute. If we're gonna let's actually play the game. Let's just do it. Because you know what? No, if they want to be met on those grounds, we all know how, according to Fox News, we all know how she got her job. Come on.
Because they are doing DEI
Yeah,
and only
I went there, and honestly, it's because they need to be brought. Laura Ingraham needs that thrown in her face.
Certain type.
Megyn Kelly needs that thrown in her face.
Is completely without basis. Now, you might be saying,
Fucking ridiculous.
Where are they getting this? What is this about? This is a really old thing, okay? In 1994, there were reports about white men being limited in terms of taking the civil service exam in LA. This is 1994, because 20 years before that, in 1974, there was a federal consent decree whose goal was to increase minority applications in Los Angeles for a lot of these types of positions. So that was 1974 decree, which affected applications in 1994. That federal consent decree was terminated in 2002. That's 23 years ago, when a judge threw it out, saying...
Right when you throw it in their face, they would call you a bigot, etc. There's no winning with these people. Well, yeah. Well, no, there is, because there's only a limit to their hypocrisy until they go, oh, okay. Because it's also just reminding them, it's like, you don't like being treated that way, right? Because the nice part about this is, at least a lot of these conservatives feign that they are Christian. So when you throw that kind of stuff in there too, where it's do unto others.
Lasted its
Oh, okay. See, I'm just practicing good Christianity. Technically, even by saying what I said, about Megyn Kelly and
it in place
Laura Ingraham.
74. Using it in 94. We're now in 2002.
Yeah, exactly. What happened to treat people the way you want to be treated? Well,
it's outlasted its purpose. It was thrown out. But they want you to believe that if they put up a picture of 3 women that they say are lesbians, maybe they are, I just don't know, that you are going to jump in and go, oh my God, the fires that Trump wrongly said are affecting Beverly Hills, which, by the way, is a different city. This is the other...
In their minds, they're just like, they were too busy scissoring.
Whack thing. All of the different lies conflict.
They really do. They all think like 13-year-olds.
Beverly Hills is not part of Los Angeles. So if you believe Trump that Beverly Hills has been decimated by the fires, and then you believe Jesse Waters that the lesbian women running LAFD are part of the problem, Beverly Hills is a different city. It's a different municipality. None of it makes sense. But what they want you to believe is that lesbians and diversity and women and DEI are the problem here. And you know what? That's a very appealing explanation to a lot of people. Guys in my audience, I know you're...
That was loud. Guys? What? Actually, I kind of like that. Is that a shirt or a jacket? That's kind of cool. I like the mix there. Yeah. Lesbians? Like right at the beginning of that. Sorry, that's kind of funny. All right, let's go check in with the live fire coverage. Actually, screw it. Let's watch this.
Mel Gibson
we'll do
has
one more
resurfaced
Pac-Man.
and appeared on the Joe Rogan program. A very, very disturbed Mel
What?
Gibson. I want to play. just a
How
couple
many
of
studios
clips.
does he have?
And there are a bunch of different interesting things here. First and foremost, Rogan asks Mel Gibson, "What do you think about evolution?"
Oh, by the way, guys,
And in some
just
sense,
oh,
who cares what Mel Gibson
happening?
thinks about evolution?
Real quick, if you guys can leave a like on the stream, it really helps me out, and sub to the channel if you haven't already. I appreciate it.
Because he doesn't know anything about evolution, and he's an actor. It's just not his area of expertise. One of the things that does seem to be going on is that Joe Rogan is increasingly going down this sort of Christian path. He recently had...
Fun fact, 73% of all emergency visits involving lesbians are minor lacerations.
I don't even remember the guy's name, but he's a Christian apologist who appeared on Rogan's program and spent hours claiming that every biblical story is true and talking about how Jonah quite literally was eaten by a whale and then was resurrected. And I mean, it was like wacky stuff.
Wait, Jonah? Wait, he didn't die. Wait a minute. No, it's the story is that he lived in a whale for 3 days.
It was like he's getting more and more pulled into it. Okay. So
or was it 7?
In comes Mel Gibson and says the following when Rogan asks him about evolution.
What are your thoughts on evolution? Wow. The Darwin thing? Yeah.
I don't really go for it.
No?
Yeah. Ice Age, dinosaurs, what do they turn into? I mean...
Fossil fuels that you guys love to go drill, baby, drill. Do you not?
Things became extinct at some point. I don't think I was some kind of legless thing that crawled out of the ocean. I don't think I came from that.
Well, there you go.
Guys, he also, okay, so then he was never a sperm.
I mean,
like, what the
hard to argue with that. Mel just doesn't think he came from. What's the value?
What happened to him? Like, I already knew he was kind of nuts, but what the hell?
In asking Mel Gibson,
and this is his return. This is his comeback
about evolution. I mean, like, really, who cares what he thinks about evolution? And you might be saying, well, at least that opinion doesn't really damage anybody, right? Well, then he got into the cancer cures. Yes, Mel Gibson getting into the cancer cures.
Yeah, I heard this one.
I'll play it for you. And then
this is nuts.
I'll tell you a good story.
Okay. I have 3.
I love the fact that, see, I've listened to enough Rogan. He's already sick of him, and he's questioning whether this was a good idea or not, because he gets that way where he's like, okay.
Friends. All 3 of them had stage 4 cancer. All 3 of them don't have cancer right now at all. And they had some serious stuff going on.
And what did they take?
Jesus. They took some, what you've heard they've taken.
They've taken some, the stuff that they said that didn't do the things that, but.
Ivermectin.
Yeah, ivermectin, that thing that Big Pharma, this whole thing that their whole conspiracy where it's just like, because it's a horse tranquilizer, that they literally are so dumb that they're just like, did you know that there was this thing called ivermectin that it's totally not a medicine backed by Big Pharma. It was developed by Farm and Fleet.
Acting. Fenbendazole. Yeah.
That's
I'm hearing that a lot.
They drank hydrochloride something or other.
There's studies.
Hydrochloride something or other. Cool. I hope anybody that listens to him hears that and goes, they took what? I'm taking that note, because I hope they take that one.
Where people have proven that
people drinking methylene.
Yeah.
Because you know how he said he doesn't believe in Darwin? I do, and I believe in Darwinism. So let's let this one happen, guys.
Blue and stuff.
Yeah, methylene blue, which was a fabric dye.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a textile dye. And now they find it has profound effects on your mitochondria.
Yep.
Yeah.
Guys, did you know that Mountain Dew, because of the yellow dye number 5, actually fights cancer?
This stuff works, man.
There's a lot of stuff that does work, which is very strange. Because, again,
allegedly,
profit. When you hear about things that are demonized and then they turn out to be effective.
He's not trolling. No, he actually believes this stuff. No, Mel Gibson's not a troll. He actually is this nuts.
You always wonder, well, what is going on here? Mm-hmm. How is our medical institutions, how have they failed us so?
I heard
that things that do cure you are not promoted because
I heard rough anal play helps prevent cancer. This is why conservatives really get it. If fossil fuels are made from dead plants and animals, can vegans really use gasoline to drive a car?
They're not profitable.
This is one of the most tired arguments around pharmaceuticals. And we've already looked at this profit argument, Mm-hmm. We've talked about it with aspirin, right? I mean, a lot of these things that come from nature, if they really do work, then we isolate that molecule and we make it into a medication.
Dude, this is, again, these people are so dumb that they're doing the thing now in the Joe Rogan circles. This is where it originated, that they're starting to act like they discovered vaccines through going, what if we just took a diluted version of these diseases and injected it into our system so our systems could learn how to fight it? These guys went so full circle that they accidentally reinvented vaccines. Good job.
Medication. What was it? The aspirin originally came from. Was it the
Hey, Robin. Just got here. Mel Gibson is nuts. Yep.
What tree was it? Anyway, birch tree or something along those lines. Statins for.
Man, what happened to Riggs? Although, it's kind of weird that you watch the first Lethal Weapon and then you realize, oh, he wasn't acting.
Cholesterol, which everybody says is the most profitable thing in the world. Well, listen, number one, it also came from something found in nature, which was isolated. And it's also...
I still don't care what people say. Mad Max is a banger.
So dirt cheap. So not a lot of money is being
Road
made
Warrior, technically.
On these statins, it would be important to mention. So when someone makes a claim like Mel Gibson, how do we evaluate it? Because he goes and visits 3 friends, stage 4 cancer cured. Here's what they did. You first, if we really wanted to take this seriously, we first would say, did they really have cancer? Someone I know recently said they ran into someone who told them they cured their own prostate cancer. And then when you look into the story, they never had a confirmed prostate cancer, right? So that you cured nothing, essentially. So we would, of course, have to...
They cured butt pain.
Did these people really have cancer? What kind of cancer? Was it really stage 4? Did they only take ivermectin and fenbendazole and methylene blue? Or did they take that plus also doing the prescribed treatments? Do they really no longer have cancer? You need to answer all of those questions first to even be able to engage with this stuff. But let's talk about the three things that were mentioned: ivermectin, fenbendazole, and methylene blue. I am open to anything that would be a safe and effective treatment. And these three things are being studied. Could they have played a role? I don't know, but let's look at the science. Ivermectin. Ivermectin's an antiparasitic drug. It has shown some anti-cancer activity in lab studies, okay? The mechanism through which ivermectin might help with some types of cancer in combination with other treatments is that it might inhibit certain pathways. It might induce death in some cancer cells. It could disrupt the energy production in cancer cells. Now, you would say, well, what dose of ivermectin for what types of cancer? Of course, that's the critical question. The evidence we have right now is in vitro, which is very far from working in humans, and in some animals. It's not validated, and the concern is that the doses a human would have to take of ivermectin.
I love how these guys are also so scared of, like, remember when the vaccine was developed and they were just like, it was too quick, and then they do this and they're just like, see, it works in mice. Hasn't even been in human trials yet, and these dumb effers are trying to get out there and I gotta get that ivermectin to get my cancer preventative.
To have the same effect would be so high that they might be damaging. Should it be studied? Absolutely. Should Mel Gibson show up and just say, my friends cured themselves with ivermectin? I don't know that that's exactly responsible. Then we have fenbendazole. Fenbendazole is a deworming medication for animals. It is being looked at for anti-cancer properties. Now, what would be the mechanism? How would fenbendazole work on cancer? And remember, cancer is thousands of different things, okay? You know, hundreds of cancers with thousands of different variations, mutations, etc. The way that the fenbendazole might work in certain situations would be by disrupting microtubule formation in some cancer cells. It's a similar mechanism to chemo, right? It would reduce glucose uptake in cancer cells, which is where cancer cells get energy. This is all maybe stuff. We have preclinical studies in cell lines and in some animal models. Super high doses of fenbendazole might do that. Is it safe for humans? We don't know. Is it effective in humans? We don't know. The doses required in humans to do the same thing might actually be unsafe. Should it be studied? Sure, study it, absolutely. And then finally, methylene blue. This one's getting really, really popular. Methylene blue is a dye with applications in medical diagnostics, and it is considered to have potential anti-cancer properties. It's hypothetical. The idea is that it would interfere with mitochondrial respiration in cancer cells and maybe damage the cancer cells to take this stuff methylene blue. It's being studied on cancer cell lines. This is sort of like in vitro type stuff. It's before animal stuff, it's before human stuff. There's research that if you combine it with photodynamic therapy, you might make the photodynamic therapy more effective. We've got to look at it. No thorough human testing, huge side effect risk, neurotoxicity at the required doses to achieve this effect. And so is this stuff intriguing? Is there something there to say, let's look at ivermectin, fenbendazole, and methylene blue? Yes. Is Mel Gibson showing up on Rogan and saying, my friends cured themselves with it, responsible? I don't think it is responsible. And what's important is that even though methylene blue, fenbendazole, and ivermectin are now very popular in the sort of online space, there are hundreds of similar things that are also being tested with similar lack of empirical validation, just like a theoretical use.
Yeah, and then they're like, again, these people who are, oh, the pharmaceutical industry, they're trying to make these profits, blah, 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 blah. But meanwhile, they're giving the pharmaceutical companies profits. And then they're like, oh, all the side effects, without realizing that they also have very poor side effects
that we don't hear about because they're not popular. So the other important thing to mention is there's no like conspiracy around not talking or not using ivermectin and fenbendazole and methylene blue. It's that, like hundreds or thousands of other things, We've identified a potential anti-cancer property. It's been looked at maybe in vitro, maybe in cell lines, maybe some super high dose animal testing. You know, sometimes when we say it seems to have worked in animals, what that means is that when they stuffed an animal with such a high dose that it killed them, it might have destroyed some cancer cells as well. To go from we killed cancer cells in a rat with a dose so high that the rat died to this is useful in humans, that is a very far leap. So I have no...
You see what I mean, though? Like, and how far of a leap it is where, like, you just go back how many years and they were, oh, they rushed it. They rushed it. I don't trust it. I just don't trust, I don't trust things that are rushed.
With studying this stuff, exploring the
We are really dealing with, like, can we just admit it that I think that this is the lead poisoning? Like, it has to be. Like, this has to be the effects of the lead poisoning from, like, the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and, like, that's why it's so prevalent.
Cancer properties, of course. But when Mel Gibson shows up and goes, 3 of my friends cured stage 4 cancer with some combination of these things, were they on the traditional treatment as well? Were
and he's doing this, like, it's weird.
We have no idea. The responsibility of platforming it, I don't know. I'll leave it up to you to decide.
Yeah. Well, I'm deciding that anybody platforming, you know, Mel Gibson anyway right now is kind of bringing it on themselves. Like, as I said, I've watched enough Rogan to know that at that point, he was doing his, okay. He had already made up his mind that he's never coming back. It's funny, you could listen to any Rogan episode, and he does that a lot, where, like... He'll make up his mind within the first 10 minutes if somebody's going to be invited back. People are so just selectively stubborn. Yeah. Yeah. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't understand that need to just be such a problematic ass. And then to just sit there and ignore the fact that they are indeed a problematic ass. So, yeah. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But anyway, let's go and find some live coverage of the fires. Here we go.
Flames for at least 10 hours until the water pressure basically was non-extinct. And he continued to protect his neighbors' homes even after the fire was put out. You heard him briefly mention those looters. He said last night while he was
Rogan used to have some smart people on his show. Now he's only got conspiracy types. No, that's kind of the thing. And that actually does play into, like, his move to Austin specifically because it's far enough from the airport and it being in Austin that he doesn't get as many guests, because when the these guys go on their media tours, LA is literally, was the place to go and do your media tours, and you would be able to knock out, 8 different podcasts just from being in one area. Now with Rogan in Austin, it makes that so much more problematic. And you have guys like Kyle Kalinske who have even said that made it so much harder for him to accept the invite, because he's like, I've been invited back on. I just don't want to do it because it's so much, like, just to go through to even do it. Hey, what's up, Duke?
He saw
good to see you, bud.
Looters scoping out his neighbor's property, and he was able to scare them away. And in fact, we've heard a lot of these stories from all across this area about these families managing to save their homes, but also feeling a lot of survivor's guilt. So nobody truly walking out of this tragedy without a little bit of trauma. For now, reporting live from Altadena, Christina Fan, KCAL News.
Oh, Christina, thank you. So sad to hear that people are taking advantage of others in this particular time. Well, donations have been pouring in for the victims of these wildfires, and the Dream Center
makes sense.
Park has become a hub for relief and recovery efforts. And Laura Hayfley shows us how they're helping those displaced.
This is what we need. We need more community. We need more people, more unity.
Echo Park's Dream Center flooded with cars Friday, full of neighbors helping neighbors forced to leave their homes behind.
I know people in Pasadena, Altadena that have lost their home completely gone.
So Janet Munoz filled her trunk with supplies like water and diapers for her friends just starting their family.
They're having a baby and it's gone. She's on bed rest, the lady, so she's not able to be here. So I'm just doing anything I can.
And she's not alone.
Over on that side, we have basically a pickup.
In this particular time, other times it's okay to take advantage. I'm glad that you caught that, Duke. I did too. It's kind of like,
line, and over here we have a pickup line to receive donations from those that have been affected by the.
Kind of looks like John Adirola a little bit.
Okay. Dream Center director Clint Carlton and hundreds of volunteers packed these pallets with donations, handing them out to people in countless cars waiting in long lines.
We're giving people a second chance with all the fire devastation. People's lives have been ruined, but we're just here to give hope.
And if you are looking to donate, organizers here ask that you stick to the basics, including diapers, blankets, and water. Despite the devastation, the atmosphere here positive for neighbors who need hope now more than ever.
You give people hope. You show them the light at the end of the tunnel.
In Echo Park, Laura Hafley, KCAL News.
I was just rescuing these PS5s, officer. I don't know what you're talking about. And these Lego sets.
KCAL Cares. We are partnering with the Red Cross to assist fire victims in need. So if you are able to help, please go to
Don't you know they have combustible batteries? We got to get them out of there.
redcross.org/KCAL or scan the QR code on your screen.
I kid.
And let's check back in with meteorologist Danny Roberti for the very latest fire weather conditions. Danny?
Hi, Pat. Yes, we are getting that break, you guys. A lot of us looking outside, and things are quiet right now. It's a much-needed break for us. Winds have died down. We're done with the...
She's very good at choosing colors that aren't going to clash and give her a little bit of the screen.
No, guy? We are tracking 2 more opportunities for Santa Ana winds going into the next 7 days. We're going to have a close eye on that. We've got Sunday. That's one day that we're focused on. And also Tuesday, it does look like an above average chance of us staying dry. But by the end of next week, we could see the chance for some light showers popping up. Before getting to that, though, we've got to focus on the timing of the wind. So we are going into tonight and we are quiet. We have about 18 hours where we're not dealing with these wild winds. And you can see going into tomorrow morning, we're waking up and things are still quiet. We have been waiting for this break, and hopefully this is the opportunity for some of our firefighters to kind of get a good handle in this firefight. Now, winds are going to start to pick up again. We have another Santa Ana wind event developing Saturday night into Sunday. Now, this is what I want you to know. Nothing like what we saw earlier in the week. We're not dealing with those mountain waves, which really enhanced some of these winds. This is going to be a traditional Santa Ana wind event, very similar to what we saw last night. It's focused on our mountains and also those areas that are prone to the Santa Ana winds through LA, Ventura counties, into the Inland Empire. We're talking gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour up through the mountains. They could be much stronger than that, but fire danger remains elevated. Because things are so dry out there, we need the rain. So going into Sunday morning, yes, it's going to be breezy, windy in some areas. Here's a look at Sunday morning, and then we get another break. It all starts Sunday night going into Monday, and then stronger winds develop early next week. We're going to have a close eye on the winds, and coming up, we're going to talk more about the timing of that next Santa Ana wind event.
Is the fire chief still employed by the city?
Breaking news now at 7. The mayor and fire chief, no shows at a news conference as we dig for more answers tonight about the response to the firestorm spreading across Southern California.
That's not good.
So far, officials say 5 people have died in the Palisades fire. That wildfire has burned more than 21,000 acres. More than 5,000 structures have been destroyed. And at last check, the fire was 8% contained, so that number's going up. And the blaze is now prompting new evacuation warnings in the San Fernando Valley.
And an update on the Eaton fire tonight. 6 people have died as a result of that fire. It has burned more than 13,000 acres now. And CAL FIRE is saying tonight the Eaton fire currently is 3% contained across SoCal, and more than 150,000 people remaining under mandatory evacuation orders tonight. Welcome to KCAL News at 7. I'm Susie Sa.
And I'm Juan Fernandez.
We begin this hour with the Palisades fire still burning in the Santa Monica Mountains tonight.
Now there are new evacuation warnings. Let's get right to KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk tracking those evacuations. Mike?
Yeah, we
These reporters trying to cause drama between the mayor and the chief.
And, we're getting a lot of calls from people in the San Fernando
It's my
Valley
favorite guy.
concerned about this, and absolutely rightfully so. And there are new evacuation warnings that are almost reaching Ventura Boulevard tonight, you guys, which is pretty crazy. I want to show you video
The
from
fact that he has to maintain eye contact while it moves.
They are live.
I love
this
it.
This is why we're getting all
It's
of these
kind of
calls
funny.
into the newsroom
Why?
about what's going on. Because if you see the view
Who made this
from the
call?
San Fernando Valley, of course you would be concerned. This is SkyCal, who is live over the Reseda and Tarzana area looking to the south. That is the glow of the Palisades fire as it burns further to the north tonight. So there are new evacuation
We are
warnings that I
so
want to
cooked.
show you on my computer here, and they're primarily to the north and the east of the fire. So
Yes,
all
we
of the
are.
areas here that are in yellow, this is all new since this afternoon. So you've got the Mountain Gate Country Club.
Looks like an Xbox gamer.
To the east there, you've got the 405 freeway that runs through here. So for perspective, that's where that is. The Encino Reservoir under a voluntary evacuation zone. And new within the last hour or so is this evacuation zone. This is north of Mulholland and
So
just south. Look at this.
distracting.
Right here is Ventura Boulevard. That is Ventura Boulevard right there. So we are getting close to really having this fire push into the San Fernando Valley. I want to be clear, these are voluntary evacuations at this point. That's why they are highlighted in yellow. But for people that live in this neighborhood just to the north of Mulholland, all of this area is now under a voluntary evacuation. You've got some other evacuations over here. I talked about this a little bit ago. But it's interesting because the voluntary evacuations that were put into place over here almost intentionally missed the homes. If you look at the area that's actually under an evacuation warning here, it's all of this empty space here, and it almost carves out the homes. So it's almost like they didn't quite want to have people get out of there, but they want them to be ready. So we'll be continuing to follow that to see if that gets upgraded or if those homes get included in that evacuation warning. But for reference, when you're looking at SkyCal, the orange here, this is the fire zone. So this is the latest tooth of the fire that is continuing to push north. So that is why, understandably, everyone is concerned here when they're seeing it from the San Fernando Valley. I want to ask really quick if we can go back to the chopper. I just want to leave you guys with that live picture here from SkyCal of the fire as it pushes through there, through the San Fernando Valley. So we'll continue to watch that. If any of those evacuations turn mandatory, we'll be sure to let you know. But right now, new voluntary evacuations approaching Ventura Boulevard in the Encino area.
Hey guys, we're just about 17 minutes away.
Guys.
San Fernando Valley looking towards the Palisades, right?
Looking towards the Palisades. The chopper is sitting, if you know the area, they're sitting right over Reseda and Victory, right over the park there, at the northeast corner of Reseda and Victory, looking south towards the Pacific Palisades.
Got it. All right, Mike, thank you. Frustrations boiling over at LA City Hall over the response to these massive fires.
That's right. The mayor and the fire chief absent last minute from today's news conference. Our Ross Palumbo is live at City Hall.
Ah, it's our guy!
Tonight. And Ross, you've been digging
look at him.
into the response to these fires.
You just want to pet the sides. Just
What's the latest out there?
Well, Susie and Juan, as you
the best Ross Palumbo. Oh my God!
and the drama
All
of
right,
the Palisades fire has been more than enough for everyone, but now
he is not my favorite. Get to the chopper.
Heating up. Just a few hours ago, the mayor and the fire chief were both here, or supposed to be here, in fact, for this meeting. But
Is it bad that even in these times, I would definitely take that. Like, we need to go to the chopper.
Neither one showed up.
Pristine beard. I mean, that's not even just that's not like a beard. It's like a permanent 5 o'clock shadow. Somebody said that he had drawn it on yesterday. That was pretty funny.
The fire department. Remember, nearly $18
What a name! What a stash!
million was cut from the fire
Ross
budget last
Palumbo.
year for months. Fire Chief Crowley has been warning this is a crisis situation. In fact,
He's not wearing it. Somebody said this yesterday. He's not wearing that stash. That stash is wearing him.
told the commissioners that there was going to be a severe impact with dealing with wildfires. Well, once the fire broke out in the Palisades, the first day the mayor...
He is also, I have to give him a lot of credit. He is wearing that suit extremely well. That's a very nice cut suit. He has definitely seen a tailor.
From Ghana after the fire started on Wednesday. She said that the situation had nothing to do with those budget cuts, but today Chief Crowley said, in fact, they had plenty to do with it. Take a listen.
The Palisades fire, everybody's seen it. It is absolutely.
Is there such a thing as wigs for beards? I mean, yeah, dude, that's stash. It's incredible.
Los Angeles, and even with an additional 100 engines, I tell you, we were not going to catch that fire. But with
his face has black mold.
That being said,
It does. It looks fun. That's what it looked. Fire Fist, I said that yesterday, that it looked like he had flocking on his face. That he just like took super glue and just went.
Budget cut and elimination of our civilian positions like our mechanics.
He's painting his warhammers.
Continue to severely impact our ability to repair our apparatus. I want to also be clear that I have, over the last 3 years, been clear that the fire department needs help. We can no longer sustain where we are. We do not have enough firefighters. With that, I have also requested multiple budgets, interim budgets, to show how understaffed, under-resourced, and underfunded the LAFD is.
Well, after those comments, again, neither one, the fire chief nor the mayor, showed up here at that meeting. We understand that they were
Can we just
locked
I can't not.
in to a very intense meeting together for quite some time. At this hour, I'm being told that the meeting is over with, and an official from the city just texting me and telling me that Kristen Crowley
It's actually a mesh net.
fact.
Speaking of mesh nets, you know what? If this guy ever worked in the service industry, legit, he would have to have his own little like mustache net, and he wouldn't even wear it under the beard, you know? He would just wear it under the mustache.
At this moment, at 7 p.m. on Friday, still the fire chief for Los Angeles Fire Department. We will keep you updated. Susie and Juan, for now, that's the very latest from downtown. Back to you.
All right, Ross, thank you so much. Curfew orders are in effect tonight in the evacuation zones. They began at 6 this evening and will go until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
That's right. Only first responders, city and state officials, and the media will be allowed in.
A curfew order has been established.
We get back to back mustache bros.
For the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in all.
I mean, he was interviewing him yesterday, and that's how we were just like, mustache, 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 mustache.
Mandatory evacuation zones. You cannot be in these affected areas.
When I see guys like this in the clothing store, I know I'm in good hands.
You are subject to arrest.
The sheriff, the Los Angeles Police
You're gonna love the way you look.
Department, and local law enforcement is
I
going
guarantee
to be
it.
working overtime to protect your home. In that way, if you violate the curfew, you will be arrested, and then you will be prosecuted by the district attorney's office.
You will also get a spanking. And I gotta say, we will not allow you to have candy before bed.
And
Sorry,
also
he has a very, like, dad tone.
At that briefing this morning, Griffith Park and Runyon Canyon will be closed through Sunday due to the fires in the area.
Ross would never work in fast food service. His mustache doesn't like the grease.
Power outages are a big issue tonight. At least 100,000 LA County customers are still sitting in the dark.
That's right. KCAL News reporter Gio Insignia
I mean, shit, if you have a grease leak, I mean, that thing would just soak it all up.
is live tonight in Montrose with people who've been without power for 4 days now. Wow. Gio?
Susie, Juan, good evening to you both. The bad news is that a lot of those folks were without power going back to Tuesday. The good news that we can report this evening is that a lot of them in this neighborhood finally got the power back on in just the last few hours. Still, they tell us it was quite the roller coaster ride.
That car's coming up pretty fast.
This past week. If we can, I want to take you to some video and show you earlier some of the couples we've been talking to. They say they stayed. They tell us other neighbors left after losing power on Tuesday and receiving evacuation warnings. Those who did stay include Tanya and Jorge Sepulveda. They told us the outage went much longer than they expected, the worst in their entire time living here, affecting basic things like refrigeration and heating. So they had to borrow a generator to keep their elderly household member comfortable, not to mention keep their food fresh as well. And while they finally now have things back to normal, initially things were a bit scary when it was all dark.
Maybe not the time to just be like, oh, they might have lost a load of groceries. Meanwhile, while everybody's lost their entire lives.
It was just not being able to do anything.
Now you're going to create a new class warfare where it's just the ones who still have their homes.
And then the whole neighborhood is pitch black. And our first
come on, guys.
Is
yeah.
Out there on the streets.
Starting to see it.
Know? I mean, we heard so many things of people looting. There were people setting up fires intentionally.
10 minutes.
So we went out every evening with my son, driving around, with our lights on, trying to make sure and keep the neighborhood safe. But it's very frustrating.
Our sheriff's department is so good. I must have seen them like 6 times within the 6 hours.
Well, they got all the funding that they needed and then some. I'd hope that at least they're out there preventing looting. Otherwise, what are they doing? Shooting at the fire?
An hour going by our streets just to make sure that everything was okay.
They also pointed out that the frustration came from the fact that some nearby neighborhoods had power, but theirs here did not. Meantime, SoCal Edison today said
That's some of the most suburbanite crap right there. Yeah, you see them over there? They got power.
everyone impacted by this.
Why don't
these extreme
we?
conditions we've been dealing with, adding that as of 3 p.m. today, 172,000 customers are without power. 406,000 customers have had power restored since the start of the wind event. And the number of customers without power because of public safety power shutoffs will change throughout the day. So those numbers still fluid. We're going to check an update here shortly and see if those numbers have changed at all. But as you can tell from the scene here, quite the contrast from just 24 hours ago when we were still reporting on power outages. The lights are on and it's not pitch black surrounding you. But coming up at 9 o'clock, you're going to hear from some more neighbors we were talking to this evening, expressing their frustrations with everything and the thing they say needs to change moving forward if and when emergencies like this happen again. For now, reporting in Montrose, I'm Gio Insignares. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Same frustration shared with so many people here in Southern California tonight. Gio, thank you so much. And the Red Cross is in neighborhoods right now helping displaced families. KCAL cares, and we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist fire victims in need.
If you're able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL.
Well, first flames were their concern, and now homeowners in burn areas have a new worry tonight.
Water damage.
To ensure they receive their fire.
Oh, and fire insurance. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. This is a local broadcast. Yeah, that dude's yeah. Who's the smooth faced pretty boy back on? Yeah, my man. Yeah, what was that? Talk about a total juxtaposition. Wait, no, I just used the wrong word. You know what? I am still so tired from last night. Any of you guys that joined me again for that marathon stream that I was decided to do 10 hours again. I don't know what's wrong with me. But yeah, the end of stream was awesome. Duke, I'm not sure if you were there for the end of it, but definitely check out the VOD from yesterday and listen to like the last hour about we had a IDF conscript who's gay and leftist in the chat. Also, prepare. We're getting near the fun half. I am excited for because I have something very fun already prepared for us. Yeah. Okay. It's ready to go. Go. All good.
Well, with all the devastation from the fires, many are just now starting to deal with their insurance company.
But there's so much confusion, so much concern about what will be covered. Our Masa Saedi is live in Altadena talking to people about what's next. Masa?
Juan, Susie, good evening.
I'm just gonna say it. Holy crap! Like, this is to be expected with LA, but their news crews are like very good looking.
And all the homes on this block, like so many other blocks,
all of them are like out of central casting.
you look at this and you just hope and pray that whoever lived here, that they had adequate insurance coverage. We know that so many people across the state, well, they're going to be filing insurance claims for the very first time. So today we've been driving around trying to check in with as many people as possible to see how this process is going for them. We ran into Justin Murphy. His mom lives in Altadena. Her home is intact, but the garage is gone. The shed is gone. The family is in touch with the insurance company adjuster who was supposed to come to their house on Sunday. Now, when we spotted Justin, he was using a hose to put out hot spots in his neighbor's yard. He tells me that he's grateful that he survived, that his mom survived, but the past few days have been traumatic. Listen.
Oh, I'm heartbroken.
Being an ethno-nationalist goes against leftist ideals. Do they want freedom for Palestine? The thing is, you can tell because he is a conscript and he lives within it, and you can tell the propaganda's there, but you can also tell that he can be spoken to about it. But it was a very interesting conversation. But I can tell you also, he's got a little bit of that IDF propaganda in him.
I'm sorry. I'm devastated. I'm heartbroken.
Yeah.
So, of course, I have concerns. And my concerns here are...
And being, again, conscript. Like, dude, he's a gay leftist, who's, I think, maybe 20.
For my mom.
No, you got to start being charitable with that kind of thing. Because, what? What's he supposed... what?
She's 93.
He's a product... the thing is, he can be, he's not too far gone. He's not one that we just write off. You know what I mean?
Her home. She's always had insurance, has always kept it. I trust that there will be a payout. I don't know if I don't know. Will it cover everything that we lost? I don't know. And
no.
There's a lot of people with skepticism about the integrity of insurance companies, following through with what they said.
So California's insurance commissioner said today that his #1 priority is to make sure that insurance companies fulfill their obligations. It'll be interesting to find out just how he plans to enforce that. He also issued an order yesterday.
2 more minutes.
To basically try to protect some homeowners. If you live in a zip code within the perimeter of the Eaton fire or the Palisades fire, whether or not your home was destroyed or not, your insurance company is not going to be able to cancel you for 1 year, and they're not going to be able to not renew you for 1 year. But what happens after that? That is the big question right now. So the market has been troubled for a long time, and the industry is just waiting to see just how big the losses are going to be. For now, that's the very latest in Altadena. I'm Masa Saidi, KCAL News.
All right, thank you so much for that. And tonight, Governor Gavin Newsom calling for an investigation into the water crews faced during the Palisades fire.
That's right. KCAL News assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk with that. And Mike, you're also talking about a new evacuation warning.
Yeah, just literally a couple minutes ago, those evacuation
warnings I got to keep my head there.
About have now switched to mandatory evacuations. So I wanted to make sure that I gave you that new information. Let's look at the evacuations that I'm talking about here. All of that area that was in yellow, that's all the area here, Mountain Gate Country Club, all of the areas to the north of Mulholland, south of Ventura Boulevard, have gone from voluntary evacuations to mandatory.
Mandatory.
So once again,
wow,
this is Ventura Boulevard right
That was
here.
quick.
This is the 405 freeway. And these are the neighborhoods that are now under these mandatory evacuations.
Yeah, that was quick.
Runs right through here. Mulholland runs right through here. If you know where the Encino Reservoir is, it is just to the east of the Encino Reservoir.
All right, 1 minute.
And they are now under mandatory evacuations, and it's just troubling to think how close we're getting to Ventura Boulevard, because we are slowly encroaching this thing into the San Fernando Valley, which is just so remarkable based on how far it was when it first started. Why are we having this? Well, let's look at live pictures from SkyCal here, because I can show you that as these new mandatory evacuations are in place. SkyCal, again, is looking at this from the San Fernando Valley. They are actually over Piers College right now. We have gotten so many phone calls into the newsroom, both last
30
night
seconds.
and tonight, rightfully so, about people that are concerned about seeing the glow of the fire from the San Fernando Valley. People in the San Fernando Valley don't think the Pacific Palisades is anywhere near them. Well, this fire has chewed through so much of the Santa Monica mountain range that now it is coming close to them. So reminders, those mandatory evacuations.
I'm pretty sure that's by
Mulholland and in the Havenhurst area. The letter, though, I want to talk to you about that because we're also starting to hear a lot of kind of fallout from everything that's gone on. This letter was sent by Governor Gavin Newsom to LADWP. Governor Newsom apparently has learned that the Santa Ynez Reservoir was offline.
I'll see you in a minute.
At the time of the Palisades fire, something that LADWP could have used to push water into the fire hydrant. So in part, the letter says, we need answers to how that happened. Therefore, I have directed state water and firefighting officials to prepare an independent after-incident report examining the causes
Cheers,
of
everybody.
water supply and water pressure in municipal water systems during fire events, and to identify measures that local governments can implement to provide adequate water supply for emergency response during future catastrophic events. Acknowledging, though, that fire hydrants are not designed to put out massive fires like this over a certain part of area. I want to come back to my computer because I do want to give you some perspective about where the Santa Ynez Reservoir is, because it is remarkably close to where, and I'll turn these evacuation zones off, you can see, the Palisades. It's right here. This is the Santa Ynez Reservoir. These are all the homes right here that have burned down. So you can see how close this reservoir was, and apparently offline at the time of the fire. The reason for that is unclear. I did reach out to DWP, which basically
Thank you for joining.
Welcome any independent reviews of what happened during the fire.
It was a good time.
To make the systems better. I did ask them if Santa Ynez Reservoir is still offline. They've not responded to me to that question. I also do want to point out that in a press conference earlier in the week, the head of the DWP made no mention of the Santa Ynez Reservoir being offline. She talked about how they have million-gallon tanks that were filled and were used by the fire departments. But
I don't even know what this person means by leftist or anything. Everyone has their own perception of what words mean. I do know Israel has communes, but again, none of it matters. It's the ethnic nationalism.
So who knows how long it's been offline and what the reason for it is.
Thank you so much. And as Mike was showing us that incredible picture of the fire burning still in Pacific Palisades, I mean, we're talking about the evacuation warning being expanded. Of course, we want to know what's going to be happening with the weather overnight.
That's right. The winds
Oh, no.
are very important still. Danny
No,
and
no.
Marty are monitoring.
Oh, no. Sorry, Bandit. No, what that is, it's the, we just count down for the 420 fun half. So once I get to 4 hours and 20 minutes in my program, then it's,
that next weather.
We're just hanging.
Been,
but I disappear for a minute because I used to just put a screen up, but even that's kind of been a little iffy. So, yeah, I just sign off if I'm in the middle of something. And, yeah. Well, not sign off. I'm just...
Important is what the winds have been doing this week, Susie and Juan. We're
You know what I
monitoring that
mean?
very closely. I know it has been just a heartbreaking, just hard week for everyone here in Southern California. And I want you to know we are...
I just want somebody to not know what that is. It's like you're whistling? Like you're
finally getting to a point
or
right now,
are you doing
from
something
the
very
intense
inappropriate?
winds that we have been seeing over the past couple of days. I know it's still dry out there, and I know that there's a firefight ahead, a big firefight. But thankfully, this is going to give them the opportunity. Where we see the Palisades fire right now, the winds are starting to calm down, and you can see we're not dealing with any of those bursts of wind, those gusts. It's still a little bit breezy in some areas, but this is our window where we're not dealing with those Santa Ana winds, and we're actually going to see, which is really good news, we're starting to see a slight shift tonight from that offshore flow to that onshore flow. It's going to be very brief, but this is going to allow our relative humidity to get a little bit better, and we get a little bit of that sea breeze back.
You know what it creates when the offshore flow and this flow, they come together, it creates an even flow.
Now, this window is short. We're still tracking a couple opportunities for Santa Ana.
I hate that lady's dress. Yeah, the shoulder pads do not help.
And keep you prepared. We get a break right now through Saturday. Things are quiet going into tonight. This is going to give our firefighters hopefully that opportunity. And then we're going to turn breezy to windy again. This likely returns late Saturday into Sunday. Winds will start picking up Saturday afternoon. We're done with the red flag warnings for right now, but wind or not, Fire danger is going to stay high in Southern California until we finally get some rain. That is what we need. Thankfully, though, right now, a big piece of it, the winds are dying down. We are grateful for that. We're going to take any little help that we can get. But this big high pressure stays in position. Any storms that pass by, they keep getting pushed to the north of us. So gusty winds will return Sunday and again on Tuesday. We're tracking 2 more events. Let me keep you prepared. We're going to talk timing of the winds.
The color is kind of 70s. It is.
Tonight, things are quiet. They're quiet up through the mountains.
Oh, yeah,
the
very
valleys.
much is.
That's going to be the case for everyone. Now, going into Saturday morning, we're still quiet right now. Some winds are going to start to pick up a little bit in the mountains, and then we'll start to see those winds strengthening in the afternoon. I know you're seeing a lot of color on your map right now. This is going to be very similar to what we saw last night. Gusts between 30 to around 50 miles per hour. And
Still not.
again, this is
Wow.
going to be a
Like
traditional Santa Ana wind event. It's not going to be widespread like we saw earlier in the week, so I don't
traditional or not. I mean, the fact that you have these widespread fires, that's still a
want
problem.
to alarm anyone, but these are going to be those offshore winds that
Yeah.
pick up, and especially in those areas where the Palisades fire is burning. Now, going into late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, this is when we still see winds, but winds will start to die down for the second half of the day Sunday. All these winds below 30 miles per hour, and then we start to quiet down again going into Monday, and then we'll see stronger winds picking up again Monday night going into Tuesday. So fire weather watches, they are already in effect for tomorrow. This is going to be the case for folks in the mountains, inland Orange County. This is the Inland Empire, and then also for our valleys through Ventura and LA counties. That's because we have these gusty winds, and that's going to lead to this elevated fire danger. Tomorrow morning, we've got some cold temperatures out there to start our day. Temperatures in the 40s for a lot of folks, and once we get to the afternoon, we'll be in the 70s. Coming up, we're going to go in depth on your 7-day forecast, and we're going to talk about that second Santa Ana wind event that moves through early next week. We'll break that down for you in your next weather. Susie, Juan.
Sounds good, Danny. Thank you. Seeing their neighborhood destroyed can really do a number on children.
Yeah, a pediatric psychologist sharing some of the best ways to help kids cope during a tragedy.
Okay. Well, we are in the fun half now, so. Warm colors are flattering for her, though I get it. Yeah. Yeah, she was wearing like a light pink yesterday. Here, so I saved this specifically for the fun half here. John Doe, what's up? Oh, man. Here we go. Let's watch Sammy Obeyed. I think it's Obeyed. Or Obede. He'll say it. But yeah, he has a pretty funny situation here. I just saw the preview, so let's take a look at a heckler who thought that she could derail a comedy show.
Comedy show, not town hall meeting. Not the time. Yeah. Now, before you say what you say, you want to listen to me? Listen to the people. I sympathize with people who don't know a lot about Palestine or Palestinians because, not everybody's born knowing this stuff, okay? I had to learn when I was 10 years old. When I was 10, I asked my grandma, my teta, I said, where are we from? And she said, Palestine, okay? And when you're a kid, you don't know all the words, so I heard what I thought I heard. I thought she said, palace time. Yeah, like the time of palaces. She's like, I'm from Palestine. I'm like, I knew you were old, but not that old. Wow, we're from the time of palaces? So how did we get here? This ain't no palace. And she's like, we left. I'm like, you left Palestine? She's like, we left Palestine. I was like, so you're a time traveler. I always knew I was special, but didn't know why. So for years, people would be like, where are you from? I'd be like, I'm from the past, dude. My family's time travelers, bro. We come from a time long, long ago. The time of palaces. Palestine. They're like, Palestine? I'm like, it's a thing, Google it. And right in front of me, they would just Google Palestine. And it would always pull up what time it is in Wales. And it would be like morning time on the West Coast. They'd be like, bro, it looks like you're from 7:48 p.m. And I'd be like, yeah, but what is that in military time? They'd be like, 1948. Whoa! If you don't get that joke, don't worry. It's because it's from the future. It was written by a time traveler. I think we should drop the name Palestine. It's a colonial name. And I think we should go with Palestine, okay? Palestine is the indigenous way of saying it. It's the Arab way of saying it. The people who want to live in a free Palestine, they call it Palestine. And Palestine is so much of a freer word, okay? You can feel it when you say it, you know, like Palestine, you can feel it in your shoulders. Palestine, you can feel it. It's full, Palestine, right? Palestine, stale, okay? Palestine, free. The only problem is, if we call it Palestine, Americans would then have to pronounce that. And they'd be like, Palestine! Come on, kids, we're heading down to Palestine. It's right next to Pakistan and Afghanistan, all the stands. Shoot, I stand with Palestine. No, Palestine, man. Palestine is a colonial name handed from the Romans to the British, and like many English colonial names, it stuck, you know? And it's also kind of a confusing name, you know, given the whole situation. Palestine, Stein, that's a Jewish name, you know? Did anybody ever notice that? Maybe that's how the confusion started. The Jews met up, they're like, we need a place to go that's safe. Well, that place is called Stein, bro. I don't think it gets any safer than that. It's the Palace of Stein. It's a Jewish palace. Let's head on down.
Let's head on down.
Yeah, and people have the audacity to say that Palestinians don't like Jewish people. Dude, we're from the land of Stein. It doesn't get any more welcoming than that. That stigma needs to stop now. Palestinians love Jewish people, especially when they say free
Here,
Palestine, okay? Yeah, you get extra points. When a Jewish person says free Palestine, we cream our pants. It's a special moment that we share. Don't, not right now, not right now, not right now. Hilarious. I can feel it. A lot more than Palestine just got free. All right, listen. All right. Too low. It's too early in the night for that. You may have noticed I make jokes for a living. That's what I do. But I understand there's more that can be done. I'm trying to do. Is this for me? Oh, thank you so much. It's from you. Did you make it? She's like, I work in a rubber factory. This is the Kathia, free Palestine. Thank you so much.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's very odd. Because like the way, what she's doing here. Oh.
Yes, we have a question.
Oh my God, this is awkward for me.
Yes, what's up? Yes.
Oh no. Everybody! Oh my God! The whole crowd just instantly went, oh God.
What is the real solution? You didn't like that one? What is the real solution here? Okay. Well, thank you.
Town hall all of a sudden.
I get it. Thanks for
She's
the
drunk.
wristband. It got me VIP into this Q&A. I got VIP access into my own Q&A. Okay. Shh. You think? Okay. So yes, I get it. So that the point of the.
Did she just say it's not your show? Did she just say that? Did she just have the actual gall to say it's not your show?
Joke. Okay. Is the irony that nobody knows the solution. Nobody's actually put forth an actual plan that will work. We can all talk and theoretically talk about at the end of the day. Okay. All right. Well, I wasn't at Oslo personally. Okay, I wasn't there. I was alive, but I wasn't there. Okay, I was 9 years old. Okay. But if they had they invited me, I would have gone. I would have gone, and I would have let them know. I would have let them know. I would have said, you know, I am from Palestine. I am a time traveler. Okay. And
I am from Palestine. Nice callback. Okay.
I've been to 2024. I was in Boston on 28th, 2024, where it was asked finally, once and for all, by a crowd member, what is the actual solution? And I said that to Bill Clinton at Oslo in 1994.
Yeah, this lady's killing my buzz. Oh, dude, there's nothing worse because like there's certain types of hecklers. Like I'd almost rather deal with somebody that's mad. This lady is drunk and she thinks that she has something super poignant to say about the topic, which, I just literally felt this pit in my stomach just like collapse.
And here we are. Fast forward. But it's actually, you guys went forward in time. I went back because you know what I mean? That's about to happen. Because I still have to go back and do that. Yeah. Does that make it any clearer? Yeah. You're basically, the sound of the crowd means your intentions are good, but not the time. Yeah, not the time. Not the time. You can say something to me after the show. It's just, keep in mind, comedy show, not town hall meeting. Keep in mind, okay? Okay, yes. Comedy show, not town hall meeting. What? Okay, yes. So, great. Meaning, okay? See, there's a more irony for you, okay? The reason why a lot of these solutions that have been put forth by our leaders is that they never reflect the will of the people, right? That they never. Are you listening to me? Before you say what you say, want to listen to me first?
Oh my God.
The irony that the fact
She's
that
so annoying.
never have worked or never do tend to work is because the leadership that we have in this world, the many governments we have, they never reflect the will of the people because they don't properly listen to the people. Listen to the people. Listen to the people. All right, so back to, all right.
All right, that was pretty good. No. All right. Let's get to this. Excuse me. Just had my dinner dropped off, so let me just start this segment here. All right, who's on this one? Yeah, it's Dave Smith. You know what? I'm interested. It's a pretty quick one. Who we got? Dave Smith. Oh, Tim Pool's in it. Who's the left winger, though? Is there a left winger? Never mind. If it's literally just them going back and forth, I can't do that to myself. Sorry. That was that'd be a bit too much. Give me a second here then. So what's the real solution? I still can't. The hand up, like, because she almost like was doing this too, like a little bit, you know. That shit. Even when I was a waiter, man, nothing made me like madder than when somebody would do this crap. And you had to take it. I know Eve knows what I'm talking about. She, man, she dealt with like a waiter's nightmare this week. Oh boy. I'd say she handled it like a pro, but unfortunately she is typing up a resume. So I do have to say, you know. But I actually appreciate the fact that she stood up for herself and did not take it. So, oh, hey, cool.
Hi.
Hi. Give me 1 second. Let's check out Zed. See what he has to say. This is Zed Tabani. If you do not know his channel, he does something called Freestyle the News, which he produces himself and he raps the news. It's very cool. I haven't actually watched one in a little bit, but the fact that he lives like right in the fire zone, I want to kind of see how he's doing.
How are you? How is your state? Mine's on fire. I want to give everybody an update on the wildfire situation. I recorded a Zed Talks yesterday, but I keep getting texts and messages from people, very kind messages asking if I'm doing all right, if I'm alive and everything like that. So first off, yes, I am okay. My girlfriend's okay. Our cats are okay. So we're actually in the middle of all of the fires. They're all around us, but they're moving in different directions. So let me give you a rundown of somebody in California looking down the fires like they're fucking Thanos' army and half my shield is gone. So first off, yes, the wildfires in California are bad. If you haven't been paying attention in the news, there's a giant wildfire called the Palisades Fire that's over 17,000 acres long or wide or whatever. And it's just burning everywhere. Tons of people have been evacuated. So many homes have burnt to the ground. On top of that, you have insurers playing bad faith games, canceling fire insurance like a couple days or weeks before. And all of that is exacerbated by the Santa Ana winds. Santa Ana winds are these giant fucking wind currents that occur every year. They are like super, super, super fast winds. A lot of times they make fires way harder to fight. And this year, the Santa Ana winds are fucking crazy, right? Like, honestly, the biggest issue that most people I knew had was how fucking windy it was. That's what's making it so hard to fight these fires, right? Like, a lot of people are saying, oh, well, the LA fire hydrants are out of water and all of these things. The biggest issue is because the winds are so turbulent and crazy, it's harder to do aerial drops on all of these fires. On top of that, most of the ground team has trouble just dealing with embers flying fucking everywhere. So small fires, small little embers can brush miles away because of these winds and go to another place. Like, that's why you see all of these wildfires just popping up everywhere. And if you live in California like me, you're probably glued to your phone on this app called Watch Duty. It's a 501(c) nonprofit that's basically monitoring all the fires and giving you up-to-date information, up-to-date evacuation information. And I so far have not been in an evacuation zone, but I also want to mention some of the other fires, some shout outs to some of the other fires who are making a name for themselves. The Eden Fire. The Eden Fire is also a crazy fire alongside the Palisades Fire, because this is also in Pasadena. Pasadena has a lot of people and commerce and houses there, right? And so a ton of Pasadena is also under evacuation order. There was also a boil water order, just because a lot of the debris may have gotten into the water supply. So people are like, hey, you know what? Just make sure that you're boiling your water before you drink it, or, you know, drink only bottled water. It's up to about 10,000 acres, 10.5 thousand acres. Here's a map of LA where all the fires are. That's not my house, by the way. That's a taco truck. I don't want to dox myself, but that's a really good taco truck if you ever come to LA when we're not on fire anymore and you want to have some tacos. You have the Hearst fire near Sylmar. This one was worrying me a little bit, right? But honestly, actually, it started to be contained. It's at 10% containment. And these other two big fires are not at containment at all. But it's really, really good to know that the Hearst fire is finally getting a little bit of containment. You have the Lydia fire, but that's going down. The biggest one yesterday, the biggest news yesterday was the Sunset fire. Another fire broke out like right near like West Hollywood and everything like that, like right near like residential areas. A lot of people around that area could see it. My sister lives in some vicinity near that area, and she was like, should I leave? I'm not in like the immediate evacuation zone, but it seems like it's going to spread. Like, should I leave? And thankfully, by the end of last night, that fire is under control. Right now, it is starting to be diminished. I think it's at 42 acres, and at one point it was at like 70 or 80. So it's starting to go down. And all the evacuation orders have been lifted as of 7:30 a.m. So there's some progress. Now, yesterday was also windy. The day before was windy. Just so you know, my experience with all of this, on Tuesday, I was coming home, and yet the wind was fucking insane. All the power went out on my street, which made it extra fucking scary with all of that wind, all of that debris, the smell of ash in the air. You could see a huge smoke plume in the sky. I had to figure out where to park because I don't want to park under power lines or a tree. Like I was really worried like trees were going to start like pulling over. So I found like a nice place to park. I didn't want to park in my garage because there's a tree over my parking spot, so I would have been in trouble. But finally got back home. Me and my girl lit some candles and used our iPad hotspot to watch some Castlevania. And then, oh my gosh, by midnight, the power was all back on. We thought it was going to be off for like 2 days. So we were very lucky in that. I'm very, very fortunate. We just stayed in, we didn't go anywhere. By the way, I do want to say, I don't want to speak for any other people's employers, but my girl's employers canceled work for her that day because of how bad the winds were. I don't know who else is employed or is being forced to go to work. That's really, really shitty if your employer is doing that, but not all employers are doing that. People realize how fucking bad these fires are and the winds. There's also another fire that was right near us, but it got put out very, very quickly. And look, all of that to say, a couple things. Number one, yes, these fires are very serious. If you can donate, there are so many people. You can hear the siren. Man. There are so many people who have lost homes, who have lost their livelihoods. And the problem also is that a lot of insurance companies are fucking around and canceling people's fire insurance so they don't have to pay the bill on some of this shit. And it's horrifying. Like, let's say they even do get the money or FEMA helps them out or small business loans help them out. Like, the process from recovering for this kind of stuff so long and protracted and filled with a lot of post-traumatic stress. Like, I can't tell you how fucking awful it is to lose your house. Like, let's say you were even going to get like another place to live and everything like that. You still lost this whole home that you built up and this life you had with memories. Like, even people who are renting, who have apartments, okay, well, you know, I'll get some assistance and I'll go to another apartment. You still lost all your shit. You have to rebuild your life. Even me and my girl were like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? Like, what about our pictures? What about our cars? Like, all of this stuff came into play. Thank God, like, we're okay, we're safe, we're all right. But a lot of people aren't. So if you can, please donate like whatever you can to just help some of these people out. This is bad, man. Like, a lot of people are gonna have to really, really work to recover from this. And yeah, we're being hit hard. Number two, and this is something really, really important. I just want to let you know, not all of Los Angeles is a bunch of rich Hollywood actors in a fucking orgy throwing money at each other, okay? A lot of us are normal fucking people. In fact, the majority of Los Angeles is normal people. Every time when people talk about California, they think about literally one fucking street in California, and that's like Sunset Boulevard and Vine. Like, just that small section is what everybody thinks California just fucking is. Or Beverly Hills because they saw the Fresh Prince once. California is hundreds of different cities and communities and ideas and biomes. Hollywood is not just this amorphous thing. There are 4 different Hollywoods, and even within those Hollywoods, there are different neighborhoods. There's Burbank, Valley Village, NoHo, which is
insurance
North
companies,
Hollywood, right? East Hollywood, Van Nuys, Long Beach, Santa Monica, Marina Del Rey. I feel like a Californian sketch right now. The real LA isn't just like a
insurance companies are privatizing gains, socializing losses for all of us.
Bunch of actors and transplants. There's a lot of people who are just working jobs, raising a family. A lot of people in the entertainment industry are actually also working class. There's a lot of people who work on production and sets and all of that stuff who don't want to be seen in the limelight all the time. There's a ton of culture. There's amazing food. There's beautiful landscapes and people who really do care about preserving those landscapes. And if you're one of those fucking anti-woke, fucking I hate DEI people, there are plenty of like Republican strongholds you can come to here. And honestly, all of those, every single one of those, regardless of political stripe, is under threat from this fire. Do you understand? This isn't a Republican versus Democrat issue. This isn't a Sodom and Gomorrah thing. Fuck you for saying that, you insane person. Please, please, after this is all over, get some fucking help, or look around you and realize how fucking pathetic your life is that you have to make that fucking comparison. I promise you, Jesus does not like you, okay? LA does have a lot of socialites and a lot of Delulu transplants who come here and fucking try to live like the big life and shit like that. I'm not gonna act like that's not there, but every fucking city has its worst aspects of it, okay? Dallas and Texas isn't only crazy Republicans. There are tons of amazing things in Austin and San Antonio. It's not just the color of the state, it's the character of the people. And the people in LA, right? While some of them can be frustrating to deal with and can't fucking drive, trust me, I hear it all the time because my girlfriend is from Iowa and she wants to remind me, hey, by the way, all of you California drivers suck. And I get really upset about it. I'm still upset about it, by the way, Maddie, if you see this. Like, I know a lot of the suck, but like, just Iowa's not the greatest. She's going to get really mad at me for that. But in general, just please don't treat this like, oh, those motherfuckers are getting it. Like, it's normal people who are getting it, right? We don't have like Hurricane Milton or anything like that. We have this kind of shit. And we try our best to be prepared. To be honest, there was a red flag warning for a lot of places, and the LA Fire Department is doing a really I can't like tell you like how hard they're fucking working on this shit. Listen, like the fact that so many fires sprung up yesterday when I was watching that app, like 3 or 4 fires sprung up around us and they were knocked down and immediately dealt with right before they got crazy, including the Sunset Fire, which could have been really bad. That tells you that they're working their ass off and they're under really stressful conditions. So please keep us in your thoughts. Help if you can. Let you know I'm okay. All right.
Yes.
I do have a Zed Talks that I recorded. We are still working on a lot of stuff. I am planning to have a freestyle of the news this weekend. If you unsubscribed also because I posted about my well-being in the fires, that's weird. But
Yeah.
okay, do you?
Yeah. No, I
guess the fuck for the vast majority of you, I really appreciate the well wishes. I will update you as things happen, and I'm looking forward to dropping another Zed Talks hopefully tomorrow and restarting all of our fun little adventure we're gonna have this year on Sunday. So anyway, my name is Etabani. Thank you so much for watching. We have a freestyle the news compilation of last year if you want to look at it while fires ravage everywhere. And please donate if you can. There'll be links in the description. I'll see you guys soon.
Cool. Well, I'm glad he's doing well. Although, so does anybody know like where Ethan is in the vicinity of these fires? Because I was trying to look on Twitter and I really couldn't find anything. And he's like completely radio silent on after the one, you know, his one post where he was just like, I hope Hasan is scared. Ridiculous. Yeah, I can't believe insurance companies are going to be playing this game. I mean, great timing. Definitely great timing on their end, you know? All right. Actually, here. Where is it? Give me 1 second. Just trying to find this thing. Ah, here it is.
It's 2025 and insurance just keeps getting worse. I just did 2 bilateral deeps and 2 bilateral tissue expanders for patients. And I've never had this happen before, but during the second deep, I got a phone call into the operating room saying that United Healthcare wanted me to call them about one of the patients who was having surgery today, who was actually asleep having surgery. And, you know, said I had to call right now. So I scrubbed out of my case and I called United Healthcare.
Isaac goes insane. What's up?
Said he needed some information
Welcome
about
to the chat.
or diagnosis and whether
We're learning about the hells of insurance right now. You just won $250 off a Scratchy. Hell yeah! Congrats! That's awesome. Very happy for you.
her inpatient stay should be just.
I hope it was like an actual game though, because so like scratch offs are fun. Or like they're great and all if it's just like, you know, match the numbers or whatever. But I like the crosswords.
Justified. And I was like, do you understand
Throw it
she's
all on
asleep
black.
right now? And she has breast cancer. And the gentleman said, actually, I don't. That's a different department that would know that information. And I was like, well, she does need to stay overnight tonight. And you have all the information with you because I got approval for this surgery. And I need to go back and be with my patient now. But, yeah, it's out of control. Insurance is out of control.
I'm an older guy. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. What is that, inverted mystic? It is part of the plan. They make it mandatory. Then when they know they have to pay out, they cancel. Insurance is evil. Yeah.
You just heard from Dr. Elizabeth Potter, who shared her experience on Instagram to give us all a sense of how bad our healthcare system is.
What's your question?
From a doctor's perspective. And to be fair to the insurance agent who called her, he obviously had no idea that she was already in the middle of surgery for the patient in question. But the fact that insurance companies expect surgeons who could be in the middle of surgery at any time to call them back immediately so that way they can justify the care that they say their patient needs is truly insane. And it doesn't seem like the surgery itself was the issue. It seemed like United Health didn't really want to pay for the overnight stay, but it was already recommended by the doctor. So that should be the end of it. There should be no question about whether or not it's covered. The insurance company shouldn't be able to dictate what type of care is or isn't necessary because they have no expertise in that regard. So if a doctor says that the patient needs a certain type of care, the insurance company needs to shut up and pay for it. And the fact that that isn't how our system works gives you a sense of how rotten it is. But my first thought when I saw this was, why didn't she just ignore them and not call them back? Because even though another doctor was there to keep the procedure going, stopping mid-surgery to take a phone call is a lot of work. You have to scrub out, and then you have to scrub in again, and it's actually a really long and meticulous process, and I'll link you to a video of a doctor explaining it below in painstaking detail just so you're able to grasp.
It wasn't just your neighborhood with that, but it wasn't always just a black guy. Do you remember, like, back in the day, there would be a black guy who circled the neighborhood once a month and sold, like, pre-release movies filmed in the theaters, burned discs. Again, it had nothing to do with color. I can tell you right now. Because, yeah, we did have that guy. Except our guy was like this little white dude who I'm pretty sure was using it for some kind of, you know what I mean? But, yeah. We had those.
That insurance.
He also had a table. Like, he would literally set up a table, kind of like New York style, like on the side of the street. But they would always. He had that thing on like it was a quick pull where he would just be like, "I gotta go."
Agent was expecting of Dr. Potter. But in a follow-up video, Dr. Potter explains why she felt like she couldn't ignore the insurance company and had to stop mid-surgery to take the call.
It's gotten ridiculous that insurance companies really do control when and what kind of care we deliver. And it's almost like a fear-based system where if an insurance company calls me and says I got to call them right back, like I'm afraid they're not going to pay for my patient's surgery, that patient's going to get stuck with a bill.
And to her point, if a patient is stuck with a bill, it's almost certainly going to be tens of thousands of dollars. So that bill could ruin her patient's life. But her describing it as a fear-based system is so on point because, I mean, a surgeon shouldn't have to think about anything but the surgery. In fact, that's all we want them thinking about when they're doing the surgery on us. But the fact that they have to be ready at all times to take a phone call from a health insurance company, that just tells you how despicable our system is. Right? Because if she doesn't take that call, she's worried her patient's life will be ruined when she wakes up. That is so disgusting. Now, in the aftermath of the assassination of the United Healthcare CEO and then the subsequent response from the public to that, where they basically supported it, United Health's shareholders have seemingly realized that maybe they were a little bit too greedy, at least publicly. And I say this because, as Joseph Choi of The Hill reports, shareholders of United Health Group are calling on the company's board of directors to release a report on how its policy of limiting or delaying access to healthcare may be impacting the company's brand and the economy overall. In a supporting statement, the shareholders said UHG policies that cause delayed or avoided medical care threaten both the company brand name as well as its investors' portfolios by increasing consumer debt, jeopardizing health of policyholders, and thereby reducing workforce productivity, straining government resources, and risking increased taxes. I found this funny because let's assume for a moment that the board of directors complies and releases the report and it confirms.
But remember, Luigi accomplished nothing according to some people. Just remember that
the company is indeed profiting off of the suffering of sick Americans. Then what? Are we supposed to expect them to self-regulate or change their business practices? That's not going to happen. They're handling this as if it's a PR crisis and not a policy crisis.
Yeah.
But
now they care because it's bad for the brand.
The real solution is that companies like United Health must go the way of the dodo. All of them. Sorry, shareholders, you might not want to hear that, but it's not particular practices causing harm. It's the entire fucking business model. And just to put things into perspective, this is the only developed country that has a healthcare system like this. If you're British or Canadian, sure, there are issues with your system, but you get the care that your doctor recommends, period, no questions asked. And that's because they've mostly decommodified their healthcare systems. Healthcare to them is free at the point of service, and the goal isn't profits, it's care. Because those governments realized at some point that taking care of citizens and providing them with basic healthcare is the most minimum expectation of any functioning government. But our government hasn't made that same assessment. And the reason why it's so bad in America is because we've turned healthcare into a money-making venture for corporations, which is extremely perverted because healthcare should not be about making money. It shouldn't be a business. It should be about care. And when you create an entire system based on profits, the incentive to make money conflicts with the goal of caring for patients. I mean, imagine if your house was on fire and you called the fire department, but before they could put out the fire or rescue anyone in the building, they had to call to check with your insurance company to make sure that it was covered. That would be insane, right?
Yeah.
Yet, when it comes to healthcare, that is basically the way that our system functions, and lawmakers pretend like that's perfectly normal when it's not. And this story is one of many.
Yeah, because they don't have to actually live within the same system. Like, that's the insane part, too, is like, if they're going to be voting on this crap, then they have to live within the same, like, they don't get the pensions and any of that crap. We got to take that away.
That demonstrates how bad it is. In fact, the Loan Institute just released the 8th annual Skrelly Awards this week to highlight the worst healthcare profiteers in the industry. And I just want to share some of the worst offenders, courtesy of Brett Wilkins of Common Dreams. Insurance giant Cigna is under fire for billing a family nearly $100,000 for an infant's medevac flight. Jesus Christ. 7 suppliers allegedly ran a multi-billion-dollar urinary catheter billing scam that affected hundreds of thousands of Medicare patients. Memorial Medical Center in Las Cruces, New Mexico allegedly refused cancer treatment to patients or demanding upfront payments, even from those with insurance. This is a reminder, by the way, that hospitals are also part of the problem, too. Pharma giant Amgen was accused of pushing 960 milligram doses of its highly toxic cancer drug, Lumacrus, when a lower 240 milligram dose offers similar efficacy with reduced toxicity, but...
Or I don't know, Robin, you could be just like Nancy Pelosi and happen to be in Germany when you break your hip.
Costs $180,000 less per patient.
And use their healthcare system.
At the lower dose. My God, they are so evil. Now, of course, our friends at United Health made the list too. United Health allegedly exploited its vast physician network to maximize profits, often at the expense of patients and clinicians, including...
What do you think should be done with the American healthcare system? We need to... Well, we have all these billions of dollars to invest into the, black budget of our of the Pentagon and the military, but,
by
we start with a single payer system. That would be the start. That you start regulating insurers and what they can and can't deny.
Pressuring
There's just a lot of waste too.
Doctors to reduce time with patients and to
like this. This is super wasteful. It creates unnecessary red tape, which again, most of the time, like even on the other side with Republicans, they're all about taking away red tape. They're all about not having regulations like this that would cause, this type of holdup. But the fact that it create line go up for certain people, and these are like the investor class. They actually might have something at stake in it, but we don't, except for our health.
Aggressive medical coding tactics that make patients seem as sick as possible in order to earn higher reimbursements from the federal government. More on that later. And finally, Steward Healthcare CEO Dr. Ralph De La Torre was accused of orchestrating
Medicare for All,
a dramatic healthcare debacle by prioritizing private equity profits over patient care. Surprise, surprise, amid debt and sale lease.
Medicare for all, and if they want to play that game where they love their insurance, then they can have it. That's the true one where it's just like, no, okay, fine, you can have your crappy insurance. Let them deny you but don't make it so that's part of, like, that's built into the system.
Schemes and a bankruptcy that left hospitals gutted, employees laid off, and communities underserved as he reportedly walked away.
Canada's healthcare system isn't, like, I'm not one of those guys that's like, it's not that great. No, they have their own problems because private insurance is starting to make its way up there.
With more than,
yeah, like, yes, they have to, like, there's like a mandatory like care thing, but it's the cost of like pharmaceuticals and then like aftercare that's a problem in Canada.
$250 million over the last 4 years as hospitals tanked. And these kinds of stories are in...
At least that's my understanding based on somebody I've had a conversation with from Ontario. Or in Ontario. I keep saying that wrong.
Inevitable when your entire healthcare system prioritizes profits over people. And I've said this before, I'm going to say it again because it's important. Healthcare must be free at the point of service. A single-payer Medicare for all type system would cut costs, but more importantly, it would save lives.
I gotta go put this in the fridge.
Specifically, 68,000 lives per year, according to a pre-COVID study, and that's a more conservative estimate. But politicians in both parties pretend studies like that don't exist because they've been bankrolled by for-profit health insurance companies that profit off of our sickness. And sure, Republicans have no plan whatsoever to fix the system, but Democrats don't really want to fix the system either. I mean, sure, they'll make some tweaks around the edges, but remember when Bernie Sanders ran on Medicare for All back in 2016 and 2020? You saw all of his primaries essentially delegitimize Medicare for All in order to sell us a more incremental solution that would apparently get us on the track to Medicare for All, but would conveniently let the health insurance companies that are taking advantage of us continue to exist. Why? Because they were bankrolling those politicians. But I say, fuck that. It's 2025, and we need to stop listening to politicians that promise to put us on a track or path to Medicare for All with some incremental approach. We just need Medicare for All now. And if we're lucky enough to have another election again, don't you dare support any Democrat in the next primary that doesn't full-throatedly support Medicare for All. But with that being said, while Republicans don't have a plan to fix our broken healthcare system, since the Affordable Care Act basically was their plan, don't assume that they're not thinking about healthcare reform at all, because they are. They don't want to make it better, even incrementally. They want to make it worse. And the way that they want to do that is by privatizing existing programs that are already successful, like Medicare. And the way that they're doing this is by increasing the prominence of Medicare Advantage plans, which weren't created until 1997. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Medicare Advantage, it is basically one big scam. If you're old enough to qualify for Medicare, you should buy Medicare Plus a supplement, not Medicare Advantage. And Timothy Noah of the New Republic explains why. Medicare Advantage looks to people over 65 like a better deal because it covers things traditional Medicare doesn't, such as visits to the dentist or the eye doctor. Some plans even cover acupuncture. But if you get seriously ill and need to be referred to a specialist, Medicare Advantage isn't so great. An April 2022 study by the Health and Human Services Department's Inspector General found that 13% of the referrals denied under Medicare Advantage would have been approved under traditional Medicare. Medicare Advantage also shows that healthcare privatization is a lousy deal for taxpayers. Medicare Advantage costs the federal government 7% more per enrollee than traditional Medicare, according to an August 2024 study by the fiscally conservative Peter G. Peterson Foundation. For enrollees with similar health profiles, Medicare Advantage costs 22% more, according to the Medicare Payment Advisory Commission. Perhaps that's because, as the journal's investigations found, Medicare Advantage insurers routinely pad their government reimbursement requests with spurious diagnoses. For example, an astounding 66,000 Medicare Advantage patients were diagnosed with diabetic cataracts even after these patients had surgery to correct them, making that diagnosis, in the journal's words, anatomically impossible. United Health, the parent company of United Healthcare, whose chief executive, Brian Thompson, was assassinated last month, is, according to the journal, a particular offender, furnishing doctors with checklists of possible diagnoses. Looking at Medicare data between 29...
But look, we did focus groups, and we also talked to like a bunch of designers. But we even changed the colors of the walls and everything to make you more comfortable. And look at all these smiling faces. They're so happy with our service. You will be too.
2022, the journal found that patients...
That reminds me of that George Carlin joke. It's like they're servicing the account.
Who moved from traditional Medicare to United Health's Medicare Advantage plans got 55% sicker on paper during their first year in Medicare Advantage. But spoiler alert, they weren't actually sick. United Health was saying that they were sicker so they can charge the federal government more. So United Health, who is the largest recipient of Medicaid Advantage, by the way, is effectively defrauding the federal government. And nobody in power really wants to do much about this because these insurance giants lobby government officials and politicians to be complacent, or, they donate to their campaigns. So you don't want that gravy train to stop. So you just let them take advantage of all of us and defraud the system. So we're kind of stuck with this system where companies like United Health will say that their Medicare Advantage patients are sicker than they actually are, so that way they can bill the government more. But when it comes to patients on their regular private plans, they then say that they're healthier than they are, so they can deny them coverage. And that right there demonstrates clearly why private insurance can't coexist with public plans, which is what a public option would be, which is a popular alternative to Medicare for All that we hear from politicians. Because in theory, a public option sounds good because it would force private companies to compete with the plan offered by the government. And that plan would obviously be cheaper and more robust, but that will inevitably lead to private companies pushing all sick people onto the public plan, so it's overburdened and underfunded. And once they break that system after enough lobbying and whatnot, they then swoop in like heroes to offer supplemental plans to milk even more money out of us. So even though a public option would be better, a step up from where we're at right now, we just need Medicare for all. We don't need to form some building block or path towards Medicare for all. We just need Medicare for all.
Yeah.
Private insurance should not be a thing in healthcare.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it makes no sense. We're the only system that uses it. It makes absolutely no sense. And like the fact that they like abuse it so openly, and just again, I personally don't understand how they built that much power. Like, I understand lobbying and all that, but man, you'd think that there would be some caps on it. You would think that some people in Congress would go, nah, but it doesn't seem like it. All right, everybody. I'm gonna call it today. I've done a 5-hour, and honestly, I've been kind of feeling a little sluggish since last night's, so I'm gonna try and get my sleep schedule back in order, and then join you guys tomorrow. Yes, so tomorrow's gonna be one of the rare Saturday streams. I hope that you guys are available to join. Gonna do a little bit more of the LA fire coverage, get updates on that, but we're not gonna follow it as ardently as we have been the last 2 streams. Also, got a few more fun things to do, but if you haven't already, please follow on Twitch. That I really do appreciate it. Also, if you guys have not, leave a like on the stream. It helps me out in the algorithm. And subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate it. What time? I am in the Central Time Zone. I am in Chicago, so CST. And also just keep your notifications on YouTube. That really helps let you guys know when I'm popping on. So definitely do that. And also, if you guys can donate to the stream, it really helps me out. Gonna help me do this a lot longer. So yeah, more 10-hour streams, do some more marathons. Also tomorrow, if you got recommendations for any videos, and overall, if you want to play like a video game or something like that, we'll figure it out. Saturdays are more my chill streams, so definitely check that out and look for my videos. I'm gonna be releasing some videos over the weekend here, so all right, guys, I really appreciate you sticking with this one, and I will see you tomorrow. And if I don't see you tomorrow, then I hopefully will see you on Monday. I am on 5 days a week, so come check me out. All right, bye. Actually, really quick, I appreciate that, dude. Thanks for the stream. Keep it up. Thank you. I really do appreciate that stuff. So good night, everybody. As I said, have a good weekend. Well, have a good weekend. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm doing the Midwest thing, so love you guys.